Mom's first one. Hello, everybody. So, 10th reached out to me, and it's funny because I think he read my mind. We were on the same wavelength today, and that is that we want to do some coverage of the Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate. But we're going to be starting off somewhere else to take a look at it. And the opinion that we're going to be looking at is actually one that I have even found is pretty much across the board what people are saying, and it's quite interesting. I just have to say, how you doing, 10th man?
I'm doing really good. So the clip that we're going to take a look at here is one of the things that we talked about on yesterday's show. So though I am Canadian, may have deer hunted and, used a few pew-pews in my time, right? So it's frustrating to me when people are unwilling to look at truth and facts. So it's almost like people don't want to know. So now we're going to look at specifically, and it doesn't show the whole thing, Beth. I wouldn't, this is not,
Yes,
it's on his show. So, but it's going to show you how Charlie's shirt puffed up. And then it's also going to show you a split screen below of the balloons that were about maybe 2.5 feet, 2.5 feet from Charlie, directly in front of him, that do not move at all. So yeah. I'm a little tired of people and you know what? A lot of it's the tone in which people say it. Because these people I thought were my friends, right? Yeah. But if you're going to speak to me like I'm some insolent child, well, hope it works out for you.
We were all watching when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And I remember seeing the close-up video, and I was horrified. And now, in high school, I competed on a rifle team. I've handled many firearms in my time. Because quite frankly, I love firearms. I'm a very good shot. I can keep up with the men, and I like that. I always had fun with it.
Actually, the truth is, because I looked in, I am a nerd when it comes to pew-pews.
Yes, no, Mr. Pickles. I'm a nerd when it comes to shooting them. Okay, yeah. Do I know my specs? No, but I have enough to fucking know how they work and how they infect the environment around them.
It is actually, I can't remember who I used to talk to. I think it was my former co-host. Anyway, women are usually a better shot than men.
So the reason why is because of where our center of gravity is, right?
Maybe.
Because we're built for having babies. It's just like how we can stand there and literally hold an infant on our hip for hours without getting tired. There's certain things we can do that men can't.
Yep.
When it comes to especially long precision shots, we are able to get our body into a natural position that is because that's the thing is everybody thinks, oh, you want to hold you want to hold the rifle tight, but you want your body to be relaxed, because if you're tight, you're not going to be accurate. Your body's going to be, sorry, motorcycles. It's,
Anyway,
wow.
all I was trying to say.
Today.
Sorry.
I don't know if everybody heard the motorcycles. That's why I stopped talking. Sorry.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
But yeah, if you're tense, it's gonna pull your shot. You need to be very relaxed, and that's how you get the most accurate shot. Is that way.
So let's look at this shirt puff, and you tell me what this looks like.
Kel, I would take you out any day. I took I've taken Iris out. Or Jesus, there we go. Yeah, I'm taking my kids out. I love it. Where did it go? There it is. I love firearms. It's a lot of fun. So you said 23 minutes, correct?
Yep.
Oh. They're still talking shit. Andrew's black ex-wife.
Steve says. Steve brought up a good point. Steve says he was married to an African American before he was with Rachel.
Shout out to Ahimsa, who actually sent in a super chat and managed to advertise the cuckable mug on this gentleman's show.
When?
Right before the debate, maybe during the debate.
Oh, that's hilarious. You mean on Leo, on this guy, or
yes,
what's
on
his
this
name?
guy. Yeah, on Lionel, and he actually commented on it. he thought it was a great idea. And yeah, she gave Dusty a big shout out and advertised the cuckable mug. Real quick before we press play again. Hi, Mikey Balls. Good to see you, sir. Just back up. Snow. Kel, love you, girl. Thank you very, very much. Kel sends in $10 to say, I love you. And just for that, because, well, we know who's got the love around here.
What? It was okay in the Middle Ages. Now, be gentle. I'm a good little Christian boy.
Oh, my God.
I know. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate seeing all of you. Let's see what Lionel has to say. But yeah, he actually did. He commented on the cup and everything.
Okay.
He thought it was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's groovy. I really, honestly, I love when people specify honestly. Do you have to say honestly? Well, I just want to say honestly. I don't really care. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever your thing was, that's groovy. No sweat. Great.
Yes.
Excuse
me. Real quick. Forgot. My bad. Kel says fuck 10th, by the way.
I understand that it's hard to find a real man out there in the world. A lot of women are really attracted to me. I get it.
Hey, good looking gay man.
I guess.
Makes them like you even better. What's up, Logical Sparks? Good to see you. Sorry, I forgot to read. My bad. Didn't realize I was supposed to read it out loud. I read it out loud. My bad. And you still got an OG grift video too. Just because, hey, I know he's your friend.
I don't know where this guy even came from. Here's the one. Remember when they said, what about the bullet? That was strange. Rob O'Neill, the ex-Navy SEAL Team 6 sniper, the one who dispatched Bin Laden,
now pause.
Joe Rogan.
So now, remember, I had that discussion yesterday where I was told I'm wrong because they are the expert on pew-pews. That was Grid. And that this SEAL Team 6 guy's wrong. I'm wrong. And Grid is right. And I like Grid, I do. But now, I wish he was here but I'll corner him because I'll have this ready
Greg
wherever he shows up.
He handles a lot of firearms, but
Okay.
but he doesn't handle firearms as they are discharging into a human body.
He
And
gave the
that's
impression that he
where-
did, though. That's the problem.
At least
Right.
not to my knowledge. He could have at some point,
No,
not to my
but
knowledge.
I want him now, not now, but eventually, to explain what we're about to see.
I'm grabbing a drink real quick. I forgot to get one before. My bad. I saw.
See, because I, unlike a lot of other people, come with receipts. If I say something, I'll back it up. I won't come with a 30-second clip cut out of context and then try to say you said something you didn't say. Instead, I will show you exactly.
Yeah. I heard there's going to be a lot of that in the debate. Especially from everything that I'm hearing on all the other
Oh,
channels.
you didn't see the whole thing yet?
No, I fell asleep and I missed the first half
Listen.
of the debate.
You have to understand what's happening on all social media platforms.
I've been seeing
Andrew-
what's happening.
Andrew is being eviscerated. That's what my husband said. He said, because he found a clip and he was just out here before I messaged you, right?
Mhm.
In my office. And we were talking about it. And he goes, this would be because he's seen a little bit of it, right? Off X. And he goes, is this guy fucking stupid? This would be like me showing up to argue with Candace, and I have like the clip where she goes, what are some of the charges? And then he wants the charges looked up, and she goes, well, no, the whole point is I don't think that you actually care about this. This is just you looking for clout. And then he does the no,
he fucked up bad.
Oh, and we all knew it before it even happened. I told you guys on Dusty's, I said, she is going to destroy him. I know you guys haven't been following Candace as long as I have. I have before she was even on the Daily Wire. That's like 6-7 years ago. Maybe 10. You know what I'm saying?
I actually like Candace Owens.
But I'm saying, to go up against her, she's not just some novice.
Yeah, no, she's no spring chicken. And what bothers me is he didn't even take the time to learn about the case before he went to argue about the case.
It's insulting. So let's get to the shirt. You tell me what you see in this picture.
And they brought up something very interesting. They brought up this case. Do you remember this story? Remember this one? Remember this? So much for the. Let's do this again. Watch this. You see the balloons move at all? See the balloons move? I don't see them. You see the balloons move? Try again. You see anything?
But look at his shirt.
Nope. And yet they have all of these. So
Explain it.
Where did this come from?
Is it like Tower
Where does
7?
this stuff come from? They just say these things. I told you the one.
So I wasn't even aware that footage was caught that showed the round passing in front that close to balloons.
Yep.
I have never seen a firearm or a discharged round pass that closely to something as light as a balloon and have no effect on it.
A helium-filled balloon, it looks like. Right? So, and then you saw how his shirt puffed up, right?
Yeah, we all know how there's been so much speculation about what his shirt
I was told yesterday that the way that shirt puffed up and those balloons not moving is very typical of when you use a firearm. I was told to, just like with Tower 7, I was told to ignore what my eyes see and listen to magical thinking. And then, anyway, I don't want to get into that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Now, if we were just talking about the shirt, just the shirt alone, okay, I could make a case for the round causing the movement in his clothing. I
Not
cannot.
like that. Not like that. Look at it.
Yeah,
Scroll it back and look at
I
how
know.
it's puffed up. It wouldn't puff up in a tube-like fashion. It looks like a tube under his shirt. It would be a
Is he
poof.
bracing
The whole front of the shirt may puff up. It might go poof, right? But it wouldn't be centralized where it looks like there's suction in a tube.
What would happen is, like, as the bullet comes in, the shirt would wave out like that.
Would puff.
Think of like when a bomb drops, right?
Mhm.
And the force goes out in a wave, and everything, it literally goes like this out over the land. Okay.
Yeah, right. That's not what we're seeing.
That's what would have happened to his shirt. It would have come in, the shirt would have come out, down, like that.
Is there any way that
In a
you can
wave.
get to the place where the shirt is puffed up and it looks like a tube under, and then grab the snippet tool so that you can grab it and then blow it up so everybody can see it full screen? Is there any way you want me to do it?
I got it. I'm on it right now.
Because I want everybody to see what I saw almost a year ago, and I've been following this the entire time, and I want everyone to see what I'm talking about.
All right, I gotta open it elsewhere real quick, and I'm getting there.
No, you're fine. It's just, listen, I don't even like Candace. I watch her stuff because I find it interesting. I watch a lot of people's stuff. I'm not siding with Candace because I have any type of affinity towards her and want to support her side. Like what was said yesterday about me and OG, that, oh, well, Dusty has a certain leaning, so we'll just go along with what he said. Like, do these people have any idea how, and that's what OG says, and I've been telling you guys for a long time. Every accusation is an admission.
Projection. I got you.
They're telling you, I fall in line with what my camp says. So I assume that you do the same thing, just like what I do.
Snow, even no helium taped to the table. The balloons, because they're so light, the force that is emitted by an object traveling at that speed is going to make the balloons move in some fashion. Okay. It's going to happen. Now here's, oops, wrong one. There we go. Here's what you wanted me to pull up, 10th, so we could see.
Yep.
That a good shot?
Yep. So explain why the shirt is puffed up towards where the projectile would have come from. Explain it.
The only way is from behind, below.
But it wasn't from behind.
Upward
But it
angled
wasn't.
shot.
It wasn't.
Exactly, it wasn't. That's the only thing that's the only thing that I can think of that would explain that shirt is
or
from
a microphone.
behind, below, exit wound.
Or a microphone.
Or a microphone.
Right. So tell me to ignore what's in front of my eyes and to fall in line with the status quo of the same people that implemented lockdowns, all this stuff. Like, how come all these people were talking about the deep state that Trump was going to go in and fix? But now all of a sudden the deep state doesn't exist anymore. Why?
Vibe, good to see you. How are you?
Can you explain it to me? Why all these people were talking about the deep state that Trump was going to go in and get rid of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even for the first 3 or 4 months or whatever it was with Doge. But then all of a sudden, when Kirk dies, no more deep state. There's no such thing. Why?
A part of it.
But I'm asking, why does the deep state not exist all of a sudden now?
It does exist. We just don't talk about it anymore.
What about those
Bigger
400,000 kids that Trump and everybody else was talking about that supposedly went missing? And now they're backing off on that and saying they never existed.
Well, of course, everybody got busy with C-19, so you know.
No. I'm saying that was pre-Trump's second term, just a year and a half ago, 2 years. You understand?
Yeah. So
leading up to that, they were talking about there were 400,000 children that DHS or whatever brought into the country that went quote unquote missing. Now those people don't exist anymore. The deep state doesn't exist. Those 400,000 children don't exist. I have to, just like Tower 7, ignore what I'm seeing in front of my eyes and then hear people come up here and insult my intelligence and say, I didn't watch any of this. I don't know anything about it, but this is my opinion about it.
Right. Vibe is absolutely right here. Because the projectile is traveling at the speed that it is, it's going to be hot, and that actually like pulls away air. So as it goes by the balloons, it's more likely that the balloons would have flopped inwards towards it. Probably
they would have moved. That's it.
Yeah, they would have moved in some fucking form or fashion, but they don't. Vibe, watch this shit. It's wild.
Anyway, are we going to keep going with the video?
Yeah,
you do what you want to do. I'm not telling you what to do. Just
you wanted me to pull up the picture. I had to close it.
No, you did a good job.
See, I still got it.
Awesome possum.
It takes me a second to get there when we're chatting.
You're fine, dear.
Where did this come from? Where does this stuff come from? They just say these things. I told you the one question I would have liked to have asked is very simply this. Were you ever in the military? Were you in the military? What was the branch? What was your MOS? What was your how long were you in it? Because when they asked him, were you ever an Army sniper? Well, I wasn't a sniper. And he was thinking, don't ask me about the Army, because he said, I was in the Army. It was a very short amount of time. Then I wasn't in the Army. So I don't even know where that comes from. I have never said I was in the military service because I was not in the military service. I've never told anybody I was a registered nurse either, because I'm not a registered nurse. It's not anything I want to receive an award for. I just don't believe in not so much stolen valor, but lying.
Yeah.
Reagan Marie says, Pickles played whoever paid him to debate Candace Owens. He wasn't prepared because he doesn't care. Love your channel. Thanks for entertaining, explaining the law. The public is uninformed. Former prosecutor here. Oh, by the way, bless your heart.
Can we just have pause for a minute?
That.
Yep.
So, see, I don't know why.
Sorry, Vibe.
Pardon?
I was just saying, sorry, Vibe. I left you up there. Hi, Iwan. Go ahead. Sorry, John.
I don't know why, but from the time as far back as I can remember as a small child, 4 years old, I've always questioned why anything is the way that it is. I don't just accept it. So when I base my opinions on something, I don't base my opinion on the information that I'm provided. What I do is I see the information that someone's providing, and then I purposely seek out the counter opinion. And then I base my opinion on the information that I'm provided by both sides. And that's how I decide. I do not care who is who, or don't care about none of that. I care about what information can you give me. That's just how my brain works. So it infuriates me when this happens, what he's talking about with this comment right now. And I get it. You can call it pocket watching. You can call it whatever. You can try to shame me and degrade me. I'm retired. I don't need any of this anymore. Right? And I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general. So, because I actually care about this, because I care about what's right, not what's true, but what's right.
I saw a clip from the debate where Andrew outright, Candace puts him
It's
on the
coming
spot
right now. It's coming. That's
for
what we're
calling
doing.
calling Erica Kirk a retard.
Yep.
And he says, "Well, I think all women."
He's about to pull it up. She didn't have the evidence.
Okay,
He's about to pull it up.
I'm shutting up.
No, but
okay.
I was almost done. No, don't worry. I'm trying to help, right? So my point of what my rant there is I have been on YouTube for 8 years. It has been a never-ending battle. I lost my channel under false pretense. As far as I can tell, and I have no evidence because YouTube won't give me anything. They literally just told me to go F myself. And after 8 years and all the fighting that I did with bigger channels than anybody you guys know, right? Somehow my channel got taken out with no explanation. And as far as I'm concerned, the Crucible is involved. Right now, I can't prove nothing. But this dude got paid $300,000. I've never even made $3,000 off of YouTube in 8 years. This imbecile gets paid $300,000, and then people that I've spent 2 years with disrespect me and act like I am not even worth the time to speak to, because they are so programmed that they will treat the person that has always been by their side like a piece of trash to stand behind a shill that will take $300,000, piss on Charlie Kirk's grave, come in there unprepared, and they'll still line up behind him just because he has more clout and money. Fuck that. So this is why I hold grudges for years, decades, because who the fuck are these people to come on the internet, act like they're fucking cool, and then just shirk any responsibility, age out? Fuck that.
Yeah. I swear.
You don't find this insulting? That you
and I do.
Are so fucking poor that it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing how poor I am, right?
I have sat back. Let me remind you, like, I've sat there in the Crucible chat and seen what
breaking news. Sorry.
Allegedly, Candace donated that $300,000 to Charlie Kirk's children. Go ahead.
Nice. Good for her.
Good.
Good for her, because I'll tell you, let's all remember, like, he started doing he did the raised $2,000 in one night for the holiday giveaway. 4 months later, we were seeing people popping up in the chat going, I don't mean to be a bother, but I still haven't gotten the gift card you told me you were going to send me from the giveaway. And that's just one person, that's just a couple of people where a bunch of the regular donors were popping up as winners. Like, yeah. If you have the money to dono, I mean, you would think that the people who actually need it would get it. But
no, just don't lie. That's what this guy just said. I don't give a fuck if you were in the military or not.
Yeah.
I don't care about stolen valor.
I don't care about none of this shit, because you know why? Because I know the law about stolen valor. We're not going to get into it, but it's very convoluted. You have to make money and shit, right? That's irrelevant. It's that you are a fucking liar.
But so that's the thing, is by claiming the things. Look, all right, maybe I'm not sure. And even when he was asked, Andrew wasn't sure why Rachel said that he was a sniper in the military. From what I saw,
Mm-hmm.
he had no idea.
I know.
Hi Cynthia, hi Les, hi Polygraph. Good to see you guys. I hope you're
Anyway,
having
let's try to get through this because we got a lot to
Well,
get
hang
through.
on.
Okay, no, I'm
I'm
saying when you're done
and-
here, when you're done.
Okay, Andrew said he had no idea why Rachel would say that. And Rachel, back when she said it, it went from he was a sniper, he was a sniper for the army, and then went on to become a gunsmith and a firearms instructor, to,
Mhm.
well, he saw combat and then got medically retired a year after that. And then it comes down to, I saw Andrew himself say he was in for less than a year.
Yep.
And then at a later date, he said he was never in the military.
Yep.
So we have 4 different stories there. And 2 of them, the more egregious ones, unfortunately, was Rachel talking. So, you know, and based on what he goes on here in a minute to say about women, I think what he's hoping for is to just be like, you know, silly women. Cynthia, we're doing semi-closed. I'm happy to send you a link, but I'm keeping it super close because, or super close, just because we do want to get through it. Do you have a Discord, Cynthia? You know what? I'm gonna put it in the chat. This is just for Cynthia.
I from what I understood from what happened yesterday, you gave the keys to Witchy Bitchy or something to do. Took them from me.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. See, because when I had
There you
keys
go,
and I
Cynthia.
rage quit, I was gonna just kick Casper, right?
Yeah,
But I
you
don't
told
think
me to take them away. What do you want from me?
What do you mean?
You told me repeatedly to
Yeah.
take the keys. Take the keys. So I took
No,
the
I
keys.
know. I was mad. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when I quit, because Casper was doing the same thing those 2 dudes were doing yesterday, just on and on and on. 3 hours.
There was a
3
point to what he was saying.
hours.
I know he's long-winded as a motherfucker, but there was a point to what he was saying, and it actually made sense to me. I didn't notice it being 3 hours, but Cynthia, that link is just for you. The second I see you in the back, I'm deleting it. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit play
Yep.
while we're waiting.
Yep.
Dog of a case. Oh, absolutely. And nobody understands, nobody grasps that. Macho Mandy Savage says, Pickle said it at the end. He thinks
There
all
you go.
women are slow.
Hi,
He
Cynthia.
thought
Here we
he
go.
would dominate Candace
Hey, guys.
because Candace is smart.
Quick
Candace is
up.
cool, collected.
It does not like to pause when I tell it to pause. How you
Well-
doing today, honey?
I'm doing well, and yourselves?
I'm tired, dude. I am
Yes.
making a hilarious video. Oh my god, you're gonna love it. You're gonna fucking love it.
OG.
Oh my god. Mm.
Hey, so I watched the debate twice. I've got about a few pages of notes, but
That's
this,
perfect, because we're about to watch.
That- Yep, we're gonna watch the debate. So that is
Well,
fucking badass.
okay. Well, Candace has started clipping it up in key
I know.
points as well. So
Everything I've seen, he is the new lol cow.
Yep. That's
Remember
exactly
when he
what Dusty predicted. We were talking about it. Yep.
remember when he said that he wasn't part of the panelverse? You are so panelversing right now
Yep.
on this debate. It's insane.
Yep.
Like, you're the new king of the panelverse. Flo better go get his throne back.
Well, technically, he's the Pope. So
I'm
you
sorry,
know,
but I'm
right.
sorry, but Andrew was the
Unless
fool.
unless it, you know, we're talking. Well, Constantine was his great grandpa. So yeah, King, Pope. There's, you know, they're one and the same.
Anyway, I'm glad that Cynthia came, because I want to know what she has to say about what we're about to see. Good.
Absolutely.
He's about to show his what he said about Erica, and now he's their spokesman. Good.
How women are
She just stepped
retarded.
aside and let him
He's about
humiliate
to show
himself. Love you. He did do that. She just stepped aside and let him humiliate himself. Love you. He did do that. He said that they asked him a question about him being retarded. Do you remember this story? Do you remember these pieces? This is a very serious stuff. This guy, as you know, said a long time ago that he had these. I think I've got it right here. Do you remember when he said?
Oh boy.
Here we go. It was this one. This is when he said about Erica, whom he hugged. This is from April the 5th. And he says, has nothing to do with Erica Kirk. She's a terrible leader and a femcon like the rest of TPUSA and a moron. The principle here is what I am speaking to. These are his words.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody seem to notice that? Does anybody seem to care about that? Does anybody just read them yourself? I'm not. And then when he was saying, well, you said that he's a moron, he said, well, I think all women are. And that laugh, when he laughs, when he does that smirk, parts of me die.
Yeah.
Die. It's this sarcastic
It makes my hair
gloat.
It makes my hair stand up almost like a predator when he gets in certain, you know, like he gets on a track and he's going and he just becomes more
He's about to show
predatory as he goes. But I wanted to also point out real quick, yeah, he's highlighting this comment. Unfortunately, he didn't see and hear everything that was said at the Crucible streams.
Right.
Where they were calling her a feminist and a retard and every horrible name in the book. She shouldn't be leading. She belongs at home in the kitchen. She's a bad mother. She's this, she's that. Like
Candace brings that up during their debate.
They dragged her bad. And for the record, he did not like Charlie Kirk. When Charlie was alive for 2 years, I watched the people in the Crucible crew be like, you should debate Charlie Kirk. And he was like, why? Why would I want to?
Yeah.
He's like, listen, he's like, I don't really like the guy, but our ideologies are close enough that, you know, debating is completely out of, you know, it's pointless. It would be pointless for me to debate him because we're going to agree on almost everything. And he was just straight up. And then at one point, because they were pushing so much, he reached out to Charlie Kirk and TPUSA, and they said they didn't want anything to do with him. So
you know, it's very hard for me to do this show right now. You understand?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to point those things out because I was actually there in the Crucible and saw and heard what was fucking said.
I'm talking about what you're talking about. I'm saying.
Yeah. It's frustrating.
No, it's frustrating for me because I take this very personally because of my interactions with all of you over the past 2 years. When I have had to have this discussion while being bombarded by Furby on one side and Andrew on the other side.
Yep.
And then watch everything play out 72 hours later after I had this discussion with him. And then for him to do all of this. And then people go, oh, I don't know why you're so hung up on this. Because I predicted the fucking future, man.
No, yeah, I get it. Like, I've been saying for months, the money and the power have gone to his head. He's not the same guy. He's not the same Andrew Wilson that I started watching a couple of years ago. I actually used to enjoy watching The Crucible. I loved watching The Crucible. It got me through some very hard times in my life.
I only ever watched them on whatever, but yeah.
I've never watched them. I've just only known.
No, because I don't disagree with everything he says, but he's got he's so filled with rage. Anyway, sorry, Beth.
over.
Well, his
It's not-
character. I mean, regardless if I watched him or not, I don't like his character. His character from the handshake, his character to what he did to Sarah, to his character of how he even handled this debate. But side note, y'all, Twitter is going hard in the yard on him.
Oh, I know. That's why
And
we're
then
here.
did you see the
My
one?
husband. No. My husband came to me about this.
Right. Did you see? There's a video of someone took of their cat trying and swiping at his foot that's shaking. It's like, bro, they are going.
He's gonna get to that in a minute. He's gonna get
Yeah,
to the
like,
foot.
listen, if you think that you like, regardless of who you bullshit, like when you step onto the world stage, even if it's just YouTube, you were still on the world stage. Like, you have got to be prepared. And and Andrew and he should fire his whole entire team immediately because he was not prepared. He didn't even know the charges. He didn't even know the charges.
No, that blew my mind.
We're about to get to that. That's the only part that he showed. Like this,
He doesn't
literally. It's going to happen right now.
Okay.
The next,
Okay.
right now, the charge.
But-
no, I'm not
but
trying to tell you not to say it, but I'm saying
Yeah, but I'm saying like that's
Cynthia.
horrible. Like that,
Cynthia,
it's insulting to all of our intelligence. Sorry, Beth.
and then people are upset. They're like, "Oh, but I like Andrew."
Let Beth go. I know we're excited.
It's like
Cynthia, his character
us.
gotten so much worse over the as he's gotten more successful. Like he's just turned it. And yeah, I saw it. It was with Sarah, and the things that I heard him say, and the way I watched him behave, it rubbed me the wrong way. And I was like, I don't like that. I don't want anything to do with that. And then it was like, well, it's a show, it's this and that. And so when I met him in Nashville, I was totally I was totally chill with him. I talked with Rachel for quite a long time. And then as soon as I got home, they fucking came over to Grids and attacked me while I was debating.
Wow.
Yep. The lies about the lies.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah, with lies, which, by the way, I have called him out publicly 3 fucking times. And he still has not produced a single motherfucking receipt because they don't fucking exist. He's a goddamn liar.
And then he said that shit about, I got a receipt. I got a text message from his security team on September 9th. Boy, you better pray you have that message. You better pray that really happened and you weren't just up there talking shit. Because everybody's about to attack you for that, and this is nothing.
Why would he have the text message?
Because I called him and asked him, and if you're nice to him, people give you stuff. That's literally what he said.
Yeah, but then at the end of the debate, she calls him out and says, "Yeah, I thought we were going to look at that shit." And he goes, "No, I'm going to release it on my show."
Yep,
yeah, I'm going to play it on my show, which
Yep.
means all the millions of people watching this right now, if you want to see it, you have to come to my place.
Right.
So, yeah, it's all about, he's grifting. It was a big grift. He didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about. What a fucking, Andrew, Andrew, I hope you're out there somewhere and you see this. What the fuck were you thinking? You look completely incompetent, foolish, full of yourself, arrogant, hubris, fucking dude.
Bro,
Get your shit together. Get your shit together for your kids, if nobody else.
You know what the funny thing is I'm up here with you two ladies, right?
Oh my god.
And we're talking, and I'm sitting here going, sorry, dear, what?
I said, clip that and shiv it.
Oh, for sure. But like, I'm sitting here, well, you guys are talking about this, and I'm like, I put myself in the situation, right? And I go,
yeah,
if that was me, right? 10th man goes on Candace, and I'm having this discussion. You guys would go just as hard on me as you're going on him. Just as hard, maybe harder. You would be tearing me to pieces. You'd be going, what fucking kind of bullshit is this? You just stole $300,000.
He gave that shit away to be humbled.
Weird.
He had 300,000. Wasn't even prepared. Didn't even know the charges. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I went up there and didn't know the charges, a simple Google search, 10 seconds while you're shitting.
And
this
he had
the funny part. This is the funny part. We have heard this man brag about his $1.6 million home and studio that he just bought and everything. Okay, so now he pays this $300,000 to Candace Owens. Candace donates every penny of it, and he's grifting, going, "You guys need to pay me back because I gave her the money, so you all need to pay me back." What the fuck? Come on.
Entitled.
Yeah, I forgot.
It's funny though because everything that he talks about with the left and all of the horrible things about the left, I think he's demonstrating them.
Oh yeah, Dusty calls that out all the time. But I gotta say this before we move: is you were talking about all the stuff he said about Erica and blah 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 blah. You need to understand something. Her money's green. These people don't give a fuck about us, about Erica, about Charlie, about anything. They care about money.
Right.
Her
Erica
money's green,
don't give
so
a
she
fuck.
might be retarded, but her money's green.
Erica don't give a fuck about us. Erica is set for life and beyond. Okay, her great grandchildren are still gonna have fucking money. All right. And yet, oh, we need to donate to Erica. No, Erica's gonna be just fucking fine, people. You need to take care of your own homes first. And these people who come on shit, even me, I don't want you to send me your last $10. Don't ever fucking do that. Don't. I would smack you right upside your head if you did it and I knew about it. The entitlement that is like rampant in our society is just absolutely disgusting. I can't do it. It blows my mind. Here, I'm hitting play again. Let's get through this because I really want to do the debate.
It's only 10 minutes. Yeah.
When actually you would think somebody would say, "Now listen, make sure, Pickles, you understand that when you go in, you better sure as hell understand the charges, right? You do know the charges, right?" Of course I know the charges.
No, he didn't.
You do know the charges.
Oh.
Watch this laugh. It's a nervous laugh, but it's derisive. It's sniveling.
I'm with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
Watch the laugh.
The specific charge?
Yeah.
So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but
I want to point out, you see this little horseshoe in the center of his forehead?
Yeah.
That's the grief muscle.
Oh.
This muscle only activates when you're feeling grief. And right now, he's feeling, you can see the grief muscle. You can see the lines from the worry lines right here as well. He's worried and he's grieving the fact that he can't answer this. Because no, murder's not the right answer. Hate to tell you, sir.
Could I say one thing real quick?
How does he not know better?
Well, he is wearing an earpiece. How did nobody in his team say something?
Yeah. So I was going to say one thing real quick. Do you see what he's doing here right now? Now, I was told yesterday that she was using stall tactics and all these things.
He's doing that.
Right. But right now, he's trying to do the debate bro thing, right? Where he has no idea what the answer to this is, but he wants to deconstruct it so that he can try to get the information from her that he obviously does not know because he's unprepared. This is a trick. And this is why you see me quite often when people go, blah, 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 and they try to pull these little stupid fucking grifter tricks. I just shut them down. I'm not going to do it. I see it immediately. Watch. This is the best ever.
Yeah, I saw this yesterday, and it is. It is.
Were you going to say something?
My favorite part is when he demands to see her cell phone because he thinks somebody.
That's this. It's part
the
of this.
7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
I want y'all to
can you name one? Because my general perspective is that
Did you hear his voice? Did you hear his voice go up? Yeah, of course. The higher pitch. Yeah, no, he was lying.
So, yeah.
PBB is laughing at one point, smiling, thinking, "Oh, she can't answer him." And when she starts answering, that smile fades real quick. But
Yeah.
watch him. Watch the
I
moderator.
can't wait.
You don't actually care about this case. You're not
Get him.
following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just
so,
not
but, I mean,
following it
it
enough.
seems pretty like if you're going to engage,
that?
you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should
All
like.
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's-
You can really, no, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
He's
please just answer
puckering.
the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can-
since you've been following the case.
Watch it.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
No.
That's actually
No.
incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all
Okay,
7.
great.
And
her laugh.
I
Can you
think
name all 7?
I can't.
Then do it.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering, and the
What's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them: obstruction
Yeah.
of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering,
Look at
witness
this.
tampering.
Okay,
Gotcha.
and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged.
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge
Yeah.
is violence in front of a minor.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to
Yes,
confirm.
I think your team would like, yes, excuse me, yes, yes, hello, yes, pardon me, I am Patrick Bet David.
What timestamp are we at?
I don't talk like this, but the way I hear him, he does.
28,
Your team,
4.
Pickles,
So
would
you
like
can pause if you want.
come in and
If there is a little bit
when your
more in the
wife
next
would
5
like to
minutes, do what
slap
you want.
the living
Let's go to the debate. Let's watch the debate. How about that, folks? And because I'm a cunt, how do I get out of this? There, right there. We're gonna watch it from Candace Owens' channel.
Okay, that's where my timestamps go to.
We're gonna watch the whole thing at like 1.25 probably.
Yep.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's not even that long. We're gonna be just fine. We're gonna be just fine. We'll skip over
Your
the
concrete is cracked,
the breaks
pitted, and 20
or
years old.
whatever, because we all know we're gonna take all the breaks we want to fucking
Fill
talk.
every
Because
bit.
Oh yeah,
Find
all
we'll
that
skip.
shit.
We'll skip.
Oh,
Right.
no.
But can I just say
We're
one thing
chatters
before we
up
begin?
here. Hello, Ashton. Good to see you.
What do you have to say?
Josie, good to see you. All right.
Can I say one thing?
Absolutely.
Okay, first Cynthia.
Right.
Did
What?
you have something to say?
No, I was gonna be like,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Because I just want to say this is we're about to watch so many lies and deceitful tactics during this. I'm mostly gonna try to be quiet because otherwise I'll go on forever, right? But how can the people, and we've met a lot of them in the last 2 years, how can they rationalize this? And well, I would like you two ladies to like tell me why, like you.
Hang
Why-
on. I'm gonna
why-
fix this. Sorry, I can't mute. I'm on the wrong tab. There we go. I'm gonna close.
So Cynthia, I'll ask you, right? Because you know you and I have had our differences in the past. When I've had to deal with people like Andrew for 8 years, right? Just in my extracurricular YouTube, can you not understand why I act the way I do sometimes? Like, you understand, I'm like actually a pretty nice guy, right? Like I'd like to just chill, smoke a little bit of weed, make a few jokes, make some people laugh. But then when, say, Casper wastes 3 hours of my time with his crime because he can't get a woman or whatever nonsense, right? And all this stuff, right? Those 2 people yesterday wasting 3 hours of our time. when he literally said, I don't care about you people. You are just a project to me for me to like learn how to manipulate people. That's what he said. But we allow him to waste 3 hours of our time. So can you understand why I have this anger sometimes when I feel like my time just being wasted by an insolent child, like we're about to watch? Can you not understand it?
I get it.
Cynthia?
You muted, girlfriend.
Oh, I went to the bathroom. My bad.
Oh, okay. You missed everything I said?
I heard you.
Oh,
but then I got a phone call. But yeah.
When people play in your face like this on a daily basis, when I could be just chilling, I could be sitting out in my yard on a lawn chair, chilling, watching a movie out in my yard, like and relaxing, and then I got some dude spurging for 3 hours that just wants attention because no one likes him. Really?
Well, it is what it is.
But that's why I act the way I act. That's why I get angry.
This is why I love Candace in this debate, because she shows you a good example of how to respond.
Yeah, but she doesn't have 5 people screaming over her for 3 hours.
But she's got a big voice yelling at her right now.
Yep.
At least start with one.
I understand. All right. I do need to calm down. I'm better than I was anyway.
Yeah, you're better, but you're not all the way there yet. And none of us are. So
no, you never saw me 7 years ago. You have no idea.
Keep going.
We all fall short. Understand that. All right, guys. I missed the beginning of this yesterday because I fell asleep. So I'm excited to see it.
So wonderful.
I got my handy dandy notebook.
Oh no! Is the fact that he read opening statements off of a phone and versus versus she did not? Does that say something, or is it normal? You're supposed to read from a phone when you do
can.
It. I don't know
if you memorize it or you're comfortable enough just winging it. So, not having something to preparing an opening statement can be good, just as not preparing can be good, right? Like, because if you're confident enough that you manage to pull off without having to read it, that says a lot. But you could also bomb, and the same thing goes for the person who prepared the statement. That shit could bomb, and you could look insecure, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
If I may.
Yeah.
So I want everybody to pay close attention, because maybe I'm wrong. I'm always willing to say, hey, maybe I wasn't paying attention close enough. I was told yesterday that this debate prompt was whether or not Crooks was a patsy. But if I do recall correctly, we're going to find out here, if I'm not mistaken, from Andrew's words, to say that the prompt is actually, or not Crooks, but whatever the other guy's name is.
Yeah. The patsy thing plays a part in it.
No, but I'm saying the prompt is not whether or not he's a patsy. It's whether or not he is guilty.
Yeah. Did he do it? And is he a government patsy? Is it all a setup? And
but I don't think that's part of the prompt.
It is. It is part of the prompt. It is part of the prompt. It was part of the prompt before.
Not what I recall. Okay.
Hang on, I'll show you right now. Hang on.
No,
they're gonna say it in the opening. They're gonna say
it. Regardless of what they say here, I've been listening for the last several days, and it's part of the prompt. They bring it up during the debate, even.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know, when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted, is Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started.
No, I'm saying
for the audience watching, I think
what
this
he's
is
to prove.
Andrew's
Andrew's position is that the evidence is overwhelming, right?
So technically, if you are the affirmative, okay,
yes, that the evidence is overwhelming, correct?
You would make the claim, and it's the burden is this is where I'm getting confused because
no, but it's irrelevant. The burden of proof is on the state, correct? Or incorrect?
Yes. The burden of
so
proof
then
is on the state.
it's his job to prove that he is not a patsy. Correct or incorrect?
It is his job to prove that there is overwhelming evidence.
Correct.
That says that he shot and killed Charlie Kirk.
And that that's on the other video. In the other video, which we didn't get to, he was going to explain what conspiracy is, right? And we all know one or more persons. So
yes.
But my point is if he doesn't know the charges, how can there be overwhelming evidence? Right,
and actually, he's going to.
That's all I had to say.
He's going to partially concede the debate really early in.
4 times.
Out to you when it happens.
4 times. Am I right, Cynthia?
That's I am. Number one is
Cynthia. Do you know how many times offhand he at least partially concedes the debate? And says that there's not.
No, we'll get it. We'll get a counter.
We'll get it. I got it. I got my handy dandy notebook. All right. Let's fucking go.
Is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did? We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place, and kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the 2 of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible.
The only reason why they picked Candace to actually debate against is because they believed ahead of time that she is incompetent and unable to actually debate him, essentially. They don't have any respect for her whatsoever. Like, I've heard him talk about her before.
She's a dumb woman.
Yep.
She's a retarded.
Do you think that
she's a retarded dumb woman?
Do you think that I think that you are 2 dumb women?
No.
You think I would just waste my time talking to you?
No. In Andrew's case, he would probably see it that way, and then that she has other handicaps in addition to her sex. God bless her. I like Candace though, so
Me too.
Possible 99% of the time it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end,
if anybody wants me to pause it,
in the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say fact check.
On Candace's channel,
right?
She, in one day, she has had 3,413,218 views of this stream alone.
Yeah, but she also has gained over 200,000 subs. Go ahead.
And this is what Andrew thought he was ready for. That's insane to me.
I'm not ready for this shit. I'd fucking probably bomb it so badly just because of my nerves. and I'm a little bit of a dumb woman, just a little bit.
Like this, even the folks in the back can say fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence.
No.
So I have a brief opening statement.
No.
On September 10th, 2025, Charlie.
I find it interesting. He thinks that's what most people identify, how most people define the word overwhelming.
Right.
No. Overwhelming means there's so much I can't handle it. And real people in the real world do not trivialize that word, in my opinion. Would you agree with me on that, Cynthia?
Absolutely. He did that on purpose, though. This is what when I call people word wizards, they're trying to play off of people's emotions and using these words that provoke emotions.
Yep. I just had that conversation with my husband before we went live, and I said, what they do is they use certain linguistic things.
Mm-hmm.
At one point here, he says something like, I can't, like my brain's not there. I'll point it out. They've set up their fans with a Pavlovian response that when they say that, check mark.
So I did look it up, and it says overwhelming is an adjective that describes something very powerful, strong, or hard to stop. And so he's saying he's got such strong evidence, such powerful evidence, he's going to be able to prove that it was Tyler Robinson, that evidence exists.
Mm-hmm. And in a minute here, he's going to say that the information that he got was some like Twitter posts.
But no, because he goes on after he says, yes, there's overwhelming evidence. He says, and by that, I mean enough to convince me.
Right.
No, that would be the bare minimum. It takes the bare minimum to convince me. An overwhelming amount of evidence is the word overwhelming takes it to a whole different amount and weight and gravity and everything. Hello, Wizard. Good to see you, sir.
I'm convinced that it might have been Tyler Robinson, and he's saying that he has the overwhelming evidence, and then he's like, but it might have been. So
what he's saying is, yes, we have overwhelming evidence, and by that, he said, I'm gonna rewind it to 5 seconds so you can hear him. He says most people consider that to be just enough to convince me. Listen to how he says this. It's so snobbish.
Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement.
Convincing. No, overwhelming would be there's no way to deny it because there's so much evidence. Not just convincing. There would be no way to deny it.
What these debate bros refer to as appeal to emotion?
In a way. He's trivializing it like you guys are making a big deal out of nothing. It's like one of those
big deal that's set up with this 8-month pregnant woman you paid $300,000, but it's just we're just discussing just that you're just convinced.
It's one of those things like why are you complaining about not having a car? I walked to school in the snow uphill 10 miles, uphill both ways every day, and nobody heard me complaining because it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, I don't know why you're so worried about this retarded woman's husband.
Right, exactly. He's trivializing it with his wording, which is very interesting. he kicks off the debate by immediately downplaying everything and is like, it's not as big. You guys are making it more than it actually is. So that's interesting. Yeah, like the whole thing isn't a big deal. But mind you, he and all the other public speakers, for how long were they all like afraid to go out in public because they were all afraid of getting shot? Do you remember that?
Mm-mm.
Oh my
Grid's event
God.
last year got shut down because of it. Remember?
Oh.
Yeah, Crowder said thought somebody shot at his house, and like they were all
Mhm.
freaking out, thinking that they were next.
Yep.
It was crazy.
Yep.
And that was still going on at Nashville time, because he had the biggest guy in the Foundry come and be Rachel's personal bodyguard, because those crazy leftists already killed Charlie Kirk. They're out for all of us.
Yep.
So they didn't downplay that, but they'll downplay, the
Somebody
actual,
questioning the official narrative.
yeah, exactly.
After all that we've seen, and like I said yesterday, Trump saying, if you saw what I saw in the JFK files, you wouldn't release them either, right? And now we're to believe the official narrative. For some strange reason, even though they say the lockdowns were stupid, Fauci is a monster, all this shit, but for some reason, this is the thing that we have to believe. None of the other stuff, just this.
Yeah.
Why? Explain it. Go ahead.
Well, I thought we were watching the video.
Yeah, we are.
On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to
Which he never did.
Security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
Yeah.
Imagine being able to build
What about the other part?
name on it.
Well, yeah,
just
and then
by
at the
thinking
end,
about it.
she pushes him
Meet
on it.
base
Watch.
44.
Yeah, I know.
What
I caught that. Hi, Ahimsa. Ahimsa, I absolutely gave. Yeah, oh, good. You heard the shout out, my dear. That
No, but he
wasn't
wants copies of the
goal.
receipt. So how come she can't have copies of these messages? Why?
Well, he's gonna say how he got them, and he says I'm gonna slow drip it on my show to make them keep wanting to come back. We could
That's the whole point. That's why he's not showing it on this show,
right?
Because he needs time to doctor it. He says that.
But if you say that,
no, that's not it. It's a matter of he wants 3.5 million people watching this on Candace's channel to come to his
right.
channel.
And he says it. He does say it. He does say it. But what I'm saying is, if you make this type of claim, you better be serious about it because you made it here. And if you made it, it better be authentic because the internet will authenticate it.
No.
People will
Cynthia.
try to speak on it.
Sorry,
Hang
but
on.
this is the issue. Is his acolytes are apologists, and as far as they're concerned, he didn't lie because he read them. So I can just type something up on my phone, read it off, and he said he's going to share them, and he did. Now, nothing's been substantiated, but we just have to believe it because you're acolytes.
But
Ahimsa, I'm sending that to OG.
But no, the internet. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but that's going to make him look worse than what he does. And if this is how him and his team want to play this is a bad hand to play. This is abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. That is not how you handle it.
You must have wrote that down because you are exactly correct. Because see, that exchange that we're referring to at the end of this happens directly after she goes in on him. And she goes, yeah, and you come with all these out of context clips, and then they have a real hard time playing the next clip because they're deciding whether or not they want to play a next clip because this is such a disaster. And that's when he exactly abort mission. I ain't sharing no more. I'm shutting this shit down. He literally shut it down because he was so scared of where it might go any further. He was terrified. Good.
I'm looking forward to seeing that because, I heard whispers.
It's like a beaten dog. It's I've never.
I can. You can.
I was embarrassed for him.
If you remember the timestamp you're at, I can take you to the timestamp of where he responds to that, so we can see in
true.
And like, but then come back to this.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Okay, hang on 1 second. I'm getting a screenshot from the chat. That because now I understand what Ahim's is saying. Because I was like, "You want to see OG debate OG? What?" Now I get it. I got the screenshot. Now
I've already decimated this dude. I decimated him and his Rob Noor. I'm going to be not too insulting. Like, these people are not smart.
Right. So if you do your timestamp now, the timestamp to go to is 2 hours at 43 minutes. However, at 2 hours and 41 minutes, 57 seconds is when Andrew turns his ear and you see his earpiece in. So this whole entire time in the debate,
beautiful,
he has had an earpiece.
And
I would play a few more seconds of this, though.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
I'll tell you what. Why don't we get through his opening statement and then we can go look at that real quick?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
I'm just saying,
I got this.
What's funny
I want
is
to personally thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for this.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for coming. I knew she'd be a good one to bring up here. Cynthia is always on point with this.
That's why I always loved this lady. And even when she went at me, she wasn't that aligned.
We still don't like each other. Stop it. But we have a
Fuck
common
yourself,
enemy.
you old bitch. I'm gonna
Right.
headbutt you. I'm gonna headbutt you in
Okay.
Minecraft. Blah blah
And
blah.
again, we're gonna also talk. See, I love what y'all want to talk about. Me, I'm looking at character. I don't even understand the debate strategies. I just understand that this is not authentic behavior.
You understand
from
human
Andrew.
behavior. You have children, right?
Yeah.
And I can teach you the debate strategies. They're not that hard.
But
Yeah,
I
but
love
see-
that she stopped. That she's like, no, you're not going to do this to me. And but they need to be told that.
Well, Beth,
Yeah.
remember when we were in chat, and it was very, very true what you said, which was she's treating him like a mother treats a child, right?
Yes.
Is because see, if this was me, I don't know if Cynthia was around, but you guys saw how I dealt with Rob Norm, right? Like you start playing these weird ass games like he starts playing with Candace, I'm gonna make you look like a fucking fool.
Yep.
You guys don't do that. You guys let them make a fool themselves. But I just can't. It's insulting. Anyway, go ahead.
I know that's just that self-control. You'll get there if you practice.
I'm 50 years
Never
old.
could
I'm
he
never
have
going to
meant
get there.
That
Yeah,
well,
he did.
I think he meant exactly what he said. That he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now we'll discuss this more later.
Beth, you need to retitle this and put in Andrew Wilson and Candace, like retitle it now, because I was just typing in her name, and anybody that was live, they weren't having panels, which sucked, or else I would have jumped on them. But they were at least
how do I
having
do this?
1K in there.
Hold on. Let me help you.
Just go.
Do I do it in StreamYard or
Yes,
in
yep.
YouTube?
Yep, StreamYard. It'll work.
In StreamYard?
Yep, just go in there, change the title, and save it, and it changes it. Yep.
Yeah, and so if anybody's looking to talk about this, they could
They'll
find
come up, yeah.
it live. Yeah.
Well, no, we're not open. We're not open in the panel till the end.
We'll open the panel later for sure.
At the end, yeah.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put that in the title though.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Andrew Wilson.
I put Candace decimating
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson. How's
Put
that?
Candace Owens. Put the whole thing. So people are searching for the criteria.
How do you spell decimating? Just so I know I'm not being retarded.
How do you spell decimating?
DECIMATING, maybe.
Perfect.
ECIMAT.
She's got
awesome
spell check. You got spell check.
Oh shit! What is it doing? No. Oh, no.
Yeah, that works.
Quiet.
I see it. Candace
It
Owens
won't let
decimating
me-
Andrew Wilson open panel.
No, it just doesn't error, but it's not real.
Okay, so just close it. Perfect. Okay, perfect.
Check
There we
on
go.
YouTube. I'll check on YouTube for you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia. Good call.
Later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And
No,
what
it
they
didn't
make up,
change.
well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pocket.
Change it on YouTube.
And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate. And so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far. And Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Wow. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife, and it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Get it out of your system.
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk, yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you can kill Owens and shot Charlie Kirk and kill?
Yeah, and that's
Holy
true.
shit.
And she
That
should
was
be
good.
She should be having that conversation. However, they sent him, and she's right. They did send another influencer. What's the reason behind it? I'm not sure. What were they hoping to gain from it? I couldn't tell you, but you can tell that there's something else being
I tell you. No, I'm telling you, because they're going to mention it here in a minute.
Okay.
I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
This is allegedly, because that's what Andrew said here in a minute, is this all came about because somebody suggested to TPUSA, he said he had a referral to teach a debate class to the TPUSA people.
After watching,
and then
oh,
they approached him about this. So, where'd you get the referral from? Like, how come people? Why is there so many secrets? What are you trying to hide?
I'm gonna ask him. Listen, and after watching this debate, he's not great at a debate. So, why would they think that he could teach them anything other than how to make yourself look like an ass in front of the world stage?
I just told you. Somebody told them this Andrew guy, he is the next big thing. He is so great. You should get him to teach a class at TPUSA. That's what he said. He was referred. Yeah. So who's that person?
Probably Rogan. Or the guy who's moderating this right now. The guy who's moderating it right now also had
TV.
Yeah, he had on his show too.
But there's no reason that anyone could look at Andrew and see this and think he's just somebody that's so great. We want to put these type of great debaters. We want more of them on our team. Like, he's not a great debater. You're right. There is an underlying reason why he was connected that way.
No, does he want to? Because this is what he's going to do. All right. Because Jimmy Dore already started paying attention to this guy. Like he was like, this is hilarious. And then he played the Sniz video, right, with Charlie.
Right.
But like, does he want Jimmy Dore to have a cuckable joke in his act and be made fun of around the world? Because that's what's going to happen.
You keep putting your mic somewhere where we can't. It goes out.
That's what's going to happen. Is he's gonna turn. I'm telling you, this is a humiliation ritual.
Mm.
It is
for him to be in TPUSA. Get it?
Yes, that makes sense. That makes absolute sense. Oof. And then that starts going even deeper when you start looking at what groups do the humiliation rituals. Hi, Sasquatch. I just sent you a text message. Look at your phone. We are not opening the panel just yet, because if we do, we'll never, ever get through this. So it's only open to certain people here that are also other channel owners and hosts and producers.
And also, since we're done the opening statements, are we at 1.25?
Yes, we're gonna speed this bitch up. Well, Well, actually, I'm going to do 1.2 because I'm old.
Yeah. Do what you do.
Mr. Pickles, or Pickle
None of my
Stein.
things,
That's right.
you know, when I say stuff, it's not in order.
I know that.
Go ahead.
This was hilarious. Yeah, before the debate over on Lionel's channel, they were calling him Pickle Stein, not Mr. Pickles. Pickle Stein.
He did try to get her an illegal pickle. He at some point did turn into, I'm gonna try to trip you up and get you hemmed up. So
right,
which is
yeah,
bad faith more. But that's
what he does, and that was exactly what I predicted. I said she's gonna come in playing by the rules. He'll look like he's playing by the rules, but only till he can get her into the right position, and then the rules are going to go out the window, and he's going to do everything he can to humiliate her or destroy her character or destroy her credibility. It is absolute. That's what he does.
Right.
That's what he does to everybody. So I'm glad. I was impressed he didn't, do one of his Spurg moments that he's become.
Oh, he wanted to. He wanted to.
Oh, I know. That foot was going a mile a minute, dude. Holy shit. I saw that and I was typing it over in clothes and I'm like, look at his foot. Oh my God, dude's going to explode in a minute.
That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody on his team talked about body language. Nobody said, okay, like, if the second you knew that this was going to happen, there should have been strategic meetings every day on how you were going to handle this. And at some point in those meetings, body language should have been talked about. And the fact
body language should have been incorporated into every one of those meetings.
And in fact, the fact that you didn't do that, you need to fire your whole entire team because they failed you. They failed you tremendously.
Oh yeah, big time. But that's the thing is, if I were to go up to him and say, Andrew, your body language, man, you really needed to work on that, he would have fucking laughed at me because they think the body language stuff is all a bunch of hooky hoopla, just like therapists and things like that.
Can I say one?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I'll say after you though.
No, because I'm not talking about what you guys are talking about.
Well, this is why I say it's always important to watch yourself back on panels, whether you're on camera or not. Pay attention to how you speak. Pay attention to what you say. Learn, just like a football game. Watch your playbacks.
Yeah.
Just let me know when we're
go ahead
before we continue. Yeah. So Cynthia understands, and I'm sorry I belabor this point, but I don't actually pay attention to people unless I have a personal investment in it, right? Like otherwise I just don't really care. So you understand, if I've never explained this to you, Cynthia, why I'm personally vested in this is I was on Sayers, and I tried to say this on Dusty the other night, but that other imbecile was yapping. So I went to Sayers one day. And at the time, I was helping her, right? But no one knew because I was just doing it in my spare time and cutting up all of Andrew's clips off of her show to release publicly. You understand? On Twitter and all that stuff, because she asked publicly, not me personally, and I offered. So it's like she doesn't owe me anything, right? But I showed up at her show at this time because I'm trying to help everybody, and I was in the basement because they came from Team Fatties, right? And they had this, Rachel was walking around the track and fucking, it was just.
That was not Rachel. That wasn't Rachel. That was
Pearl. Pearl. Yeah, Pearl. And it was a whole thing, right? And so eventually Andrew just rage quit and I understand it because it was ridiculous, right? It was clownish, and Andrew just left. And then Sarah left. Sarah threw some shade, and then she left, and she was trying to get this one girl from TikTok over onto her show from Fatties, right?
Yeah.
So I'm in the basement.
1.25.
I'm almost done. I'm in the basement, and she asked 3 or 4 times, does anybody want to come up and talk to Andrew for a minute? And just to fill the air. Because it was just her and Andrew sitting there. No one's talking. And So I finally put my hand up and said in the back chat, yep, throw me up, put me in, coach. And so I went up and I had a respectful dialogue about trans people and the pews and all that. And he said that if I'm telling him that him going out there and saying we should revoke gay marriage and blah, 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 and all, purposely provoking these people that he knows are crazy, that I'm holding him emotionally hostage. Less than 72 hours later, Charlie Kirk was unalived. My contention is that people like him going around antagonizing people that they know are insane cause these things, and only because he is low level is he not as much danger as Charlie was. So he uses that as a shield while coming out here, causing the problem, and takes no responsibility whatsoever. So I'm convinced, personally, not for the show, this is my 10th man's personal opinion, that he and people of his ilk are responsible, at least partially, for these things happening. So I see this as a damage control move because he knows that, because he knows I said it to him, and there's still a recording out there of it. So go ahead.
Push play.
Yeah, no, that is a good point. But yes, press play.
Send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likely that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
75, 85% is not overwhelming.
No,
it's not.
It would be 110%.
You're right. Exactly. God damn it. Oops, shit. Wrong button. There we go.
What we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see, maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about, was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 or Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
caliber?
Much smaller. Because it didn't even exist.
I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think,
right there, concession number one by Andrew.
That Robinson.
Well, no, he already made concession. Concession number one was he's only 85% sure. That was
we might be at 3 or 4 by now.
Yeah, he's conceding. I mean, like, now listen, you can concede pieces and points without conceding the entire debate.
I understand, man, but what I'm trying to say is we're talking about a legal case and a young man's life, right?
I agree.
And the burden of doubt is on the state, or sorry, the burden of proof is on the state, and you're supposed to be convicted beyond a reasonable doubt, especially if it's a capital punishment case.
Well,
so like, if you're not asking questions, then you're not doing your job as a citizen.
Correct. Because reasonable doubt is not like, it's not, did you more than likely do it? No, they have to be convinced that you did it. Ayatone says the funniest part of this whole thing is Andrew's fans watching the debate and struggling to spin it as he won on their videos. You are correct.
But remember though, he did concede that overwhelming really meant convincing. So even then, he is at least 75 to 80% convinced that Tyler Robinson did do this based off of evidence. That's an important factor that's going to come into play on what they consider evidence.
And that it was just only Robinson and there's no conspiracy whatsoever. Just this random guy.
Right.
Right. All right. Here, wrong screen. There we go.
Oh.
And drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipts. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting with...
If you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique...
Yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel...
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu.
Sorry, guys.
Which means make it a meal. And
I don't have.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay. And for how many years?
Many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then I corrected and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point in time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify At above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. So you think there could be debris and dust. Yeah. He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's probably likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out. And it often doesn't. You'll find this if you...
He made a very critical error there, because now you have summoned every single gun enthusiast who does know about weapon, if that is a true or false statement. I feel like some of these questions that she asked, she's merely asking to get his point of view. The internet sleuths will debunk it or not. I'm not sure if that's a true statement, what he said or not, about there could still be dust and debris in a rifle after you shoot it. Do y'all know?
Okay, so first off, you would assume that it was down in the barrel that they're referring to, not in the tip. And I think that forensics can tell the difference between debris that came from inside of a house sitting around for 50 years or 80 years and stuff that came from the forest when he dumped it. Right? Like, he's got so much faith in the forensics, yet when forensics evidence comes to him, it's discounted.
Okay, so is the statement he's making, is it a true statement or not? Do y'all know?
First off, it's a rifle, not a shotgun. So a rifle has rifling. We would have to pull up.
I was muted the whole goddamn time.
We would have to pull up specifically the round that he's referring to.
You're right. Again.
A rifle refers to the rifling in it, whether it's a 22. Not sure if AR-15s have it, but pretty sure they do. And rifling, what that means is a spiral groove. Even some shotguns have it too. And it's a spiral groove that makes the bullet spin.
Correct.
And what happens is when it's fired, it expands out to the rifling so that when it comes out the end, it's perfectly centered. You understand? And it spirals. So for there to be dust and debris that didn't come from the forest in that rifle is highly unlikely, and it would be carbonized.
So I actually just asked AI. You guys couldn't hear me, but I ran the question through AI, and I was very, very specific. I asked, does firing a 30-06 rifle with a soft tip round clear dust and debris from inside the barrel? And what
did it say?
It said, hang on. Did I hear somebody pop up? I did. Oh, geez, here.
10th man, for the love of God, never explain weapons again in your life. Please.
How am I wrong?
What AI says is pressure. All right, so no. And it's actually very dangerous, and here's why. Pressure spikes. Any obstruction traps gas and creates high pressure behind it, which can split or bulge.
I can answer everything. I am everything, Andrew, except for like military-wise claim to be.
By all means, OG, you can explain why.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
Oh my gosh. Well, one, all rifles have rifling now, except for shotgun. They're smooth or cylinder bore.
I've seen shotguns with it, but yeah, go ahead.
They can have rifle barrels, and a cylinder bore. It's technically a rifled barrel, but it's bigger, and you shoot rifled slugs out of it.
Yep, that's what I said. Yeah.
In fact, all modern firearms, except for shotguns or smooth bore or cylinder bores, have rifling in them.
Right, but am I correct that it would be unlikely that there would be on-singed dust from inside a house, not in the forest. That forensics would be able to tell the difference.
It's impossible.
That's
That dust would have been blown either. For one, if it's just specks of dust and not buildup, it would have been blown out with the bullet or carbonized, turned into carbon. That black dust that comes out, they always call in the CSI parts gunpowder residue. It is technically gunpowder residue, but it's like all the carbonization and everything, burnt guard powder, what little bit of skin flakes and dust are in the barrel of the gun. And if there's a big enough obstruction, it will literally explode in the fucking barrel.
Yeah. And it can, the rifle itself can fucking explode and hurt you very, very badly. You gotta be careful.
Well, this is why I'm going so hard. This is why I'm going so hard at Grid and even Glenn for caping for Andrew.
Oh my gosh!
Because the fact that it's a Mauser that's 30-06 means that it would have had to been rechambered, which makes it even more dangerous.
And that's what they said, okay? Because when they said it was a Mauser, and then they said it, but the round was 30-06, I was like, Mauser. I fired the rifle. What is it? What is the specification for the Mauser that everyone traditionally thinks of? The war Mauser, this World War II Mauser.
That is what this was.
Yes, except it had a different barrel on it because that rifle does not come in 30-06. It comes in 5.56, right? Or is it 2.24?
Let me and OG fight for a minute.
I have a quick question. So a gunsmith, this man of this caliber, I've taught guns, I've had a gun shop, I know guns. He should know this answer, correct?
Yes.
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 Yeah, the Canadian that hasn't touched a firearm for nigh on 30 years.
No, I'm just making sure because
knows, but he doesn't.
But I'm just making sure because he stated who he was, what he is, and so my question: is he intentionally deceiving, and if so, why? Or does he just simply not know? But there does seem to be something inauthentic about his answer in this moment.
It was 7.65 or 8 millimeters.
An 8 millimeter Mauser.
Can I say something for 1 second?
Yeah.
OG.
That rifle is so fucking sweet, dude.
OG.
I love
the Mausers only come in two official calibers. It's 7 millimeter and 8 millimeter. I mean, it's 6.95 and 7.95.
May I please have a quick dialogue with you, sir?
You want?
What the fuck was that kind of bullshit coming up here like that? I specifically asked for you to come to this closed panel for this reason.
I genuinely just got here. Like, I genuinely said.
Oh, okay. All right. No.
Yeah.
I wasn't wrong with what I was saying.
I said, no, you weren't wrong, but the way you were stumbling over it, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? It hurt me. It physically hurt me. That's how much.
Because I'm trying to remember of all the dozens of guns that I've handled.
No, I didn't mean that mean. I didn't mean that mean by it.
I haven't even touched a firearm in 3 decades, bro. But from the time I was able to walk, I was using every type of gun you could imagine.
But Logical Sparks, that's not what this was. It was an antique World War II Mauser. Okay, so it was either the 7 or the 8. Okay, guaranteed. And I've actually fired
if it's World War II, it's an 8 millimeter. Based off the car 98K. Based off the car 98K.
Yeah.
If it's a World War I, it's more than likely a 7 millimeter.
I have fired one of those rifles before, and let me tell you something. I don't know why anybody would change the barreling on it because that firearm is
they're fucking retarded. They're retarded. No, people change them all the time. I had a Spanish.
They ruined an amazing firearm.
I had a World War I Spanish 7 millimeter Mauser. The action, they upgraded the action back in the Spanish World War I, 7 millimeter Mausers, and some fucking retard, because he's too fucking weak to hunt with a military rifle, sporterized it, and I wish I could figure out who did it so I could strangle them.
Oh,
so my friend had, like I said, my friend had this, and we went out shooting, and I got to fire that thing, and like the kick on it, the recoil is not bad. It packs it's got the punch that you're looking for to actually carry out the let's call the mission. Well, you know, you get your objective taken care of for sure, and like it's just nice and smooth and reliable. And, you know, that's one of my biggest gripes with the M16. It's completely unreliable. That thing will jam every fucking 5th round. You can fucking damn near bet on it. That you drop that in the mud, it's done for.
How old are you?
Oh.
Me? So it depends. With the Mauser,
No, because like M16s and the pattern rifles like that haven't been that unreliable since the fucking first 5 years of Vietnam.
So we got to, as part of my rifle team, placed top second. What was it? It was, we were in the top 10 for all of New England. We were the second place team for all of New England, and 4 or 5 of our shooters, including myself, made the individual top shooter list. So they took us to the National Guard base and they let us play with their toys. And that thing, like, the first thing I learned is, holy shit, I suck with a 9mm and I don't like them. They're fucking pieces, just whatever. I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn if I tried. With a handgun. But the M16 that I was using literally jammed every 5th fucking round. It got to the point where I freaking was like, no, I don't want to fucking do this anymore. I'm done with this. Give me back the stupid pistol. Because that thing, it made me so mad. So mad. And this would have been, oh goodness, 2 years before 9/11.
So the dust would not stay in the
3 years before 9/11.
Well, like I said, the M16s. I don't know what the issue you were having with them, but they haven't been that unreliable since Vietnam, and that was a manufacturing defect that was fixed relatively quickly.
Right, guys?
So then I didn't like it. It's just that simple. I didn't like it. Yes, most of the dust and the like dust and skin cells and shit like that from sitting in the corner of a room is gonna get freaking immediately burned up. It's gonna be burned up.
Correct.
If nothing else, it's gonna be completely carbonized, like fucking OG said. Yeah. If it's heavy, if there's something major in there, you run the risk of your rifle blowing up in your hands.
Correct. Yeah. We're not talking about a musket here.
No. I'm talking about fine-tuned instruments that serve a purpose.
I'm just saying. It's ridiculous. Like, I've cleaned many pew-pews in my day. Like,
I'm just trying to figure out, is he being deceptive? Is he being ignorant?
I think he's lying that he's ever been a gunsmith.
No, they're not lying about that. I think he's being willfully.
He's being willfully deceptive.
Yes, really? He's being willfully deceptive or willfully ignorant.
Logical spark. I already don't like you, but since you're trying to correct me about guns, the 7.65 Mauser is the 8mm Mauser.
Oh my gosh. Okay, kick play.
Yeah.
Kick play.
Yep. Okay, hitting play.
If you take
there's a reason why the panel's
dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
See, Dan says he refuses to get nailed down.
Right. And the fact he's like, let's grant this for a second. Like he's playing a word game. He's trying to diminish, like, this isn't real, but I'll pretend that it is. I love that how she holds fast and says, no, this is what it is. This is a tactic that him and others, such as Speakeasy, do.
Yeah. And that's the thing is that I'll do this too occasionally when I'm talking, when I'm having a disagreement and I'm trying to explain to somebody that it's like, let's say for the sake of argument, I'm going to agree with you and say that, like I did it with Speakeasy when he was saying all that shit about his baby mama, right? I said, I will grant right now that everything that you said about her is true. Yeah. If that is the case, then why the fuck did you take off and leave your child in the hands of a psychotic drug addict, right?
If I may.
But it is the case in this situation.
Yes, exactly. It is the case in this situation. He just doesn't want to argue about whether or not it is.
He doesn't want to admit that it is. He doesn't want us to say, you're right, that is. But we'll pretend it is, even though he knows it is. It's a game.
If I may. So you're exactly correct. And now this is how it works. And I watched that one of those two dudes from yesterday do it to Beth, where, see, what they'll do is they
got me all twisted and turned up. Man.
But they overbear you, right? They overbear you.
Yep, and they confuse you. They get you confused on your own.
What they're trying to do is what he's trying to do right here is he's trying to knock Candace off the point that she's on, so that she'll say something that's a mistake, and then they grab a hold of that like a child and go, look, you made one mistake, so everything I say is correct. That's what happens here. And they fall for it. We saw it yesterday.
Yes.
Right.
See, first off, hold on, Logical Spark. You are literally a retard.
Oh my
God.
Don't argue with the chat. That's why the panel's closed, OG.
Today we're here, like, no, not today.
OG, the panel's closed so that we don't have that.
Oh, I thought it was an open panel. My bad.
No,
we're not opening
you got a special invite. Yeah, till the end.
Yeah. We're not opening it yet. I only sent out specific invitations.
I just want to say this. The 7.65 he's referencing is either a pistol cartridge, which why the fuck would it be in a rifle, or a very specific Argentinian make, which were limited sale in the U.S. period.
Okay.
I know my fucking guns, dude. You're talking about a broom handle Mauser.
All right, enough chat.
All
right. Come on, we need you here for your gun expertise and your analysis.
Correct. And by the way, at some point we will open the panel.
Yeah.
Probably going to require a few donos to get it there. Mm-hmm. So if anybody wants to get started on that now, I'll drop my links in the chat as soon as I
set a goal. Set a goal.
Yeah. Let's call it $45.
Awesome possum.
Hey, hang on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
We're looking for people 40 plus who want to actually master Claude in 28 days.
Come on.
No free time needed. Just 10
so
minutes.
So when it's evidence against
gives you
what
interactive,
you believe.
Bite-sized.
So what? So what?
His prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Correct.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory.
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know.
but
I
what would
actually don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her.
Pay attention to this next tactic that Andrew's about to do. He's very irritated with her right now. She's trying to answer the question. He can't overtalk her, but pay attention to his, again, Andrew, I can't believe nobody talked to you about body language, but pay attention. This is the
he wants short answers. Just give me the important part,
No,
and otherwise
he wants to control he wants to control the
Right.
narrative. He wants to frame the answer that she gives.
Right.
What he's trying to do, and that's what I told Grid and Glenn last night on your show.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. But they they
And
tried to say,
and that's classic Andrew Wilson. Why would anybody? Which blows my mind as to why they argued and said, "Nuh-uh." That's classic Andrew. That's how he rolls. Go ahead.
One of
Tom.
the reasons why I got frustrated yesterday was because they said that she wouldn't answer any of the questions, and she just gave rambling, 3-part answers to everything and blah blah. So see, I had this discussion with my husband. What I see is these people that have superiority complexes explaining to you, unless you have the conversation that they want, how they want, you can't. You are invalid.
Correct. And that's exactly what it is too. She is answering every question. They just don't want her to.
Who's the new guy?
So
Who's too smart?
Hi, I'm Swat.
Oh, what's up, Ninja?
But let me remind us, she is presenting evidence of why she thinks that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. This would be evidence that supports that theory. His fingerprints were the most degraded on a rifle he just shot and put in the woods, and it had dust. This supports her theory. So when people say she didn't win, that's not true. She's giving evidence that does support that. They're just not accepting of it.
Exactly.
His body language, it's about to get fun. This is when he loses it the most. Somebody must have said something because he got it back in shape.
Let's see it.
Her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home, and she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3 their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
They said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off.
This imbecile knows nothing about law.
Explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson.
He says, I didn't cut you off. Yes, he did. He interrupted her multiple times.
No, I'm saying he knows nothing about law. What happened to beyond a reasonable doubt? What the fuck is that? Gosh.
Right. But she presented evidence. That is evidence. Like and she's right. That now gives us the right to question, why is that? Why is that?
No, just any fingerprints. So what? There's fingerprints.
But his
you didn't commit a crime just because there's fingerprints.
His is the most degraded, which is really bizarre. If you just picked up a gun, if you just disassembled it, shot it, reassembled it, no.
Two things. Number one. Number one.
Go ahead.
Hang on. All right.
Can I just real quick? Number one.
Go ahead.
There's a real easy explanation if you wore any gloves. Number two, What imbecile on this earth handles a firearm and doesn't wipe their fingerprints off before they put it away and hand it off to somebody? Like if it's not your if you let me handle your firearm, I'm wiping that down before I hand it back.
I don't even shoot guns that don't belong to me.
So if you
unless it's at a range,
just saying.
If you wiped it down, would it also wipe down all those 5 other fingerprints, or was it?
Yes.
So where did these 5 fingerprints come from then?
They've never been wiped down.
So
we're not speaking of whether or not there are fingerprints. The fingerprints are fairly accepted. We are trying to determine what mechanisms, chemical, natural, or otherwise, could reduce the quality of certain prints over other prints over time, so that older prints appear newer and newer prints appear older, right? I only know of one way that type of thing has happened, and that is if it was left immediately after use in the sunlight. That would do it, but it would take at least a couple of hours. And on top of that, it would degrade other fingerprints that were there too. And there's one more catch here. From what I heard, and I don't know if I'm right or not, this is just what I heard.
Word on the street.
Taken from the trigger.
I have
How do you get 5 prints off the trigger? How do you get 5 prints off the trigger?
You cannot get 5 prints off the trigger. Not even on a Mauser.
The true statement. So, yeah.
Well, you can get enough pieces. You can get enough pieces to determine that there's been 5 different fingers on there, but you won't get a full print.
Sure.
Right.
But you also won't be able to identify whose fingers they are.
But does the evidence of him being the most degraded, does that give y'all evidence that he didn't just shoot it? He could be a patsy, or you're like,
no, okay, that's not their argument though. That's not the argument that the Wilson crowd's trying to make. They're trying to say because she didn't definitely prove that
I don't care what. But I'm asking you guys, for you guys, I don't care what the dumbass Crucibles think. They've already proved they're dumb if they think this guy's the leader. I'm asking you guys, does it give you evidence to believe, well, there could be something here, and perhaps it's a patsy, or is it
that was my point. Candace proves her point. They're trying to say that they're trying to get her on a technicality because they care more about the debate than the actual truth of the argument. So they're trying to get her on a technicality.
They're trying to hold on to anything they can. Good luck.
And in all actuality, what Candace was arguing, and this is what I told Glenn in his post that he made today, is Candace, and I think I even said it to Grid last night, Candace did her job. Her whole point in this debate was to show evidence that there is reasonable suspicion to question the official narrative. And that is what she did. And she did it masterfully. And they got ass mad because they had no way.
What? I mean, they had no way. What? They had a way. They had
they can lie about it.
No, they had a way if they would have researched the topic and watched the preliminary hearings that she watched, if they knew the freaking charges. No, they had a way.
He did live, but he still had no idea.
They had a way to do it. They just didn't do it because they were too busy.
Well, this is my question. Yeah, I was gonna say this is my question. Chuck Mangione, how did she prove anything? How did he prove? Okay, never mind. Yeah. I thought he was on Andrew Wilson's side. My apologies.
Don't read it wrong. Read it right.
I'm angry with Logical Spark. Now let me ask. Let me ask y'all something. Because here's the issue, and this is widely speculation, right? So me and Logical's argument about the size of the Mauser bullet. You can shoot similar sized rounds through the same barrel. Not saying wouldn't be dangerous, not saying it wouldn't haunt, not saying it wouldn't work, but if somebody with proficient firearms knowledge knew what they could shoot, they could shoot a different size bullet through the inappropriate gun. Like, for instance, the AR-15, they come in 2 barrel size, 223 and 5.56. Technically, 5.56 is bigger than 223. You can also shoot 38 out of a 9mm and vice versa.
Take play.
So
yes.
Well, think about that as well when we're talking about the type of gun it is.
Right.
Actually, that's an interesting
Robinson being
point.
Patsy.
I hadn't thought about that.
Well, yeah, we'll see. Most
OG is
people think in
completely right.
binary.
Well, just no. Most people do think in binary. I'm not. I don't. My point is,
Autism.
what is there a round that can shoot through a 30-06?
Well, 30-06 is very
smaller
round. I think 308 is smaller than 30-06. 308 would be comparable. 5.5, 7.62 by 54R is comparable to 30-06.
But my question is, would it seal well enough to pull the trigger on it?
Well, that would be determined by the chain. Well, no, not necessarily. It depends on the make of the rifle.
No, I'm saying
308
30-06. Yeah.
Well, it depends on the make of the rifle, right? Because a 30-06 and a 7.62 by 54R is virtually the same size. The only difference is the rim of the cartridge. You know how I know? Because I used to shoot 308 out of my out of my Mosin. And the only thing is that I have to use a ramrod to hit the fucking the brass out. So,
Jesus. Okay, yeah, no, I get you.
You would never want to do that. Dangerous.
Well, no. It doesn't. If it's a comparable size, it wouldn't damage the weapon. And that's the thing here. We need to hold on, Miss Cynthia. We need to know, like, they need to release in order for them to figure that. Candace might have a whole new point. Like, maybe she needs to think about this and wonder why they're not telling us what type of rifle they found or what the exact rifle.
Right. That's what she is questioning. There's a lot of things that y'all aren't explaining. Why aren't you explaining it? The fact that you're not explaining it even leads me to more things. So that this is Tyler.
If I may.
Well, hold on one second. Manufacturer to manufacturer changes the tolerances of a chamber, and the tolerances of the chamber is what is how you can actually shoot other rounds for a gun they're not designed for.
If I may. So this is the issue, and I never thought about this till just now with you guys having this conversation. So at the beginning here, Andrew said, if it was a soft-tipped blah, 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 then it could have shattered, yada, yada. How come we don't know exactly what it was?
Good
projectile.
Well, he's not wrong there too. If it's a soft tip or a flat tip, it could have shattered off bone.
He's here on behalf of TPUSA.
But I thought they said that it was a full metal jacket round.
But he doesn't even know what that projectile was. How?
Because he didn't prepare.
None of us do. We've never been told. We're sitting here having a conversation about caliber, blah, 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 blah. How come we don't know exactly what that was?
I stand by my statement that is a very good question. I've been waiting patiently for that tidbit of information to come out because I didn't want to speak on it at all until I knew. I think we can all agree, everyone here who has shot 30-06 on the regular, that bullet acted weird.
But yeah.
Every deer I've ever shot with a 30-06 had a hole big enough for a fucking freight train to come out the other side.
Hitting him in the neck like that, sideways, it should have fucking decapitated him.
Yep. Yeah, it would have been violently different. It kind of did, but what I'm saying is a possible. Okay, let's look at it. Same caliber round build, specific bullet builds, right? You've got your frangibles. They can do stuff like this. Some of them stay together out to 100, 150 yards before they break apart. You've got
more in the video.
He mentioned it. That's different from actually discussing it. Frangibles, depending on what company and what make they are, can split up immediately out of the barrel all the way out to 200 yards before they start peeling. Some of them have partial metal jackets. Some have 3/4 metal jackets. Some don't have a metal jacket at all and have a weird little plastic sabo built around them. You know, that would matter. What actually hit him is my question.
Right. Oh, they don't know, and
something that makes your shirt puff up really in a strange manner, and as well does not move the balloons directly beside you.
She did suggest the gentleman he should debate, so I'm curious to see if he would ever debate the gentleman that shot Osama bin Laden on these gun technicalities. What do you guys think?
OG would decimate him. That's ridiculous.
OG,
it would be OG's dream to be able to talk to that guy.
And do you think that Andrew? Do you think that he even will? Because she even suggested it in this. Hey, you need to go Tyler.
And I think Andrew's the type of guy to only take debates that he thinks he'll win, or something that'll help his career. And I feel like if he debated that gun guy, it would decimate his career.
It would be the final.
Yes.
Finish him. Yeah.
I think he would fanboy him.
Oh yeah.
If you're gonna do that, do it right. Finish him.
Finish him. Let's do it.
Yeah. Well,
okay. Yep. I'm hitting play.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints
Sorry,
were
I'll make
twigs, or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prince and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. Okay. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
Patiently till we get to
so that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places. But it also could
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun. I
didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point,
that's all over Twitter.
You can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there is evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I'm doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy behavior.
That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no, this is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
Fact check. If all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up. So we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah.
Calm the fuck down, OG. It's not attacking you.
Go run fast. Hey, y'all, stop what y'all doing.
Nope, that was me, actually. I
free. Run to tag. This girl.
I thought he pulled out his katana to start his teeth.
Yeah, no, that time it was me. I almost dropped something. My bad.
Oh, yeah. Look, Andrew's getting uncomfortable.
Yeah, he is. He's getting really frustrated.
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid.
He's laughing at
the summary of the examination that he was shot.
Okay.
That was they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I don't...
because he knows it's bullshit. With that damage, he should have been He should have been able to. He should have been able. His head should. He should have been decapitated, bro. With that level of damage,
and it should have exited.
He practically was.
Well, if it's a frangible round, meaning it can break apart, I understand why it didn't exit.
Well, it's like it's the
I
first
suppose.
time I read it. He didn't even prepare for this. This is insane. That alone is insane.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Sorry. This tab.
Not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no disputes.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off. Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
but
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm
say.
not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say Candace, you can't talk about the great approach, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Infer off of that Tyler could have been a patsy.
So here's where they're talking past each other. This is the most important exchange in this entire debate. This covers the fact that he is dismissing what she calls evidence as nothing, and she's being frustrated by the fact that she is producing evidence. He's just not accepting it. And we come to this in almost every debate involving anyone in the Crucible. They always do that debate brain thing where they simply say, well, none of your points make sense because I say they don't. And then they move on with their freaking lives.
But she's disputing the
you
evidence.
got it. Yep.
But she's disputing it's hearsay, just like the evidence that you accept as evidence, hard evidence, is really based off hearsay according to the Utah rule 1102.
Sure.
And
everything's admissible.
But
everything's admissible, and it's fine for early.
But why? But he's trying to say, why is it you can use that and it can work in your favor? However, when I use it to explain my evidence, you're not recognizing it as evidence, but it's okay when you need it. And that's the issue. But he's not even trying to understand. He's not listening to her. Right. He's just trying to figure out, okay, I'm going to attack her this way. He's still stuck on no. He's not even in the zone right now. He's in his own head right now.
If I may, just real quick. This is when Beth and I had
real quick.
Pardon?
It seems like he's distracted by talking points that he's wanting to bring up, and he's trying to figure out how to shoehorn them into the conversation so that he can get whatever points he's trying to score.
If I could just talk to Beth for a second. Beth, right here, I believe.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, Sasquatch,
yes,
you do know you do know he has the earpiece, right, Sasquatch?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't know.
We figured that out. Cynthia's got
we're going to show the timestamp when it goes.
But remember, we were supposed to skip to the end, Beth. We won't do it now. What we'll do is we'll go back at the end and show that part again, and then show. But now, Beth, right around, we'll do it backwards. But so now,
gotcha.
Yeah. So now, right here, I believe, is when we were in Dusty's chat, and I had started getting very frustrated, right? And you were like, what she's doing is treating him how you would treat a child. And this is
I came in later than this.
Oh, maybe. I was already flipping out.
Yeah.
But now
I
to touch
was
on what
way
Andrew.
later than this. I
Okay.
didn't wake up till like.
Well, my
at least
frustration
an
was
hour.
beginning here. So, but now what Sasquatch was saying about that he's trying to shoehorn in certain topics and stuff like that, correct. And also, this is why I have, and a few other people have picked up on it recently as well, have said that these are developmentally challenged adult men that did not actually grow up past like early adolescence. And so to him, he's not arguing facts. He's arguing feelings, because what OG says, every accusation is an admission. They put onto you what they are doing. All I care about is the facts. I don't care about nothing else.
But here's the thing, and that's what he's doing, is he's trying to say that what she is calling facts are not actually facts. And he's going to go into like, well, you're going off. He keeps referring back to like your dreams and her feelings and all that. And it's like he's trying to discredit her. That's all his goal is right now, is to discredit. He knows that shit is legitimate evidence, but the goal is to discredit. So why would he ever agree with her and say that it's evidence? If he can get her frustrated enough, he can make her look like a crazy lady.
Beth, do you
That's
understand?
Right, Beth. If you are doing that on your YouTube channel, that is not the strategy you need to have when you're stepping onto the world stage and make you look like a scumbag. And the fact that he wasn't even prepared enough, nor had sense enough to actually listen to what she was saying. And yes, she is using the evidence, the same evidence that he's saying, well, that's not evidence, but the evidence I have is evidence, and it's based off of the same stuff that was in that pre-trial.
Cynthia, it's more nefarious. It's more gaslighting. What he says, no. She presents evidence. He asks for evidence. Then he says that's not proof. What is the evidence?
Right. So the evidence he's trying to say is his evidence is not the same thing, but it's okay for him to use it.
Just let me say, Joe. See, Beth.
Yes.
Now are you starting to see why Rachel threw the remote at him?
Yeah. Yeah. I took her remote. If I was being spoken to like this too, I think, and that's what he's trying to do, is he's trying to get her, especially because she's pregnant. He is praying to God those hormones are going to work in his favor.
No, he's done.
He's trying to get her flustered, get her frustrated. That way he can be like, look, she's crazy.
You could still
have crazy as you guys see her. She's crazy on her own channel. I sat down with her and she couldn't control herself. She's crazy.
You could definitely still have that MO, and I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing. It's definitely not a strategy I would use. And if you're going to try to make that your strategy, at least be prepared to make it happen, because you're talking so much facts and you know the facts in and out, and you can present them in a way that they are the evidence that you need to get her triggered. But he can't do that.
I hope next time, for public safety, shows up on Dusty's when Andrew comes, that he has a jar with a remote inside of it.
Sasquatch, you're gonna get ready. He's gonna try to take your position, because for a man that says he's not the Panelverse, he is all of absolutely the Panelverse right now. So he's gonna want to be Flo's co-host. You better hold your position.
Do I have a position?
Yes, we all can't stand it, but you do. Okay, maybe it's just me, but
we all can't stand it, but you do. Okay, at least you're honest.
Who are you talking about?
Okay, it's probably just me, but whatever. But kick play.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, real quick. OG's asking, are you saying that Andrew Wilson is trying to become Dusty's co-host?
Yeah, because he always says, I'm not the Panelverse. This behavior was 100% Panelverse behavior. And you paid $300,000? You big goofball. Like, what? I've never
$300,000. But here's the thing is, I haven't seen very many people on the Panelverse, actual Panelverse people, use these tactics.
What? We've met Easy. We've met Imperious. We've met Snap.
Easy.
He's
Wait
no
a second.
better than them. He's
Wait a
just
second.
calmer.
The people you're listing
Ammon.
off are
Avarice.
awfully close. The people you're listing off are awfully close to Andrew Wilson, are they not?
Right. Yes, that's what I'm saying. They're little.
They're acolytes.
They're whatever.
Exactly.
They're
They may be panelverse, but they're more crucible orbiters. They would say
I wonder if they consider
I'm not
themselves
panelverse.
apostles.
What?
What?
I said, I wonder if they consider themselves apostles.
They do. They do.
Apostles.
That's wild. All right, quick play.
Talk about the degraded prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that,
Say
that
that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not
asking
making stuff
this.
up. I'm saying that I think you, let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I'm doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence and I'm saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you review that slower? Because that was a little.
I'm gonna rewind it.
We're going too fast.
Yeah, that was a little high energy. Well, they were talking faster because it was getting heated.
Yeah, and I definitely want to.
And this is where she is demonstrating, hey, you're saying what is evidence I can't use, but yet you're using the same thing as evidence. You're not playing fair. You're not doing this fairly. As Sasquatch says, nefarious. It is.
Right. Exactly. He's trying to wind her up and let her go so he can paint her out so he can discredit her by showing that she's crazy.
Right. And Candace never moves her foot from the whole entire position. She's a pregnant woman. Man, Candace is in and fire your team, Andrew. Fire your team immediately.
But if I may, you've seen me do this, right? Where I say to these people or anybody who acts like this, I go, no, I want to go piece by piece. We're not going to do this jump around thing where you go from one thing to the third thing to the second thing back to the first thing, then jump to the third thing again and play a cup game like you're trying to get me to play the cup game on the streets in New York. We're not doing that. What we're going to do is we're going to discuss point one and then we'll move to point two. We don't move off point one until we both agree that point one is done.
Well, they don't want to do that.
And Candace that's the thing is I think that she came in attempting to do that. And now she started getting a little in the weeds because of how much he's shotgunning stuff at her, right?
Right.
Yes.
She needs to go back to that. If she goes back to, nope, we're going to go one piece at a fucking time and you're going to hear what I have to say. You're not going to keep over talking me. That shit is done.
If I may, just real quick.
I think he would melt down immediately.
Sasquatch, I believe, is actually incorrect as that other part being the most beautiful exchange. I find the most beautiful exchange coming up when she takes control and explains to him how adults have conversations.
I said
like a child.
Not beautiful. Important.
Yes.
All right. Are we ready?
Yes.
I slowed it down and I went back about 30 seconds.
My job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say Candace,
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what
Yes.
1102
So
means?
just so everybody who's watching us at home understands.
Boy, he don't like this.
Good job, Candace. Yeah, no, he doesn't like this
team.
because she just did what we said she needs to do. And that is say, no, we're going to start with this and we're going to look at it. We're not just going to jump to the next thing. I'm not going to prattle off a list so that you try to, turn that around and be like, what? You just listed off a bunch of shit and never showed anything. Because that can become
Street Posse,
ammunition.
you're right. Oh my God, he's so right. I had not thought about it, but he looks just like one of the guys off the beach Street Posse.
This is when he's most triggered by her evidence. And the
if
fact
you don't
that
mind.
he can fact check. And this is what triggers him most.
If you don't mind, Beth, just if you scan that other video I sent you earlier, just pop it up anytime you have a chance. But There's an AI image that dude, the lawyer, had on his show that I just didn't really care about it. But it's an AI image of Andrew just sweating buckets. And he admits it's an AI image.
He was moister than an oyster.
Yeah, the
bro.
internet's making fun of him
Oh my God,
so
the
hard.
internet is roasting him. And he should, again, if you're going to be on the world stage, don't give him so much to eat off of. He
If I may,
fed the internet.
If I just
If I may,
two sentences. Sorry.
Just a reminder, this is a man who's used to being able to get up and go have a smoke whenever the fuck he wants to.
Yeah.
Every time he's on the whatever podcast or doing his own show, he's got a drink in his hand.
So
See,
doesn't look good here at all.
All of you have heard me say, I don't want to be famous. This is why, right? Because like I have my crash out moments, but it's with a couple hundred of us, and it's not really a big deal. I don't want to do that on Candace Owens.
Yeah, he can't use his dirty tactics. He can't
do it for 300K.
He can't use the.
She's the one getting paid the 300K.
Yeah, I know. I get the irony. I'm just saying, but for $30 million, I will go crash right the fuck out on whatever subject.
I'm not paying you 300K for
That's the thing. He paid.
I'll do it for
300,000 to crash out.
I'll do it for 50.
But he can't use his dirty tactics. This is where, had this had been anybody else that wasn't Candace Owens, he would have started sniz, bitch. He would have started all of that. But because the internet's watching and he thinks that they're at least will catch this. I don't know why he doesn't think the internet didn't clock the rest of his little stupid games is beyond me. But he knows that they would have looked at him differently. So he can't fall back on that. Instead, he has to fall back on what he knows, and that's not much.
He's already in the fucking weeds. Because look at the hostage video that he made. Look at the hostage video. Okay. He knew they were already digging shit up on him. He knew more shit was coming, and freaking he knew that this was going to be a lot hard. Like he wrote some checks that he wasn't necessarily ready to fucking cash.
He wasn't even prepared. He had so much confidence.
You said insufficient funds?
No, big time. And not in the money way, in the fucking patience and readiness and everything. He was not ready and prepared for this by any means. And he looks horrible on here.
This
he looks horrible.
Part he breaks out, but he wasn't confident because he wasn't knowing of his subject. Instead, him and his team thought of ways that they could embarrass Candace instead of focusing on the real thing and seeing what he was made of. He had shown
he phoned it in.
Yeah, he has shown.
He phoned it in.
Listen, this was the whole thing. As long as he can prove the whole idea behind it, okay, is going to be that I'm willing to bet almost anything. His strategy is just prove if you can show that she is crazy, then that means everything she says must be crazy. And we don't listen to crazy people. We don't let crazy people make decisions for us. Therefore, any position she holds would be completely moot because she's fucking crazy.
Beth, can we take a comedy break for a second?
Oh my gosh.
A what break?
Just when you open that other video I sent you.
Let's do it when their commercial break, because this is getting good and we don't want to cut off the high energy of the video.
All right. It's funny though.
We'll get to it. I promise.
7 minutes, 8 seconds.
You're gonna see it.
What's the timestamp on it?
7 minutes, 8 seconds.
Oh
7 minutes, 8 seconds. Okay, when the
she'll find it while we're doing this.
Okay.
When the timing's right, we'll pull it. But this is getting good for sure. Oh, come on.
I'm saying, even if he doesn't, what Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up.
Look at him. He's
I'm
trying.
asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations.
Look at him.
Entire
look at me. So
preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole
my whole claim. Okay, Candace, sweetheart, all she needed to say right there is how many. I'm unmuted, right? Yes. How many fucking times have we had Patsies presented as being killers?
No, ma'am, because first off, she already addressed that at the beginning, and second off, they'll say that's a whataboutism.
I don't think so. I think that you can say, all right, listen, even when we start looking at things like in a court of law, right? Past behavior will come into play, and the past behavior is always a good predictor of future behavior. Okay. We know now that, yes, as a matter of fact, Oswald was a Patsy. We know this for a fact. Our government has done this before. Therefore, that is where you begin the inference to saying that this kid could be a Patsy. Why? Because our government's done it before, and the best predictor of future behavior is the past behavior.
Correct.
I would have started right there and then gone on to the evidence. Start with that and then say that plus this and this and this and this. You see what I'm saying? And then I think she would have had a much stronger leg to stand on against it.
I do understand what you're saying, but see, she's. I was going to say this when I was in the bathroom. This is the problem. She said when this all first started, I don't even know who this guy is. I never heard of him. Right. So she just assumed she was going to be speaking to somebody who was smart. So she already addressed that at the beginning. She shouldn't have to say it again. So I get what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that she thought that she was coming up against an opponent that was equal, and she's trying to get to the nitty gritty because she doesn't understand how this guy's so retarded. She doesn't. She is caught off guard by the incompetence.
She's treating him as an equal right now, but by the end of this, she's going to be treating him like she's the mother and he's the child.
Weird.
I see that she's playing a different type of game. Like she understands like these tactics that he's using, and instead she's trying to present it in a way is like, no, you're not going to move me off of my square, and this is her standing strong in it. She doesn't owe this dude an explanation. He asked her, what makes you believe that he is a patsy? And she's trying to give him the evidence of that. And he's wanting to know, well, just because the fingers are decorated, how come it's a patsy? Well, you didn't like you asked her what she makes that, like that's all he's trying to explain. He can't even take the basic. He doesn't want the answers from her. He just wants to figure out a way to karate chop her, sweep the leg.
Did you get that screenshot, Beth?
Oh.
Sure.
7 minutes. Oh, never mind. Get it when you get it.
I don't have a screenshot. I just have it pulled up. And actually, right now I have it pulled. Honestly, I pulled it up at 7 minutes, and I had a good giggle because it shows Candace sitting across from a clown.
That's it. Yeah, that's what I want you to show.
Or you see the one where Charlie's ghost is in the background.
We can do it real quick. We can show it real quick. It's only going to take 2 seconds, and honestly, this looks funny to me. And I can go right back. This is from Lionel.
And now you see people pulling themselves away. And what's in
I just wanted to show the guy, to show the clown.
This might be fair,
but
who cares about
clown? I thought you said you had him sweating.
No, just the clown. No, I'm going to find that one for you in a second, but I'm setting stuff up. Now, the next one, when you want to get into it.
Right there.
We're saying goodbye to the printable version of the chair yoga plan. Do you want us to send the last copies to
there it is.
I mean, the old detective movies where they would have this lamp.
Yeah. I notice he sweat. He doesn't sweat a lot when he's like in his studio and in certain places, but
observation.
Yes.
When I am in studio and I'm on camera, I have an extra AC in my window to keep this motherfucker dry because I sweat like you would not believe. I can wear a denim coat and have sweat dripping out of the denim in a few hours.
That's gross.
Right.
It's gross. It is gross. I don't touch people in the summer. Ever.
I don't care that he can't smoke. I don't care that he can't smoke.
Yeah.
If he's trying to run with the big boys, he's got to get used to stepping into arenas that don't allow smoking. So
get some Nicorette gum.
Because he couldn't smoke, that's not a negative thing. That's get over that shit. Okay,
now Beth, the next thing, don't do it now, but when you get a chance, right? So it's 40 minutes, 57 seconds. And then what that is, if you want to get to it, is a comparison of Andrew now versus then.
Oh yeah, I saw that too during the commercial break.
It's pretty damning. Yeah, good.
Thank you.
All right, here, let's hit play.
Was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy?
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps could literally be
fuck up, a lethal fuck up.
Where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
floor.
that's what convinced me.
What?
A lethal fuck up just happened. He said, no, I didn't say that. Again, this is why she's saying, bro, like, you and I both saw the same evidence. You have one, you thought one way, I thought another way. Why are you questioning me? And then she's giving him an example. For instance, you took the evidence that was presented in this preliminary trial and you accepted it as fact. You even stated it. He's like, no, I didn't. Total fuck up. They show the Twitter. Hey, y'all quit twittering y'all's real thoughts all the time. That's right, kitty cat.
Java, shut up. Go away.
The cat said that's them.
I need to get her spayed because I am not dealing with that. Salty, what are you talking? Why are you salty?
Need to grift.
Because he wants the link.
Grift for the open panel and the $35 thing.
Just don't. I mean, Sash is already here, but no more. No more.
No, open panel at the end.
Open
There's
panel.
$45 goal.
This is a good conversationalist, even though he gets
Okay.
Everybody, anybody wants to come up? We got to
we
get
need
the
approval. We
going.
need approval from the panel. I vote yes. We're gonna do it like my church.
No,
I
at the
nominate-
end, after we're done this,
the
Cynthia,
end.
there's a $45
Oh, damn,
goal to continue the panel as an open panel.
Sorry,
Right.
then I try. Remember that next time you try to roast me. Push play.
I love you,
Typo for
Cynthia. It's
salute.
okay.
Yeah, you called me salty. I saw it. Don't you dare try to retract it now.
Mighty big spit.
Okay.
All right. I want to pay attention.
Yeah, and they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I
the
didn't say
floor?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses.
Right.
That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were
idea
changing
that
their
on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people.
This is not
wearing
how evidence
this
works.
Totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen. Is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or
Incorrect. That's
false
not how
claim.
evidence works.
So when that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about
what never
a
happened,
logical
Hush?
proposition, otherwise you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No, I
Did you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspelled.
car.
See that
It was
foot go
his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
She has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Good job, Skylar.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not
So
exhaustive.
earlier when he said, I didn't tweet that.
But it's not exhaustive.
Yeah,
Well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago,
So earlier when he said, yeah, you tweeted that. And he's like, no, I didn't. She just showed, yes, you did. Rule number 2, fire your team. Go back and review your tweets. Review your opponent's tweets. Check all social media. How did you not see this coming?
Exactly. And really, I mean, I could sit here and fucking tear this apart really easily, especially the 4 cameras. Most of those cameras were up high looking down. So you can't even get like, there's only one shot that actually got like decent facial features of an individual in a stairwell. Okay.
I believe right here or somewhere close. He starts saying that this is just his opinion of what's going on. And she's like, yeah, me too. And like, he just doesn't get it.
Say that again. It's just a what?
At some point during this, he makes the assertion that like, well, this is just my opinion of how it is. And she's like, yeah, and this is my opinion of how it is. So why are you telling me what I should be doing my show about?
Right.
Yeah. He really could.
It don't make no sense. Like these people think that they come up on your show. These are the same people. They're all. That's why I said yesterday. It was weird watching people that I care about act like carbon copies, right? And just go, oh, I just agree with the narrative. What?
Oh my gosh, Andrew, I love it.
Sometimes you gotta phone it in, brother.
This is like
so far. I will say this: next time I see Grid, so far she has answered every single question that he has put to her. He just doesn't like the fucking answer.
You'll never get him to admit that.
You know what?
Say she didn't answer any questions.
I have to issue a public apology to Beth over yesterday. Beth, I wasn't aware until this show that you didn't watch all of this. I don't know if you mentioned that yesterday, but you might have. But like, I was going off of, I saw this whole thing.
Yeah, no, I did mention it. I'm guessing you didn't hear me. I had fallen asleep.
I'm sorry.
And I didn't come in. I didn't come in until after they played all the clips and everything. I didn't even see the clips. Like I saw the last two. I saw the last two clips that they played, and that was it.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me on The Wizard of Oz when the crew shows up at Oz and then they go behind the screen and realize it's just the little man. This is exactly what this reminds me of. I don't know why people put this man on a pedestal. I mean, shout out to him for putting the grind out. Shout out to him, for getting the views up and getting controversy. But he's a snaky character. And you look, and when we pull the curtain by putting him on the world stage, we see what he's really made of. He's just a little man hiding behind social media. Watch who you put on platforms.
Yep. El Perro says, being Republican in its own culture, same with all groupthink safe spaces, each has its own cult activity culture. I was actually addressing this last night, except I called it social contracts, and I was referring to how each group will have their social contracts on how they're going to act, what they're going to believe, how they're going to put it out there and try to fish people in and bring in all of that, right?
Yes, and then you had people come on this show.
Hang on, I wasn't done. Oh, I promise I'm going to be fast. This is why I agree with you so much. This is why I personally consider myself to be a nomad. I'm not going to fall into these groups where nobody's going to tell me what to think, and I'm not going to follow the leader. I apologize. Thank God I'm defiant. Thank God I'm defiant.
I have to say this but then you had someone come on your show to explain that there are no social contracts and it's okay that this happened. That some dude came along, called her out, acted the fool, and that's perfectly fine because there's no social contracts and it's perfectly okay for somebody to act like this. As well as the whole smoking.
No. Hang on. It's not that it's perfectly fine. It's that nobody, there's no force there to force them to, they don't owe you anything. Okay.
Right.
Nobody owes me respect.
Okay.
That is a daily thing that I have to upkeep my ability to be respected by like you and Cynthia, right? Is going to be hinged, hear me out. It's going to be hinged on my daily behavior and my daily everything that I say. It can change day to day. Tomorrow I could come up here, tell you a big whopper of a fucking lie, get caught, and boom, there goes my respect, right? and then I'd have to earn it back like from the beginning. And we all walk that walk. All right. No, nobody owes me that. I am not entitled to you respecting me every single fucking day because you've known me for a couple years now. Just you see what I'm saying? So it wasn't a matter of, it's not a matter of it's okay. It's a matter of it's not an entitlement.
But I think that,
but everyone owes themselves self-respect and have respect for themselves. And let's not forget, he paid $300,000 to go up there, and he had no self-respect for his character, for the work that he's put in, for everything that he's stood for. Even if he went up there and lost this debate, he's lost on his character alone, and he didn't have to be that way.
No, he thinks he did great. You don't understand. They're celebrating.
Yeah.
They are celebrating. They think he did great. He thinks he won and did great. And he showed that moment.
He paid $300,000. They better be celebrating something. Like they better be making him feel good. But at the end of the day, he still came up, and whether it be his money or somebody else's money, he lost credibility as well, along with his money.
If I may,
you can't just get back in a day.
Before we continue, unless Sasquatch wants to interrupt me, because that's okay.
I'm good, bro. Go ahead.
So I want to draw a comparison here. All right. And I understand I may have a little bit of a bias because you guys tolerate my nonsense. I would if you were stupid, right? So,
it's a necessary evil.
This is the issue. Is I watched all the people, like, and some of you, all right, and like, I don't want to. It's just so. A lot of people gave Dusty a hard time. It's like, oh, that debate, you know, you didn't really win it. And
you did.
How come we, like, I disagree, and I would love to have analyzed Dusty's thing. Maybe I'll get Beth to do it with me here someday.
Absolutely.
But I think that Dusty decimated him. I can point out at least 3 or 4 different places where there's logical fallacies. So, to compare Dusty's performance, and I watched some of the other thing about the boobs too, right? Not the whole thing yet. I think that Dusty's performance, number 1, entertainment value. Number 2, respect for your opponent. Number 3, be argumentation and simple, like just being able to present your evidence without being antagonistic and disrespectful. Dusty's performance during Grid's event was so much more fun and better than this trash heap fucking garbage fire of Andrew Wilson. Dusty doesn't get the respect he deserves. Do you think that I just line up behind any random person on the internet and go, this guy's my brother, I'm behind him all the way? Right? No.
And this is how it is in real life. I can testify to that, to the whole handshake behavior. Even if you're up in an act, this is an act behind the door. This is still a business, and you understand that, and you move accordingly. And he doesn't do that.
I'm just saying that I see something special in Dusty. Otherwise, I wouldn't be even paying attention to him. He is so much better than. Fuck off, weirdo. He is so much better of a performer and everything about even being online than this piece of trash. That's why I line up behind him.
Okay, thank you. All right, glazing time with flow states over. Sasquatch.
It's not. It's the fucking disrespect that he showed Dusty.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, if you are not subscribed to the Powdered Dusty, please make sure that after this stream you hurry on over there, and you should absolutely sub to the Powdered Dusty. It is the best time, I am telling you. We laugh, we joke. You better bring your sense of humor when you come too. Because
I admire Dusty because of his restraint. Because when Andrew came to ask for those texts from Sarah,
that's more of his shitty character behavior. Thank you. Just go on.
No, I'm saying when I was down in the chat, man. I was down in the chat, and I was so angry that he would act that way towards Dusty. Like who?
Why?
Like, and it does. Because Dusty had to restrain himself for public image. Dusty wanted to tear him to pieces. You could see it in his face. And his restraint is so admirable that he was able to restrain himself and act professional, because I would have lost my fucking mind.
Let me also point out that two Crucible people have come over recently and had a damn good time at Dusty's, and they said you guys are
right.
What did they say? They said you're not how I expected you to be. This place is great. I like you guys. You're funny. This is my kind of place to hang out. I'm coming back. Okay. The shit that gets said is really but again, it's because the narrative is being controlled and put into a light where it's very much like, give me all your money, give me all your attention, fuck everybody else. I'm the I'm the important person here.
I'm the prize. Yeah, and
I'm the potentially famous person.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
I mean, he should have known that this was happening and been prepared. And the fact that he thought he could get up here and do dirty tactics and it was going to be strong enough to go against the person's buddy who trained her how to debate. You think that you're going to go against her in a debate of her friend that trained her? And she's not going to be prepared. Like, at no point in all of these days did you think, let's get ready. Like his complete inability to state his opinion clearly and understands hers is insane.
Again,
I came prepared to this show.
I actually heard people say this. Number one, he's counting on the pregnancy hormones to fucking interfere. Okay. And he's completely discounting his opinion of women, causes him to lose sight of the fact that this is a mother of 5. Okay, 5 children will drive you insane. You have to develop a certain kind of personality and a certain way of dealing with them if you don't want them to mutiny and take control of your household. She lives that every single day, and he thought he was going to come up in here and pull some shit that her kids have already fucking tried, and you see it. There's going to be a shift coming up, because I was here in time to see this shift where all of a sudden she just kind of sat back and she folds her hands and she smiles and she gets very calm and very even, and she goes, no, you're not going to do that to me.
Right.
Can you imagine if at Act 3, when they come back from the second break or whatever, if she had picked up the cuckable mug and started drinking out of it? Oh, fuck, man.
God. Somebody sent Andrew next flow, we're gonna send Candace.
It's already sent.
Oh, nice.
He already sent her one, I believe.
Nice.
No, not Candace.
I don't know about Candace.
I'm pretty sure.
No, he sent to Rachel.
Because Josh got him the address.
For Candace,
I believe.
Owens.
I might be wrong.
I'm pretty sure he sent it to the Wilsons. One to Rachel and one to Andrew. And before we hit play,
No, it was discussed.
Yeah.
I see that our dear friend Dina.
But you are 1,000% correct. That she does start literally treating him like a child momentarily. Because she's insulted by this. I would be.
Your friend D9 is here. Say hi, D.
What's up, girl?
Hi, D. Yeah, she's a good girl. She was sleeping, so I went and got her for you. Because this is Dee's favorite kitty in the whole wide world. Is she gonna go?
No, do you guys remember the day Double O came over and goes, and we were talking about something, and all of a sudden he just goes, yeah, by the way, I started a website and you guys can buy my merch. And he sends Dusty the link, and Dusty's like, right. And he didn't have anything more to say. And Dusty's like, fuck you, bro. And he kicked him right off the show. That's what this is like. Like, okay, do you have any more than that? No?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing?
Java? No. Go away, because you're driving me nuts, cat. Yeah. Java is in heat and is driving me nuts. I apologize, guys. There's nothing I can do. She's got a mouth on her. And the only volume that she has is Scream.
That's why I got mine fixed. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to get that taken care of. So I should be grifting for that too. But right now it's 45. It is.
Remember,
it's 45.
Don't
Hang
interrupt
on,
the
I'm
grift.
doing a grift. I'm doing a grift.
Oh.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is $45 to open the panel. I'd like to remind everybody, StreamYards has upped their prices and costs a fuck ton of money. And so doing this is actually quite a burden on me, as I am a single mother and I am disabled. And I live in New York, one of the shittiest states in this godforsaken country. So your donos are very much appreciated. Oh, why did I just post Dusty shit? The fuck is wrong with me? Oops.
Please donate, because this ain't free. And if you don't donate, you're pretty much stealing.
And at the very least, I do need subs. So if you don't mind subscribing to the channel, that would be a huge help. Yes, I posted Dusty's link. Make sure you sub up to him too. But the sooner we get $45 in, you can come up and argue with us.
What was you gonna say, Cynthia?
Click play.
Yep. Click and play. Click and play.
Oh yeah, just remember he said he didn't do this tweet. She's proven that he did. I mean, he didn't. Like, this is a mess up, bro. How were you not prepared for this? How did you just deny it so quick?
Oh my god!
Doing it. Like,
holy fucking shit!
What?
D.
Up, somebody sent you money to open the.
I'm about to cry. I'm gonna
Thank
fucking
you,
cry
dear.
right now.
Thank you on behalf of me
Yay!
and Beth.
Thank you. Don't let crazy people up. We already have Sasquatch.
No. It's closed till the end. Yeah, D, can you tell us in chat, is that to open the panel at the end or just a regular donation? You choose, Beth. You do what you want.
Hang on here.
Technically, for public use, that should, if it's more than 45, should cover it.
I'm a little emotional right now, but that is the biggest dono I've ever received. So thank you very much. I appreciate you. I love you to death. And I will make sure Valkyrie gets her back in here to see you again. I promise. Thank you. Like, really. You helped me
and the
out
rest of you are thieves.
Huh? Do what you like.
Please donate. It's appreciated by Beth.
Oh my god. Thank you. Love you very, very much.
Told you we needed to do this.
Oh, Lord. Ooh. Okay, yeah. I'm going to press play and get my emotions in check before the Wilsons find out that I'm being emotional and come tell me I'm wrong for doing it.
Stupid woman.
Said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Nope. Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not.
It's cool to just say I was wrong. I didn't say it.
I'm not wrong. So
He's
back
wrong.
to the tweet,
He's wrong.
aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't.
She
You
said
said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all the.
What are you saying there, Cynthia?
You said 5 things. He said, no, I didn't. Like, she said, you said that the car. He said, no, I didn't. And she's like, yeah, you said 5 things. He's like, no, let's fact check it. And she did.
But now.
And she did and proved that it was right.
Yes.
And now he's pivoting from it and wants to go to something else. And she's like,
No, he is misphrasing. See what he does? That's another trick.
Right.
He says, no, you said it was just that, but you didn't say that it was this other stuff. But she didn't say anything about, like, precisely, imbecile. All she did was bring up your tweet. She's asking you, you're the opposition of her. You're supposed to tell her what the overwhelming evidence is. Not her job to tell you what your overwhelming evidence is.
Well, he's saying the overwhelming evidence came from the same pre-trial that she got evidence to think that he's a patsy. And she was like, well, logically, how did you come up with that? She's like, the same way you came up with your, like, so he's just trying to get her in a got you moment and not realizing.
She says that in a minute.
Yeah, like you should play this in a different way because you're not prepared. You just think he's a one-trick pony. Is like, let's just say that.
Yes.
I'm gonna press play and I gotta run to the bathroom. Okay, so just to warn you guys, I can't pause it. I'll be right back.
Yep.
These other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I said.
There's no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
Time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your.
Wow, you see that? She is 1000% right now. He's trying to make her feel like he just pretty much said to her, "You're wasting your time and what you're doing right now is wrong and you need to stop."
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's not even going to acknowledge it. He's so arrogant. He can't even acknowledge it. Like, he's not even a man at this moment. He's not even a good warrior. Hit touche, Candace, thanks. Whatever. And again, you should have been prepared for this. How do you not review your shit? Like, you got to think like your opponent. And what is the opponent trying to learn about you? You've got to think that same way and do your own research on yourself and figure out any and everything they can use against you. How is nobody telling him this?
I tried.
He literally is like, this is worse than like pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. He is the man behind the curtain trying to say, I'm not standing behind the curtain. And
the little guy.
How dare you? You looked behind the curtain. You ruined everything. You're not supposed to do this. And you can see, look at the smug smile on his face as like she's calling him out. She's picking up on exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. Oh, man, little twitch. He's got a twitch. We're going to talk about his twitch later.
The ear pulling?
And the head turning, the head twitch.
Because he has a headset.
Oh, yeah. We're going to, don't worry, I got the headset. We're going to debunk that shit.
Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you it was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
You said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange.
All right,
you and I were both lied to since childhood. We were told since we were her age that we had to
where he's
save
got
up
his
cash
fingers tapped
to get started
together.
into real estate.
Oh yeah.
So he doesn't move his hands. He's
That's
perturbed.
that's called steepling. Okay, the position that his hands are in, and what that does, it's actually signaling. It's telling it. That move is used to imply to others that you are in control. You are the most important person. And that's what it's a huge body language thing. Whenever somebody is in front of you doing that, guys, that's literally like it's a not a microaggression, but
Micro expression.
It's not a micro expression either. It's literally
manipulation.
Oh, I can't think of the name of it. It's Chase Hughes and Scott Rouse and them talk about it all the time. But like the steepling, think about The Simpsons. Mr. Burns, yes. Every time something's happening that's bad, that's good for him, you see him doing this, right? And that's him saying, I'm the puppet master. This is good for me, bad for you, but I don't care about you. You need to care that I am happy because you want me to be happy because I'm in charge.
Well, he thinks he's in charge. He has failed miserably. Or the company he's been around has been very, very bottom of the barrel. And step your game up, homie. Hopefully he
watches. If I may, just because I was interested in this. Candace Owens graduated from Stanford High School in Connecticut. She attended University of Rhode Island for 3 years, majoring in journalism. But she left during her junior year without finishing a degree. So, she's not stupid.
No, not at all. When you hear her talk about growing up and like the things that her grandfather taught her, because she was very, very close with him, like the life stuff that he taught her, that shit is invaluable.
Did y'all read her tweet yesterday? Hang on, let me find it. She says, been saying a lot lately on my show that I'm finally able to smile more when I reflect on Charlie. The anger and grief has transformed into something else, like he's with us somehow. Charlie was the one who aggressively trained me how to debate. That's important, with flashcards on the topic of BLM, day in and day out. Stay calm, know your subject in and out, stay away from personal attacks. I can almost hear him now. Today felt like an absolute cakewalk of a debate on a subject that I care about deeply. The student has become the master, Charlie. Again, I cannot believe that Andrew did not better prepare to do a debate with a woman that learned how to debate on from the subject matter you're debating. His arrogance, his team totally misled him. Don't be misled anymore, Andrew. Come to the wild side.
No, you don't understand. He tells his team what to do. They don't give him all that much they do what he points and clicks and they go. Okay. We're talking his team is Jake Rattlesnake, Chase Haggard,
you may have missed this part, but what we're referring to is the fact that momentarily here, Candace says, and she starts bringing up TPUSA, and it is exactly what we discussed on Dusty's a few nights ago when this was brought up, is Rachel went to TPUSA and set this up. That's the truth. It's said here momentarily.
Huh.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Quickly.
I didn't know that till now, but I'm
just telling you, we haven't even gotten to the good part yet.
Yeah, Act 3 is the best.
I think I saw Act 3. Okay. And I didn't know Rachel set this up till just now. And D9, I couldn't agree with you more. Noble of her to state and give credit to the person that helped her. Says something about her character and her integrity. You are 1000% correct. And honestly, that's one thing that I've always admired about Candace Owens is her character and the integrity and the way that she carries herself and puts herself out there to be seen by others. She is actually a really good role model for, younger women coming up. Just the way that she praises motherhood as well as being educated, though. Like, she has got this balance and this way about her that is from older times because of the influence of her grandfather. And I've always liked Candace Owens. I really have.
I never picked up on that till right now. That's the reason why I like her, because she acts like my great grandmother.
She is so in my notebook, guys. Y'all have no idea how many notes I have on Candace Owens in my notebook. I watch her shows religiously.
My great grandmother, when she was like 79 years old, punched me in the face.
Nice.
But don't be thinking that Andrew needs to fire his team. No, listen, I mean,
I don't know.
He has to get a divorce from his husband, is what we're saying. No, I deserved it, Cynthia. I deserved it. I raised my
No, his team still needs to say, yo, bro, we still got to do this part too. Just because I've worked for Andrews. Just because they say something, it's still up to you to remind them that they need this other stuff too.
That does not mean that they will accept it, because this is the thing. Cynthia, the people who work for Andrew are people who Andrew is teaching. So therefore, he is the master and they are the students. And how dare a student try to tell a master what to do?
Yeah, let's never forget. You're forgetting, Cynthia, just for context. He ended his relationship with Sarah and all of us because she laughed at Rob Norm making a fool of himself.
Oh yeah, that's right. It doesn't matter. He should watch this back and see how much of a fool he likes, and should understand how much of a fool he looks like, and understand that this is not a good look. And if he doesn't have sense enough to listen to his team, then that's not the right type team for him. Don't ever think in the entertainment industry, never forget this is what we are. It's more than just one person making it happen. And if you don't trust them, get people around you that you can.
can't trust himself.
I saw one time when he decided, it was like New Year's Eve or something, and he decided he was gonna clear out everybody on the banned list. Okay. Unban everybody. Mr. E, his producer, he was in the chat going, no, don't do that. Don't do that. No, no, no. He starts calling Andrew. Andrew put him on speakerphone, and he's screaming, going, Andrew, these people know where I live and have threatened my wife and my children. Do not do this. Andrew made fun of him, hung up on him, and then unbanned everybody anyways.
Oh my gosh.
And this was Mr. E is his producer.
And is he still his producer?
Yes, he's still his producer today.
What a dumbass. Why would you ever do that? Why would you ever still work with a man that has no problem putting you and your family in danger? That makes absolute, like I said, he doesn't have the right team around him. Go ahead.
I swear to God, I watched that shit happen. I'm not even kidding. No, Pero.
You know the Crucible people will want proof. So not now, but if you can find it, that would be a great deep dive.
I know I've showed it to people before. I don't believe I still have it. And he puts everything behind a paywall. Yeah. But like it was rough. Dusty can tell you. Dusty has seen it.
Yeah,
sure.
Okay. What were you gonna say?
Sure, Dusty saw it.
What were you gonna say, Tent?
Sorry, I was play.
Okay.
Yes,
good.
Press play.
I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
I never said it was exhaustive. You said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that
semantic nonsense.
Well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay. So I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy theorists. That's literally what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay. So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm paraphrasing.
Can we pull that up?
Yeah, I think that's
by the way,
he said on the news,
Twigs
I believe,
himself said that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance. Sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stereo.
See, she's just trying to disarm him with that.
Texting that's me in.
Well, no, she's asking for a fact check. Like if he said that.
No. When she's because they'll say, "Oh, she was being disrespectful." When she said, "Do you have a dream?" Because she brings it up numerous times.
Oh no, he said that earlier in his opening.
I know, but she's trying to right there. She was trying to disarm him, right? She's like, "Can we please take this down like 2 notches from you trying to act superior to me and actually have a conversation like 2 equal human beings that are rational, not this." That's why she starts shaming him here soon.
Right.
Yeah. She goes into mom mode where, okay, you want to act like my oldest child who's trying,
who wants to borrow the car even though he got caught drunk driving last month?
Right.
So we will, let's see, we are going to open, it goes into Act 2 where?
Act 2 is a really good act. Act 2 is a really
about
good
10 minutes. I've got people who want to come up.
Okay.
Well.
I'll talk to you in back
That's it?
chat. I'll talk to you in back chat.
Okay.
I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
the
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, "I'm not 100%."
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use.
Hold up. Oops, wrong button. My bad. There we go. I'll rewind it a little. Couple things. Sorry. I want to respond to a few people here in the chat. Yeah, so share Cropper first. Yes, we actually addressed the clout chasing from the very beginning. That's why he won't show the text message here. And he says, he says, well, I'm going to save it. I'll show it on my channel. I'll show it on my show. That way, the 3.5 million people who see the debate on Candace's channel, if they want to see the text, well, they got to come to my channel to see that.
That's so disrespectful.
That's 1000% clout chasing. Ag, she absolutely did, actually. She precisely listed all 7 charges. It was Andrew. Andrew was messing it up. He kept going murder, and she's like, no, it's aggravated murder, and there is a very big difference.
Right.
So, and yes, Frank, I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to invite Frank up. We will open the panel for everybody after probably somewhere around after their break. I thought 1 or 2 were a little different. Yeah, nope, she got them correct. What happened was Andrew tried to All right, so she said, you name one, and he said murder. And she was like, no, because actually it's aggravated murder, which is different, right? That enables you for the death penalty. And he said, so it's murder. And she's like, no, it's aggravated murder.
But then
like,
she tried to explain the difference, and he wouldn't allow her, and spoke over her and tried to browbeat her.
Well,
and exactly, and he did that multiple times as she was trying to list. Like for instance, she said there's 2 counts of obstruction, and he goes, "Is that the actual wording? Are you getting it right?" He implied that she was wrong.
Well, what are the actual charges? She goes, "Those are the charges," like a child.
She asked, "Do you want me to tell you?" He was like, "No, never mind." But she did ask. We will see that. Like she could have answered that question, but he was already. And she even said, "Like you're going to be embarrassed." Like she even told, like, "Don't do this." Okay,
real quick. Sorry, real quick, Frank. When you come up in the back, I need you to cam up for a minute, but then you can turn your camera off. Just come up, flip me a middle finger so I know you're a real human being, and then by all means, you do not have to have your camera on panel if you don't want to.
Right. So, but yeah, but Act 2 is a good act as well. I have some notes from there. Good stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm filling up pages in my notebook here. It's wild.
I love this.
But so yeah,
you need to make some shorts.
Yeah, he really seriously, he was like trying to trip her up, and he was implying that she said it wrong. So they actually brought up the list.
Her
and
team
looked at it, and they showed it, and yes, she got all of them correct. It was just that he was trying to say, no, you didn't, but she did.
And he was using the dirty tactics of holding up his fingers, like, hurry up, come on, trying to throw her off of his balance. And then he even went dirtier and was like, hey, did somebody text you that message? I saw you on your phone. And she even was like, okay, let me.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, he demanded that the moderator be allowed to look at her phone.
No, she offered it up freely because he made the accusation.
And she even said, you're going to be double embarrassed. Like she's literally telling him, but he's seeing red.
And now Cynthia's asserting that he had a headset the whole time. Look at you, fed shit.
Can pull up I know the exact second, hour, minute, and second, like whatever that is behind the second millisecond that it shows up. Hello.
Hi, Frank. How are you today?
Good. What about you guys?
Doing well.
Yeah. Living the dream, don't you know? Have you seen the debate all the way through yet?
Yeah, I watched it all the way.
Nice.
I fell asleep and I missed the first half. So
you want to know my favorite part? By the way, I'm neutral. By the way, I don't think Candace won it. I don't think Andrew won it.
Irish, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm Dutch, by the way. But
okay.
So my favorite part of this entire interview is that Andrew teaches rifles.
Oh, I love it. Frank, what was that? Was he telling the truth or not? And was he being deceitful or ignorant?
That's what he does all the time. He goes into a debate. And I met him once in a debate. We didn't technically debate, but it was on Raging Tomatoes. And I know exact his debating style. He goes into a debate not knowing anything, and he uses intuition to press somebody into things that they do not know. And then he Googles it, and then he goes like, oh yeah, that's a gotcha moment. That is what he does.
You know what else he does is he will go for the most extreme possible example to throw you off. Yeah, like Papua New Guinea and things like that. So that or digging up grandma to have sex with her. He'll go to those places.
Oh my
God. So that the whole thing is just completely fucked from there because nobody can even think straight after having to consider would you have sex with your dead grandmother?
What?
It's like, oh my God. Yeah, he's pulled that several times, Cynthia. I'm not kidding. He once asked, he said, Cynthia, check this out.
Oh, come on, man.
According to the law, incest is illegal because children can be born with a lot of problems, right?
Yeah.
So why would it be illegal for 2 brothers to have sex since they can't produce children?
It's not.
Oh my gosh.
This is a question. He posed that question during a debate. He also
He stole that
posed.
from me because I said it's perfectly fine because it's hot.
He also posed the question, what is wrong if Granny put in her will that she wants someone to dig up her dead body and have sex with it? What is wrong with doing that?
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
nothing, Ed Gein. That seems perfectly good for a made-for-TV movie.
I mean, you have to keep in account with who Andrew always competes to. He always controls the environment.
Right.
And, you know, he always does contracts. Otherwise, he wouldn't debate anyone.
Right. Yeah.
Nice.
I actually met him and Rachel in Nashville, and got to be around them for a bit there, and actually observe them at DebateCon and whatnot. And it was surprising to say the least. I came back and was kind of like I wasn't expecting it to be the way that it was, because number one, Rachel, and I don't mean this badly, right? She is an absolute feminist, 1000%. I don't know why this negative. And look, I think that feminism at this point is like everybody has a touch of feminism. It's just a matter of how far you're going with it and what you're looking at.
If I may, just for 1 second, and then
she has everything. Go ahead, sorry.
He made accusations against Beth one day, right? And the problem is that I know Beth probably better than anybody else in the world, on the internet anyway. And
not Flo.
Right after, I don't know about that, but right after she came back from DebateCon, she never had a bad word to say about the Wilsons. She said they were the nicest people ever, and I have had problems with the Wilsons. And Beth and I were friends during all that, and she even what she said, yeah, you know, it was a little bit mean with what Rachel said, but you know, that's just the way that they think. So like, and she never said a bad word, and then then they came into grids and made her lose a debate and lied about her, and then never came with any receipts at all, and it was so despicable.
I've publicly requested those receipts 3 times from Andrew. Not a single one has ever come. So I'll take my W and walk the fuck away. But yeah, no, they were pleasant. I enjoyed talking to them. I enjoyed hanging out with them. It was just a matter of I was shocked because like everything that I've seen them give people shit for, especially on whatever, like I've heard them give girls shit for having tattoos on whatever, right? Rachel has tattoos, and Rachel wears a bunch of makeup.
But she also has free baby daddies.
Well, I mean, to me, his character has never been a great stand-up character, and that's what I look at, regardless if it's online or offline. I've seen his character offline as well, and I wasn't impressed with it.
I think Rachel is, well, essentially kind of in a beaten wife syndrome phase.
No. She abuses him. She threw a remote at him. She threw a remote at him. And also, I'm pretty sure that she's a dude. Go ahead.
Frank, I was shocked. Andrew was not carrying her purse by the end of the night. She was literally at the spearhead with the men flanking behind her. She is a boss babe all the way. They do what she says. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
That is a strong, outspoken woman who will go to mean girl tactics if she needs to.
I dare you to play Dusty Short.
As long as you fall into line and smile and nod and listen to her stories and tell her how, you know, awesome her book is and stuff like that, she's the sweetest person in the world. But
I dare you to play Dusty's Jordan Peterson short.
She's an ambitious woman, and that's a very, very dangerous thing because they'll do anything to achieve their goal, and you don't know what their goal is. And the majority of their time, their goal is obviously they're the ones benefiting most from the goal. So that's a dangerous person. His character again is just wild. Her character, the way that they talk to people, the way that I've seen Rachel Wilson talk to people is zero respect. And how you're going to move in a space like this without respect and think that you're going to be respected is beyond me.
When I spoke with Rachel, you know, she brought up her abusive ex-husbands, right? And I was attempting.
Was that the one that ripped out half her tongue?
Which doesn't.
Yeah. So my first interaction with her, I actually was like, "Hey, listen, I read your book and I wanted to ask you about this because something in her book is wrong, and I was wondering if she's going to address it in a future book, and if she even knew that it was wrong." And she admitted that she knew what I was talking about, and then she very quickly wanted to cut off and get the fuck away from me. Okay.
Then the
And
entire book is probably wrong then.
So
She's
later,
victimizing herself.
I went back to her and I wanted to try to make good and have a good impression with her. Okay. And she started talking about her past relationships. And I myself come from a domestic violence situation that I spent 20 years in. And I was trying to connect with her on that, but it was kind of like I got shushed, and it was, you sit there and listen to my story. And I couldn't get a word in. And then when she decided she was done giving me her autobiography, she had to go talk to somebody else.
You know, that is interesting. Let me get. So I studied criminal psychology, right? And for example, the daughter of BTK, Bind to Kill, the serial killer, her daughter has now a restriction against their own children, and you have to wonder why.
Have you you study criminal justice? Have you seen? There's an artist named Ren who did. There's an artist named Ren who did a trilogy, The Tale of Jenny and Screech. It's a song. It's 3 songs put into one.
You mean the British singer?
He's from Brighton.
Yeah, the one who got Lyme disease.
Yes.
Yes. I know who he is. He makes really good songs.
If you haven't seen The Tale of Jenny and Screech, you should watch that because it deals with generational trauma like that coming from dangerous, abusive situations and how it can pass on to children, even if the children were never in the environment to begin with.
You don't have to tell me. I am one.
He did a phenomenal job with it. Phenomenal.
He's really good. He's extremely good.
I'm waiting for Vividness to pop up going, Gren!
But you know what? What I noticed in this entire interview, I'm not sure. Did you guys watch the entirety of it?
So far.
Yes, sir.
So besides criminal psychology, I do a lot of criminal psychology. So I do a lot of criminal profiling as well. So I tend to help a lot of people. The channel that I have now is brand new, but I used to do it like for 2 years ago, and I kind of got into it again today. So what I noticed is I watched the preliminary hearings again, and what I'm a perfectionist. I can't help it.
I love it.
That's why I said I'm kind of neutral when it comes to both. I don't pick a side. I'm extremely neutral to anything. Every single case that I cover, I don't pick sides at all.
Because it's about the facts.
Yeah.
Real quick, by the way, I just remembered the steepling. This is called an adapter.
Bingo. Exactly.
If you have a link for your channel, put it in the back chat, and I will blow you up on all the time.
Don't worry, it's all fine.
We do it for everybody that comes on panels, honey.
I think he's a big channel that found the Andrew Wilson thing. Yeah.
Anyways, what I find interesting is in this entire debate, I never heard that Tyler Robinson, his car, and his person went back to the crime scene. I didn't hear anything of that.
I haven't.
It was in her timeline. It was in her AI timeline that was released like a week or two ago or whatever.
I don't watch Candace at all.
I get you. I'm just updating like what they're kind of talking about because she released this AI timeline video which I can find you, but so that they're talking about that's what they're talking about. Yeah,
I get what you're talking about. So what she did is essentially she didn't watch the preliminary hearing. She did
No,
the
she did.
transcripts. No,
Yeah,
no,
she
no, no, no.
did.
Listen to me. She put the transcripts in and put it into ChatGPT or Grok. That is what she did.
Whatever. Like she did not on this what we're watching,
And
but
that
on
is
her
what-
show, she
Why do
released
you
a
say that?
timeline where she's like, okay, he drove 7.5 hours to here, then 7.5 hours to there. Then after doing all that, then he went home, and then he went to Chick-fil-A, and then he went and bought gas an hour away from his house. And so that's referenced multiple times during this debate.
Well, he went to Chick-fil-A because I watched that episode today of that trial,
Right.
episode 2 or trial day 2.
Okay.
That he went on Chick-fil-A on the campus.
Yeah, but I'm saying that was in the timeline video, right? Like then he
Mhm.
went to Chick-fil-A, and then he drove home, and then drove an hour away from his house to get gas after he had already driven for like 20 hours or whatever, been awake for 24 hours and all this stuff.
I can give you something if you want. That
I'm just addressing what you're saying.
No,
is that's what
I
they're
get it.
referencing during this,
You know what is interesting though? Is I mentioned this today as well. As even though I got 0 viewers, I mean I don't give a shit. I just do explanatory things. Is that the TMZ video was never shown?
Oh,
what video is that, please?
Hold on.
I don't know what you were.
Well,
I went.
we don't need to.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Here.
Oh, hold on.
I'll take this down. I've still got it, and I went and I pulled up your channel.
Still don't know if this guy's not a troll
I'm gonna
yet.
promote you because that's what we do for one another around here.
Don't
You
worry
spend
about
your
it. I will be fine.
No, it's a friendly gesture. You come to my panel. I want to make sure my people know who you are because, especially, you're bringing a lot of really important and valuable things. You deserve to, get some viewers and shit, dude. And like I said too, you're always welcome to come here. I'm a history nerd, like ancient history.
Me too.
I'm a cultural studies. My daughter right now is wrapping up a hominid study in Africa. She'll be home on Monday.
That is awesome.
She's an archaeologist, so we're all a bunch of nerds here.
Then you and me are gonna be best friends.
Fuck yeah.
But I was watching all these preliminary hearings. I'm like, why are they not bringing up the key factor of this? That's definitely him.
Can you explain it, please, so we understand what's going on here?
So before the shooting, that is Tyler Robinson, allegedly.
Okay. Yeah, and where is he?
How do you? That's a blurry.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I know it's
get you.
blurry.
No, but see, he's limping because he jumped off the roof. I think I've heard of this.
This is before.
Before.
So he had bum leg before he jumped off the roof?
Just wait for it, because he comes running right there, after the fact.
Oh, it's because he has the pew in his leg.
And I know exactly where this camera is located.
Is that what they're saying?
Candace's things that she's saying is that you can't say that as Tyler Robinson.
Right.
You can only say that
because
as
it's
right
blurry.
now. Right.
Yeah,
Because, and she has a good point. You can't really say that. All white guys look alike to me.
Okay.
So,
if you watch this video, then I can explain to you and prove to you that it's him. How about that?
Let's see.
And this is where he changes clothing.
Are we identifying him strictly based on the backpack at this point?
No, hold on. I will show you.
I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Got it. Always take him.
Oh, he's behind in the shadow type thing, changing his clothes. Okay, and then he runs.
And then so that is what TMZ does, right? Anyways,
okay.
This video has not been brought up yet. Anyways, I know exactly where that video is. Do you guys?
Yeah.
Are you guys aware of?
You said you were going to prove it was him, though.
Yeah.
How do you prove it was him?
yeah, that wasn't it. And this is actually the debate.
How do you prove it was him, though?
Yeah, that we were reviewing. So we should get back to what we
We're
were
working on it. 7 cities. He's going to do it.
There you go.
What does that prove? How do you know that that's him? That's a guy in a maroon shirt.
Because in 2022, he got in an accident, and that is where this entire video is about. Don't you think that looks exactly like him?
No, that looks exactly like the white guy in a maroon shirt.
Yeah.
No, I mean these.
What did he say?
He said these. Like that was going to somehow change my thought. I don't know.
No, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but you can't prove to me that that's them. That's the person that was in the TMZ video.
No, I totally get that, which is fine. And that is why I did this. Hold on. Look at the body shape, right? Because body shape's never, hold on. BMG,
that's not true.
That's not true.
Which is fine. I got something else. I'm prepared for anything, folks.
Yeah. Like,
that probably doesn't convince you as well, which is fine. Do you think ears change?
I have no idea.
In Epstein's photos, they did.
Cartilage doesn't change, by the way, but okay.
Well, in his ears and nose grew and changed shape completely. So I mean, I guess.
So, and this is basically the crux of Andrew and Candace's debate. You do believe it based off of that evidence, whereas 10th Man and I are saying that's not evidence enough for us to believe.
Right.
Then what kind of evidence would suit you guys that you would believe it? Like a clear image?
I guess I would have to see it to believe it, and so far I have not seen it. I don't know what it would take, but I'm open to receive anything. And so far what's been received, I don't think it is him. And I do wonder, is the government lying to us again? Would that be hard to believe? No. So why would it be this time?
After everything that they've put us through in the past and the patsies that we've had come up and everything, I mean, we know our government is good at setting up to do whatever it is that they want.
See, but he wants to talk about
whoever they want to get rid of.
But then it's not addressing this, sir. When I watched their security guy laugh like Andrew did about what happened, right? And say, well, the university said I'm just not allowed on the roof. And everybody wants to just explain the incompetence, just the same as the Butler thing, where it's like, no, nobody's allowed over on. No, we're not even going to set anybody on that roof. We're just going to set people up where you can't see that perfect vantage point, and everything's perfectly fine.
I get what you mean, and I love you guys for being honest about questioning things. But at a certain degree, it stops. I don't have all the answers as well, right?
I'm saying if it is a setup, then you would get somebody to perpetrate it that looks like and is trains himself to walk like him, move like him, is a very similar body shape. That's what you will do.
And my man, I'm an evidentiary guy. For me, that goes way too far. But
of course it goes way too far, and that's why the justice system is set up the way that it is, so that you can set people up like this, and then you just go, that's supposition, and it's like, right, but we're going to just go ahead and discount the thousands upon thousands of hours of body camera video, of setups, and the cases, like the black guys that were set up for the explosion and all. The FBI set them up, and then the guy who is now the autistic kid or whatever that's being said that he did the Jan 6 boom thing, right? When everybody believes that it's the person that the actual agent or whatever it was that we found on that video that actually placed that underneath the bench, but now some random autistic kid is doing it, right? So, like, I get what you're saying, but you cannot tell me that the justice system is not a clown show.
Yeah.
So if you're going to tell me, oh no, I have very, very strict evidentiary processes. Okay, in a clown show, you want me to accept clown show biased proceedings based on only the evidence that can be proven. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Jade, hang on 1 second, please. I want to introduce myself. Hi, Jade. I'm Beth. Welcome to my
Hello.
channel.
Hi, Beth.
Do me a
I'm
favor.
Jade, by the way.
I'm hearing some stuff. Look, I'm gonna give you a chance. By all means, just please don't porn bomb me. Like I put a lot of work into
what is
this,
that?
and
What is that? Wait, what is porn bob?
no boobs, no.
Oh, what? No. What is that?
Okay.
Porn bob?
People do that weird stuff over
I
here.
I don't know. People will come up and do that. There's people that come up and do that kind of stuff.
First off, this is my only second ever time being on the channel, so I'm confused what the hell porn bub is. Porn
Don't
bub?
worry, dear. Just
Is it
sit
porn
back,
bub?
relax, and.
So, are you watching the Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens debate? Were you watching that?
Yep,
Is
I
that
sure
what brought you up?
Yep.
Yeah.
I watched Candace Owens. I agree with a little bit. I don't agree with all, but I do agree with a little bit what she's saying. Hello, Caucus Asian. Hello. I think you had me mixed up with something. I think you had me mixed up with someone else. Like what other channel have I been on? I've only been on 2 channels. Jeff and right here.
Okay.
Well,
welcome.
Yeah, let's get back to the video.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get this debate back up here. We'll get back to it because I want to get through more of it.
But thank you. Thank you, Beth, for introducing us.
You're very welcome. Where is it? There it is.
Baby, I'm 30. I am not perm bubbing anybody. I have better things to do than perm bub.
Amen to that.
I don't even know is it called perm bub or
porn bombing?
Porn bombing.
Yeah, in other words, showing some type of explicit material.
No, I don't even
don't
want
worry. Don't worry.
I bet, guys. No,
We understand you're new. Don't worry.
We're good. Thank you.
Just making sure. I'm going to take your word for it, by all means. Please, I don't mean to offend. Just
you're gonna get a mixed bucket when you open the panel. Relax.
Yeah,
she's pretty. She's pretty. It's gonna work great.
Hey, and remember, we're now going.
I don't know these people. Why would I?
Don't worry, dear. We got your back. We got your back.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, so bringing it back to the episode. This is where Candace Owens has called for a fact check of a text message from someone saying, "You'll see me in the staircase." I believe it is Tyler Robinson's significant other. I don't know what else to call him. So this is where we're at in the video.
All right, let's go.
That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not. You know why she says that, right?
You can get a fact check on that.
That's not right.
You got to say pause, bro.
Pause.
We have Rule 801 Title 2.
Yeah.
You know why she says that, right?
If at any point you guys want me to stop this because there's something you want to comment on, yell pause. That way I can hear you.
So Candace, watched watched, quote unquote.
This is my first time on panel.
Watch the second trial when Lance Twiggs was testifying.
Yep.
Okay.
And also that was the fourth one, so she was wrong about that as well. Anyways, in the second one, the DNA diaphragm, or not the diaphragm, the graph goes up.
Did they do the DNA?
Yeah, they did, and they got a sample out of him, and he only got a small spike because they were roommates, so it's not that obvious, not that weird.
Well, that's not that too bad. Okay, but did they get like something that was like made them like very like we need to go backwards, like where we came from, like so they didn't do the DNA at first, then they went back and did the DNA. So I was questioning that. If I were a detective,
any other time, like let's say somebody breaks into my home and stabs me.
Exactly.
The first thing they're going to do is take the DNA off the knife.
Exactly.
Because they want to preserve it in its best form. Because we
So
all know DNA degrades.
Can I ask a question? Why didn't they automatically think to get the DNA off the gun weapon or the gun whatever bullet?
Yeah.
Why did they automatically? That would be my first thing that I would do if I were a detective. But that's just my thing. I'm not.
And that gives some weight to Candace, who's like, our government has done shit to lie to us and set us up to believe shit before.
Yeah.
And this follows the same suit where they're not looking at all the evidence as fast as they should have been.
Right.
They kind of put it off so that then they can say we lost it, we don't have it, whatever.
That didn't happen though, because that case got priority.
Well,
but yet they didn't do the DNA right away.
They didn't do it right away.
You know how many?
the first thing you need to do in a crime
you know how many crime cases Utah have?
You said they made it a priority.
But
Yeah,
Frank,
exactly.
the first thing you need to do when it comes to a crime scene is DNA, because that's the one that leaves like the fingerprints or like footprints.
Well, they did get 5 fingerprints off of the weapon, and of course, Robinson's was the
Jade.
But we were reviewing this, and you said that was wrong. What Candace said. Could you please state what was wrong, what she said, so we could get back to
So, first of all, Jade, let me ask you, how do you think a criminal investigation case works?
Oh, no.
Can you repeat what you just said?
How does Jade think a criminal investigation works?
How do you think the procedural investigative work works?
I think first off, if there's a crime scene, the number one thing you do is close off the crime scene. The number two thing, you call a detective. Once a detective comes, the detective needs to get all the evidence that they can gather, and the number one thing to gather is fingerprints off of any single thing you can get. If it's like a little, like, if anyone just drink like a soda can, like if you got a soda can, you throw it in this crime scene. Just get the fingerprints off the soda can or the little
pictures first and foremost, though, right? They would not take pictures to document
you want to
the
go
entire
like step by step. I watch all the crime scenes, and
No. What you do is before you find the screwdriver, your 12-hour battery on your camera, your body cam just happens to turn off.
Can I tell you
while
one
you
thing?
find the screwdriver? That's how criminal investigation works.
No. But can I tell you something? Is it
that's how this one works?
Can I tell you something, 10th man?
No, I'm not. No, hold on, Jade. Sir, is that how a criminal investigation works?
I'm a man.
What's happening?
No, I'm talking to the criminal investigator guy.
Yeah, he's asking Frank.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It can't happen. I mean, it's
but
technology.
how come all these things just happen to be just accidents
because it
that
happens.
just happen to happen, but the things that Candace is saying are discounted? Why?
Because you want an investigation to be perfectly explained to you without any mistakes. Well,
Yes, when a person's life is in danger, yes.
Yeah, okay. So you expect, just like Jade here. And by the way, Jade, you're a lovely individual. I expect that. And that is why I'm here to explain my proposition, right?
I expect well-trained, supposed criminal investigators to be able to do their job and not have a whole bunch of mistakes like we're in a movie.
And that is where people like you come in and solve the case, right?
No, that's where we go, hold on a second. Is this 2020 all over again? Is this 911 all over again? Is this JFK all over again? Is this the same nonsense that we keep seeing over and over? And then a person like you goes, nope, you can't prove what you're... So what you're telling me to do is believe that this is building 7. Don't pay any attention to it, correct? No, I'm just asking you a question. Because that criminal investigation turned up a whole bunch of nonsense for 20 or 30 years, almost 30 years now, right? Whereas we all know that the official line is BS. But you're telling us because we can't prove it, because they cleaned up all of the wreckage. No, because they cleaned up all of the wreckage, just like they did Charlie Kirk's crime scene, right?
Yep.
Same thing they did 911. They cleaned up all the evidence
Yep.
And then 911, they shipped it all to China.
We sure did.
In this one, we don't even know where the evidence went. Just all of a sudden it disappeared and got renovated the fucking next day or whatever.
Honestly,
Ma'am,
what I feel
Hold
like,
on, ma'am.
I'm on your side.
I know,
Yeah,
but
just let him
I want
finish,
you,
trust
sir.
me.
I want you, sir, to explain to me that if 911 has similarities to how this was perpetrated, right, where they clean it up and we're not supposed to ask any questions, but we know something's weird, right? You wouldn't just clean up a crime scene like that. Nobody does that.
Oh,
Why?
you're gonna want me on your side. 'Cause
You're
I'm a smart
100%
girl.
right. I've been involved in cases where definitely suspicious stuff happened. I do not.
Right. So
disagree with
then, explain it. Because I don't have evidence. Well, I have evidence that they cleaned up a crime scene in a very strange way. That they steam cleaned the SUV, which was part of the crime scene, and got rid of it real quick. Like that just seems like a cleanup operation. But you want indisputable evidence.
Hold on,
Whereas
hold
this
on,
lady
hold
Jade,
on.
this lady Jade is saying that they went and got the DNA before they investigated the DNA because they had to go get the DNA to plant the DNA.
I didn't say they planted. I didn't say they planted. I didn't say that.
I'm not
I say
disputing.
they did, allegedly.
They
I'm not
could have.
disputing mistakes.
They could. They 100% could have, but I didn't say they did.
I'm not disputing mistakes happened. It happens in all cases.
No, you're not addressing what I said. See?
This is
I'm saying
because I didn't work the case. So
No,
what
I'm
do
saying,
you expect
sir,
me
I'm
to
saying,
ask?
tell me how, when it looks like a cover-up, I'm supposed to believe it's not.
Okay. Can I show you something?
No, I want you to explain what I do. Answer my question.
Because I can't without explaining what I mean.
No,
No,
it's
you can
real
explain
simple.
it though. Yeah,
Well, real simple. So you only want your answers, and I'm not even going to call you a conspiracy
No,
theorist.
I just want you
because
to
you're not.
answer
You're an
the
open
question. You
thinker.
don't have to show me anything. Tell me.
Listen, my man. Have you ever seen a dead body?
Yes.
Yep.
Have you ever seen one with a knife in it?
Yes.
Have you ever seen one with a gunshot in it?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, so apparently I don't need
But
to tell
that's
you
not
anything.
the discussion. I want you to answer
my point is,
question.
I am telling.
There's a whole bunch of weird ass things that happen that looks like a cover up. Why am I supposed to believe it's not a cover up?
You're not supposed to believe that. That is over for the court. You have a judicial system in order
A
to do
lot of
that.
people don't want to believe that
I
it's
am
a
the court.
cover-up.
You are the court.
Yes, I'm the court of public opinion, which is the
only
most
thing that I
important
believe
court.
in is common sense, and I have
Right.
common sense. And let me tell you something: there's a lot of common sense that doesn't connect me to there's one shooter at this specific situation that happened, especially when it comes to Charlie Kirk. When he was speaking on what he was speaking on, and he texts people, "I believe that I'm gonna die soon." He texts Candace Owens, "I'm gonna believe I'm gonna die soon." He knew something was gonna happen to him because he was speaking against Israel.
By the way,
and
that is not true, though.
There were bigger. Okay,
so,
that's not true.
no,
But he
but
should,
we're not.
he
We're
should
reviewing the video though, and you stated Candace was wrong in what she said. Kendrick has asked you the same type of question that is debating between Candace and Andrew. And can you answer the question without showing us anything, without making us try to and if you can't, that's okay.
Thank you.
It's okay to have a difference of opinion. Can we get back to the video?
Sure, because you wanted to go back to the
Yes,
video anyways.
absolutely. Because for some reason I have noticed a pattern that when we are having conversations that aren't always so flattering to Andrew, other people do come up and tend to take it away. And as you stated earlier, you are neither Andrew nor Candace, so I'm sure you don't have any problem with us continuing with the video and furthering this conversation.
Well, I think that you already made up your mind anyways. So
Okay, well,
why didn't you continue the video anyways? Because I brought up a point that they didn't brought up anyways.
We don't treat we don't. I don't.
Let me tell you 100% something about myself.
Jade, this is my channel. Don't overspeak me, please. I muted you so that I can speak. So Frank, I am very much opposed to echo chambers. I want people's positions and voices to be heard, and I want people to challenge what they believe. So the challenge is actually a good thing, in my opinion. And I would hope you see it kind of the same way, because not only are you challenging yours, you're also challenging ours. So I appreciate the pushback, and I don't necessarily think that you're here to like speak on the Wilsons' behalf or anything like that. But she is right. We have this horrible problem where we open the panel, and this is why I was like, I'm only putting the link out for you, is because we'll end up with a bunch of people up here, and we'll never get through watching this.
And we've only
ever.
We're 4.5 hours in, and we're still on Act 1. This could be a 24-hour live stream. And it's not that I don't want you to contribute, but don't contribute with BS. Like, state the facts. We're about facts and receipts. Okay, we're going to...
How can you say it is BS, though, when it comes from personal experience?
No, sir. What we're saying is I asked you a specific question
I did not ask
to your
you.
assertion. That's too bad. This is the thing. No, he's scared. No, let me take care of this. Just let me take care of this for a second. Sir, you were given the opportunity to rebuke my rebuttal to your assertion. You were unwilling, so you concede, and we move forward because you had your opportunity. You conceded.
So that's how
we move forward. Yes, that is actually how things work. Yeah.
Jade, you have to unmute yourself, by the way. Okay, I can mute you. I can't wait, maybe I can. Nope. I can't unmute you. You've got to do that. You got to click the little microphone in your box.
I love you, but I'm gonna leave because I can't do these.
All right.
No, because you just got fucking schooled, bro. Run.
I got schooled in the
run. You got fucking schooled by 10th man, like everybody does who comes up anywhere. Acting like they fucking got
talking
something
over
figured out.
people is
No,
not
you
a
ain't
rebuttal.
got shit.
No. Look, can I say something? It's just not. It's not even about being schooled.
At least Jade's pretty.
It's not. It's not about being schooled.
okay, Frank.
It's about you making up a point and saying it's a rebuttal, and then you switching over to 9/11, which totally has nothing to do with this case.
Of course.
And then claiming victory.
You want to compartmentalize everything. You want to
because I like to be specific. That is why.
You're not being specific. You showed us a weird ass grainy video from TMZ and goes, "Doesn't this look like the guy?" Stop it.
Stop it. Thank you though for coming up. If you don't appreciate,
that's why it wasn't presented as evidence in the court case. That's what you came up here saying. Stop wasting our time with your bloviation.
Okay.
Excuse me, guys.
Okay,
Frank,
man,
I
gotcha.
appreciate you coming. I hope to interact with you again in the future on more topics.
Bye.
No worries.
Have a blessed day, sir.
Thank
you. I'm not sure if you have Discord. I will send you my Discord in case you want to.
Absolutely. Put it in the back chat. I'll put mine back here as well. I also grabbed your channel and I subscribed to you.
I didn't.
Oops. Shit.
I didn't.
Oh shit. I'm all in caps again. I keep forgetting to take the damn caps off, and it's a mess.
Cynthia, you and I are good at good cop, bad cop. This is good.
I know. It's because we're opposite. You're a witch and I'm not.
Well, it's just no. You know what? You know exactly. Come on, you saw it happen.
I know. But because we stand on the same damn principle, like, we're not fools. This ain't our first rodeo, and we're trying to help you. You can take it or not. It ain't up to me, but it's content, and that's exactly what
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you.
Right. So
kids,
play.
Can I press play?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please. Messages that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about Skylar. I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
13 pulled it up.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that. From the time
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
There we go.
There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times did you? I mean, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature, there's a reason why they swear you in and they say, "You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement?" So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah. And I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right. But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. What did you find?
This is not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find.
Well, that's not what you said in your tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240.
Absolutely not.
So anything that I tweet
First off,
and all other tweets that I've ever made are now.
Can I say something? That's not overwhelming that somebody's wearing something. That's not overwhelming. Overwhelming is like somebody coming at you and your family. That's overwhelming.
Right.
Not the truth. Not the truth. Wearing fucking Converse.
Right. Like if there was a security guy walking up and we saw the body camera and they arrested him, that's overwhelming. Like right after the shot was fired, right?
And it's like that just pissed me off.
And I want to point out that if someone is trying to set somebody up, they would observe the subject that they're trying to set up and see what shoes they have, what clothes they have, and they would try to
get a guy that looks like him.
Right. So the fact that Andrew Wilson decides that blurry video of someone in that same type of attire is overwhelming is something we're all trying to understand, but he's now backtracked a little bit and said it's strongly convincing, and we're all simply saying no, it's not.
Right. And I'd like to say about the other guy in his TMZ video, all action stars do all their own stunts. Right?
No.
Every single one. Liam Neeson, he does all those fights at 70 years old. All these, Al Pacino. There's no stunt doubles that look very similar. And unless you got a face on and actually see them in a good picture, you're not going to be able to tell. They do it in movies every day.
Listen, and there's no reason that footage should be grimy like that. There should be.
Yeah, I just bought security cameras that screw into your light bulb sockets for outside.
Yeah.
4K HD video, bro. What are you talking
Ring
about?
cameras.
Stop
the
it.
Ring cameras are fucking amazing quality.
Stop
dude.
it. It's always this video from fucking half a mile away and he's behind a tree and they're like, look, his arm looks just like the arm from this video. What?
Where's the flock cameras when we need them? Those horrible fucking things.
No, those are only for harassing innocent people.
And these are all logical things that make sense to us as to why he could be a patsy, along with we know how the government has acted in the past.
And what Dusty said.
And the fact, shout out to Dusty. And
he said, why is it always a weird autistic kid?
And the fact, right. And the fact that Andrew is acting like he doesn't understand that, he needs to be explained that, is just someone that's not acting in good faith or debating in good faith. He has an ulterior game, and it's poor character what he's doing. And Candace is right. The internet's going to clock this type of behavior, and this is what we're doing. We're clocking it. We're writing tickets too.
All right, y'all ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
Now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
This is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay.
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break?
Quick ad break.
Guys, good to keep going.
Yeah, got to help Andrew reload.
We can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end it on what
like
you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be. From my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
Yay.
All right, you guys, nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small medical emergency.
We're getting into Act 2.
Act 2 is a good act. 3
generic
you're fans of his, click that subscribe button, 50,000 as well to subscribe. This
hang on. Stop at 55. Hang on.
Control it.
Hang on. Stop at 55 minutes and listen to PBD. This is a very strong message that he says. This is to be like this man is speaking facts. I don't know, but I have in my notes at 55 minutes and it's highlighted.
All right, here you go, Cynthia.
Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI, for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent they're watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that
200K
and help him grow his business.
Right.
If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having. Right?
Yes, having said that.
Wow. That's a powerful message because he's absolutely right. Just off of those numbers, that's not including PBD. That's not including everybody else that was watching from their own channel. There was over 300,000 viewers. That is mainstream media longs for people to do that. And the fact that
that's more than mainstream.
Right. And the fact that we at this moment have this ability to do that speaks speaks volumes, lets you know, I've been saying this for years, that we have the power, and that this is why when we ask you to support the donor, the content creators, it's because it takes work to get up here and to do this. They have to take up their time. They have to pay the StreamYard bill. They have to deal with madness that happens. This is why you are to encourage to donate to content creators, to support content creators like you would support your Netflix or your Hulu TV stream, because
please donate.
Because it's very important, and what he's just said can show you the power of conversations. And we don't all have to agree, but at least be authentic and stand in what we're saying. Be of good character.
There we go. Oops. Exactly.
You know what I wish I would have. You know what I wish I would have asked the other gentleman? If also the way that criminal proceedings progress is that you're appointed a lawyer and not allowed to talk to any other actual lawyers. You just get a public attorney.
You're doing that thing with your mic, 10th. You sound muffled.
You just get a public attorney that they appoint you. You don't get a real lawyer that real lawyers have offered. And like Dusty said, then this lawyer just presents that, well, he didn't, what was the dumb thing? That he didn't actually intend to murder Charlie. He just accidentally murdered Charlie.
Yeah. Who said that?
That's what Dusty was saying, was that not those exact words, but like that.
No, he wasn't. That wasn't the exact words.
No, it was that he's not.
Weren't to.
What I remember Dusty saying is that he wasn't a threat to the public because he only had one.
He only intended to kill Charlie. Yeah. Yes. So like literally, his attorney admitted guilt.
Yeah.
Is that how criminal proceedings work?
Not necessarily, because you could say that if you are out for one person, that you're not out for everybody. You know what I mean?
No, you're not understanding.
You still just confessed to that one.
I am, because I come from a family of lawyers, so I'm saying that I understand where you're coming from, but I understand also like the like what are you talking about? You know what I mean?
I'm like saying that
come from
when. Man, when your lawyer begins the grand jury by presenting that he only intended to unalive Charlie and no one else.
Yeah.
You're admitting guilt.
Yeah.
You have a agent of the state, a public attorney, admitting your guilt in the beginning.
I think you're admitting guilt, but you're not admitting like you are not.
Yeah, that's not how the no. It is the bird. No, ma'am. No.
Hang on.
You're not admitting.
No, let her go. Let her go.
A danger to society type of thing.
Basically. Okay, that's great. Is the burden of proof not on the state? Yes. No.
Are you asking me or someone?
Yes, you're the one that I'm engaged with. Yes.
Oh, babe, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's okay. It's okay that you don't know. So this is the issue.
But I know for a fact if you.
I'm under the understanding. I'm under the understanding, and we're going to get to it here in a minute during this what we're watching, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
That his lawyers were not provided all of the evidence that was being presented. Why would you put in a plea before you even have discovery? Explain it.
There's only two reasons why you would, because you have either A, the wrong victim, or two, it's just too early in the it's too early.
Okay, so then why would you put in a plea and say, hey, my client only intended to unalive this one person, nobody else, before you even have discovery? Why?
Well, first off, a good lawyer will tell you that. A good lawyer will let you.
Okay, so that's the whole point of what we're talking about, is that he. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Beth.
Yeah. Make sure that when somebody's talking, I want everybody to be able to finish their sentences. Just throwing that out there.
Right. Okay. Let's stay, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So If you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message, but then we're also supposed to believe that you put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence, but don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
Player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science.
Although all of mainstream media, all social media platforms would ban you if you said contrary to what that little man with the glasses said and what with the official narrative that was put out by the mainstream media was for nigh on just right until last year, actually. That's right, when they changed their policy. So now suddenly he's going to use the fact that we were lied to before to back up the why we're not lied to now. Good.
For why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine. And masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with.
Okay.
What?
It's weird as a woman that witchy bitchy doesn't care about women voices. That's interesting.
She's a good lady. She's
I highly doubt she's saying what you say.
No, I'm reading it. I'm literally reading what she just said.
What she's saying.
She said, I don't care for women who talk. like baby talk all the time. What is baby talk? I don't have a baby talk voice.
Just the affect in which you speak, but that's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing. Just don't worry.
What the hell is baby talk? I don't even speak like a baby.
It's
just the affect in
the
which you
voice
speak.
inflection.
Yeah,
what is
it's
that?
Don't listen to what she's saying.
I have a younger voice because I'm a younger female. Like, what do you?
Yeah,
mean?
you're early 20s.
I mean, I can't change that. That's just my voice.
No, don't pay attention.
No.
They're looking for flaws in your armor.
Bitchy, I'm sorry. You can literally kiss my ass, bitch.
You're missing what's being said. She's speaking to inflection, so people who talk like this is a form of inflection when their voice comes up at the end of every sentence. People who talk like that drive me insane. You don't do it.
I don't even speak like that, though. That's the crazy thing. I don't even speak like that. That's the crazy thing.
I didn't say you did. I didn't say you did. I'm giving you an example.
She said, I don't care for women who talk like whiny, like baby talk.
Okay, look.
Who talks like that? Anything.
Another day.
Anything.
That's enough, Beth. That's enough.
Yeah. I already took care of it.
Another day. Another day. Come back.
Another day.
Let's go.
Jade,
I warned you.
So I wanted to say that I was walking my security team. I wanted to say that was a dirty tactic he did by bringing up the C word and the other stuff because he knows that this is YouTube live. He has a live channel. He inserted
the policies changed. The policies changed. No, what he's doing an appeal to emotion. He's trying to use an emotional.
Doing that as well, and definitely doing that as well, and trying to bring in those type of supporters as well. That was definitely a dirty tactic. He said something right before this. If we can rewind like 10, 15 seconds, because there's something I wanted to say, and what he just
absolutely sure thing. And Jade, a different day, come back. We're not here for that today. I'm not having a bunch of drama. We're here to watch the debate and give some feedback on it. And this is why, the panel was closed. You snagged the link when it wasn't meant for you anyways, and I let you come up anyways. But,
you don't have to explain yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's uncalled for.
Your intuition. I'm actually giving a different message.
Oh, this women's intuition.
You should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be.
This is a good topic. This is something I definitely have.
I want to.
Yeah, and
so they did a study. There's actually a study, and I'm gonna have to go and
everyone get a popcorn break. We're gonna spend 4 hours talking about women's intuition.
Shut up.
No. Give me a second. Jesus Christ. 10th man. Fucking A.
You have it too, girl.
I am fucking with you. I'm a witch. What are you talking about? Go ahead.
Shut up. But
on another stream, I've got to look it up, but they actually did a study on women's intuition, and we're able to. There's some study about how it actually is like a real provable thing that women.
No, it is.
Women have a certain sense.
Whether it's pheromones or something, they are able to do things. They can see things. They can feel things.
Yeah, women can sense things about people.
And even if Andrew doesn't agree with it or thinks it's stupid, regardless, as someone who is an expert debater or just a person in life would understand that there is some truth to women and their intuition, but just to dismiss it because women are retarded is an example of his character, and this is another way of him trying to diminish a woman. And
and this is what I want to point out is what we're seeing here is how you do not behave towards women. That's why there's not enough women online, because they're not going to tolerate this.
No, it's not how you behave towards people. If you're going to pay 300, like you paid $300,000 based off of the viewers they just quoted. Andrew paid $1 for each of us to watch, and this is what you're going to do with that. This is how you're going to spend that money. That's insane.
For real, literally, like when I sit and I see people spend $300,000 to have a conversation, I actually it's hard not to almost take offense to that, right?
if I'm paying 300,000, I'm at least paying 50,000 to people to go research and put together stuff I need to know. Like, he went in this just thinking he could use his same tactics, and it's okay because it's just a woman, and he was sadly mistaken. And this is all that we're pointing out. He's not the first one to do it. He won't be the last one to do it. But to have the arrogant attitude like I won is insane.
You're missing what I'm saying here. Okay, so like Andrew Wilson charges, you have to pay him to get him to debate.
Why?
Okay, yeah, he charges people for that shit. Let's say, I'm just gonna use Sarah, but not Sarah. Let's say fucking I was hosting a big debate night and I wanted him to debate against fucking you. Okay. He would tell me I need to pay him $3,000 just to debate you for 1 hour. Okay.
To be insulted the way I'm insulted and stuff, I gotta pay for that?
I would have to. So he has to be paid for it in order to get debates, right?
Wow.
The idea now. Look at what Candace did with the $300,000.
Okay.
Do you think he would have done that if it was him getting paid $300,000?
I don't know what he would have done.
I don't think he would have donated every penny of it to fucking charity.
Do we know? Have we confirmed that's a true story yet?
I'll look it up while we're playing here.
Thank you. Yeah,
I missed the story. I had to deal with something.
Yeah, like I definitely don't like this. If one thing this has taught me to be a content creator, whether it be my panel or another panel, to speak on something and be confident in what I'm saying, because there can and will be a time when the word you have used will be held against you in the court of YouTube. And we need to start moving like that. If nothing else, we need to make that.
I always do.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Thank you. We need to make that.
I've been trying to tell people that.
Yeah, we need to make it a norm, not this type of behavior where, did you see the way? And you know what? Andrew's right. She is a sleaze bag. No, he's not right. Yep. He's deflecting. And it's time we start calling that out. Everybody talks about living in a community. Well, this is the community, and we need to check this type of behavior. And not only check the behavior, we also need to be the correction, an example of the correction that needs to be made. Push play, baby. All right. It would have worked better if she actually pushed play, you know. I do try.
Sorry, I'm looking. All right, I'll have to look more about that.
Yeah, and this, I mean, it may or may not be true, but definitely you want to be able to stand on what you say. It's just the norm.
I missed the story. Can you sum it up in less than 10 seconds?
I'm seeing conflicting stories as to whether I see one where she donated it.
Yeah, I don't know for sure. That's why I said allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Allegedly. If she did, I mean, that says a lot. But anyways, yeah.
Bring up the COVID vaccine. Not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine. And masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was.
And I just like to mention that the very first state, I believe it was California, just had a ruling where the medical license of medical practitioners that did not follow what the state said was illegal when they revoked their medical license, and their medical license were now reinstated. So I don't know what he's saying, because doctors lost their medical licenses. He is restarted. Go ahead.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts compelling. I think this should go. I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was
Why is Amazon paying me to upload Word docs? Give me 30 seconds and I'll show you exactly how this works. So here's how this actually works. Amazon has a platform called
I'm gonna have to get to your
I would
Discord
say not
later.
overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said,
how do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is...
Real quick. Hello. Definitely not whatever. Good to see you, my dear. By the way, the Crucible channel posted our cope too. I'm guessing you said posts. I'll make a video on that later, but he trimmed out context to make himself look better.
I bet you he did.
I know he did. And that must have been pretty hard too. I mean, that was no easy task for sure.
There's so much he had to cut out, dude. He looks horrible.
I don't understand again how he doesn't can even just hear her and understand how she can come up with the idea that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. He doesn't have to agree with it, but just to not be able to understand how she gets there is insane.
No, he's being willfully fucking ignorant of it. Okay.
Yep.
He is he will not even start to process it because then that would mean that his beliefs have to be wrong.
But that's insane that he's not even I don't even know what the proper phrase would be, but man enough, secure enough, strong enough, brave enough to stand in his thing, but instead to be like, I don't know which, I'm gonna insult you, I'm gonna accuse you of shit. It's wild.
Unprepared.
Again, fire your team, buddy. That is not the team for you, Andrew. That is not the guys for you. And women, I'm sure it. Yeah. I'm going to leave it at that. Chris, wait. Why do I get the delay and 10th here gets play right away? That's bullshit.
Oh.
I have a penis. Men are more important.
Sniz
is gross. Men are hot.
51% gay. Like
dudes are hot.
Technically,
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck with your dishes, honey. And
oh, you're feeding the cat.
Dudes are hot.
Dudes are hot. I
not
like
all of them. We need a girl, not all of them. And some of them can be good looking, but their attitudes just make them ugly.
Listen, it's not my words. I'm just repeating what he said.
You can have the most physically attractive guy that fucking exists, but if he has like just too many like personality defects or like just certain ones or whatever, he could just rub me the wrong way and it'll ruin the whole thing. A bad attitude can make you ugly real fast.
Or a negative attitude. Oh, get away from it.
Oh,
no, it's actually been studied that this is scientific. Women find stoic men attractive. That's just a scientific fact. So
you too. Don't act like you too.
If you are reserved, they automatically see that as attractive. If you cannot control yourself, they find that as not attractive.
Right.
That's it.
Okay.
A man who frowns is more attractive than a man who smiles, because the man who smiles has something that he up his sleeve. Get it?
Yeah.
Just saying that this is science. Look it up.
All right, we'll take your word for it. Let's go.
We'll do it when we do women's intuition.
Yeah.
The reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids.
Dear Summer, find four-wheel drive.
My kids aren't fucking smart enough to never do shit like that. Oh, I'm scared of what he's going to say about kids now.
And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that the kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. Wait, you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said it does the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in until we got to the preliminary hearing. And we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting. That doesn't negate the.
Welcome back, OG.
Howdy.
You missed all the fun.
I took care of it. I'm sorry sometimes I'm mean, but come on, man. That was ridiculous.
Did I yell at you?
No, I'm saying, you know, if I still feel bad about getting mad at you last time. So anyway, just go ahead.
Did yell at you? I didn't yell at
Not
me.
about you, Ken. Not about you.
No.
What happened?
All right, let's go.
She brought it up. No, just some one drunk lady. She was actually really nice, but she started arguing with Witchy Bitchy in chat, so she had to go. And then also this other gentleman came and he seemed like he was okay, but he was distracting from what we were doing and brought up some weird TMZ video. And he's like, doesn't that look like him? And we were like, fuck off, dude. But anyway, that's all.
Okay.
The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah,
we don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
you're quoting the parents as having said. Yeah. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the.
Have you ever wondered why it's so hard to change? The good news is It's not
Use
because of
brave.
You're
thing
okay with
not,
that?
a thing not in dispute.
Yes, you're right.
These
I'll
are all
get it.
things that
I
I'm not
do
even
have it
disputing.
downloaded.
So you don't have
And
to show it.
we never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be
know what?
fabricated, but by the way, as
What would
what they
happen,
are saying, like I said, if
what would happen is they would go to court and just nobody would even say if they were unable to retrieve the text messages, they would walk into court and just not say anything about text messages. They do that shit all the time. Wow, that was loud. Sorry, guys.
if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
Yeah, so I was saying, I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question.
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public, whether you like."
Honeypot.
Right. That is complete bullshit.
He's honeypotting her to try to get her to bring up his baby. Yep. That's what he's doing because he's panicking. He's panicking right now and he knows she knows. And right there, he had that tailored and he specifically used this strategically to try to draw that out of her. I'm telling you, I see, look at his face. He wants her to do it. He's challenging her. I dare you to contradict what I'm saying and bring up what happened with my kid, because that way it makes you look like we're the worst piece of trash in the world to the whole world and gives me sympathy. And she didn't bite because she's fucking smart.
Well, that makes, because he is stupid to think that if a lawyer has advised you not to speak,
I'm telling you, it's a tactic. He's panicking right now.
Okay, I can give you this one. Say push play. She listens to you, Tim.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, watch. Go ahead. I thought maybe she might want to say something, but Good. It's all good, dear.
Taking a peek at the chat, and was I muted the whole damn time?
Yes, dear. Yeah.
God damn it, 10th. I was actually agreeing with you. I see exactly what you're saying.
I know this guy. I know you don't know him as well as we do, Cynthia, but we spent too much time reviewing his content, number one. And number two, I've actually spoken to this man like 5 or 6 times, I think. Right? So I
can see it. I mean, I can see it. I didn't think it. I thought that that's the totally wrong way to respond to that.
Yeah.
Well, the question. See, look at it like this: with think of everything he just said, and I'll even rewind it 10, 15 seconds here. Okay, you wouldn't be able to shut my wife up. She would be yelling, screaming. People bring up what happened to her son all the time, and when that whole thing went to court, they stayed relatively quiet.
Yep, hush, hush, and everything went away like it didn't even happen. There was like, oh, we understand.
But remember,
bad things happen. We're turning to the Lord.
Charlie taught her no personal attacks, and it's obviously a great strategy. You can not take that away from her.
Yep.
She's doing it. She's definitely holding it down. All right.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of.
With base 44.
That's the other thing is he's trying to get her to say the wrong thing that'll cost her her source. Because
he pulls that here in a few minutes. Yeah.
If she loses her source, well, she's gonna have a hard time getting new info to do more shows, right?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant in a few minutes here when he tries to get her to outright say that TPUSA was either complicit or orchestrated Charlie Kirk's unaliving. He's so slimy. Yeah, watch.
Well, right now he's trying to get her to betray the source that she has, and think about it. You know, if that source is where she's getting information that she's doing shows about, and she loses the source, well, now TPUSA is going to be happy because she's going to have a lot less to talk about, isn't she?
Yep.
So
I just
sneaky. Very sneaky.
That's why people respect him, because everybody wants to know how to act like a sneak, right? Because they're like, well, I can't operate in a truthful manner because I'm already sneaky. How can I act sneaky and people not catch me? That's why they like him.
I completely understand what y'all are saying and agree with it. My contention is, how does he think that Candace Owens, somebody who just said she is personally always in a state of lawsuits, would fall for such a sneaky trick that was so blatantly obvious? He completely underestimated his opponent. I cannot believe that happened. Fire your team, Andrew. That is not the team for you.
Yes, of course. Again, the other thing is he's hoping that those pregnancy hormones are going to work in his favor. And she's going to get so mad, she's just going to blurt out and not be thinking when she speaks.
He highly underestimates her debate training from Charlie Kirk. I mean, this is like, geez. Fire your team, Andrew.
It's him saying, the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues, if the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why. Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
See, he doesn't even understand what preliminary hearing is.
The defense is engaging with whatever
Don't
evidence
pause.
the state decides to put on.
He doesn't know what discovery is.
Evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
No, preliminary
so
hearing.
They're not allowed to present anything.
Grand jury.
They're responding to the
See,
state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
Like if there was a
Yes, I understand what you're saying. He also doesn't seem to understand what discovery means, is what I'm saying.
No, because he watched LA Law in the 90s, so he thinks he understands court. See, so, and if he did watch it carefully, he would understand what she's trying to explain to him. This is not a parking ticket.
Bro.
Okay? This is not where you show up but what she means by magistrate is a actual like high level criminal court judge, not the small claims guy that you go to when you're trying to evict your tenant. Okay, so in this court, because it's a death penalty conviction, it's done differently. It's not done like it is if you just like got a drunk driving charge. They're not gonna, you know what I mean?
Yep. What I definitely like about this
is not a probable cause hearing. This is a discovery as to whether or not they're going to put somebody to death. Go ahead.
What I love about this moment is if you just thought that Andrew couldn't get dumb enough, he definitely opens up the door for lawyers to debate, because he's going to say, I spent time talking to my lawyer about this, and he said this is the perfect time to do it. He is speaking out of ego and not facts, because he was not prepared. Not only did he not know the charges, he didn't understand what a preliminary hearing was.
If I may,
here's
just to finish, my phone's blowing up. Just to finish what I was saying is, one second.
Interrupts it.
I forget now. Fuck. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Here's the other thing. Why? So lawyers specialize in different areas of law for a reason. Just because he has a lawyer to deal with business law, okay, or like small claims or any of that shit, that lawyer don't know jack shit about how things play out in the criminal world.
Yeah, no, that's why I was gonna dead on. So this is what I was gonna say is he's failing to understand that this is a federal court, right? Where they have a 99% conviction rating, above 99%, right? This is just a fact, and just like the Supreme Court only hears less than 1% of cases that are presented to them. So this is not a regular thing, like you're saying, right? Like this is a different thing,
right?
And he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand anything about this process. Nothing. She is a well-educated lady. She knows what the fuck she's taught, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I tried to say to them yesterday. Is like, hold on. So your best friend gets unalived, and then you're now going to say, "Oh, well, you're just doing this for clicks and views." Double tall man.
No, he makes the mistake of saying that he talked to his lawyer and his lawyer told him. I know lawyers and I talk to them all the time. And when I try to ask them legal questions that are outside of their expertise, they do not hesitate to tell me this is outside of my expertise and will tell me what little they do know. The fact that he gave ammo to all of the internet sleuths that are going to pick this apart way worse than we could ever do. There's going to be a lawyer somewhere that's going to explain why this is not true. And he gave him the alley-oop by even saying it in the first place.
Let me just tell you something real quick. So there's a guy named CJ Grisham. He's a lawyer. He went to a courthouse and was armed, and the cops gave him a hard time and arrested him. It was a whole big thing. They didn't understand that he's federal law enforcement and he had a license to do exactly what he was doing. They broke the law. And he won. You understand? These people have, even the law enforcement, most of these people have no idea anything about the law. They just pretend they do. Okay?
You're absolutely right. All right. And look at that look on his face. So we're at your poor paws, Cynthia.
That's great. Snidely Whiplash. That's who he is.
The defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they,
disagreement.
I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds.
All right, you want to make money in real estate?
Yeah.
Here's how you take over a house.
Yeah,
Put money down.
Just
no credit check,
because
and
you
no
have it
job
doesn't
in-
mean it's the
That's
right
exactly when you...
As a matter of fact, the judge will stop you and say, this is not the hearing for that.
No.
They do it all the time.
You would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
but
these
that's
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
He doesn't understand the process.
What I am,
you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
on-
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are
He
like,
doesn't understand.
no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They'd be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet.
Yes.
Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede to that.
Are you kidding me? If you're told that by opening your mouth, you are going to harm your child.
Correct.
No, but hold on.
You're
He
still
just
not going to be able to control yourself?
But he just cognitive distanced himself, right?
Yes.
Cognitive dissonance, because earlier, so he keeps saying I wouldn't shut up, right? But earlier, I forget again. Fuck. I shouldn't be getting high during these shows. Go ahead. I'll remember later. It was getting long.
This whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a
reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
I remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
That was the limitation of the claims that you made.
So this is what I tried to say earlier, and I'm not going to reiterate, I swear. But
are you sure?
Yeah, well, I'm going to add on to it, which is you see here that he's saying that this person's life is so inconsequential that he'll pay $300,000 to try to shut up one of the people that's trying to say, hey, maybe this guy might not be guilty of the crime that he's going to be put to death for, but it's inconsequential to him. You get that?
He's questioning the questioner. That's his big mission. That's
Are you trying to trigger me?
That I'm just telling you that's what he stands on. This is what he's doing.
He's saying that man's it. He's saying if it is the case that the state is trying a innocent person, that's okay for his clicks and views and clout, right?
Wow.
That's what I'm hearing. But go ahead.
I mean, I was just listening to how you were hearing it.
If it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually.
Pause. Sorry.
Least of all me. I would be the least like.
The last sentence of what I forgot to say there was because it's just what's convincing to him, not beyond a reasonable doubt, which is actually what it's supposed to be. It's not that. It's what convinces him. Well, that's when you can put some. No, that's when you can take someone's life if he's convinced.
I'm not even sure this is about what he's truly convinced of. I think this might be more of who he's trying to defeat, and this is the way he thinks he's.
I'm just saying, I'm incensed right now, so just go ahead. I apologize for making you pause all the time, but that's what he just said.
Yeah. Likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right?
You're invited to join Phoenix Energy's next webinar.
Right there. He just admitted the entire debate right there. I don't care if this guy dies.
That's never what the problem is. The problem.
I don't like this black woman. That's what he's saying right there. I don't care if that guy dies, and you're a woman and you're black, so F you. That's what I hear. Good. I'm sorry, I'm getting too offensive.
In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think.
Sorry, Doc. My hands were a little busy and I was not watching close enough. Entirely my bad. Thank you so very much. You are such a sweetheart.
What's up, Doc?
Ooh, I can't play food prawn for him because I know. Okay.
He doesn't eat. Yeah, we know.
Yeah. Huh. What's a good one? You know what, Duck? I'm going to play my new favorite one for you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Duck, for the Cash App. You're wonderful, and thank you for coming on over. It's nice to have you around. Where are we at in this debate?
Halfway.
Oh my Lord.
Good.
We're doing good. We're doing
We're
good.
doing very good. We're doing very good.
I've seen you do 5-hour shows, both of us, and get through
That's fine.
36
There's people
seconds.
who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave.
That's what I was going to say. This
what
is
I'm
great.
saying is that
This is great.
he is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is what this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right?
Incorrect.
It's the law of excluded middle.
What?
All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences, we're making inferences based on propositions.
Okay. Because what you're saying is it's a fallacy.
Of course, because that's what I was see. That's when Ike, I was trying to talk to Ike that time, remember? And he said what that was really prolific. I don't think that's what word he used, but he's like, you're really hitting things out of the park with this, seeing things as a mechanical versus an organic problem. Like rather than seeing things as an engineer to fix a machine, rather than medicine to cure something that's harming somebody. And that's what Andrew's mistake here is he sees this as mechanical. It's either on or off. Everything's binary, yes or no, binary, broken or working. That's not real life. You understand? Like it's just not. Like the justice system isn't a switch that you turn on or off. What he's saying is absurd. He's trying to apply a mechanical theory to an organic situation. And that is the problem. He is incorrect. Yes, when it comes to coding or machinery, things like that, and any type of engineering, even theoretical math, right? That's how you try to prove gravity and all these things, right? Either the math works or it doesn't work. But that's not how real life works. Right? You don't have this entire situation in a simulation that you can observe each thing as it happened and be able to, like a machine. He's trying to apply the characteristics of a machine to something that is completely theoretical that you have no idea what any of the actual true circumstances are. Look at that guy. He came up with this TMZ video. He goes, doesn't that look like the guy? Does that seem like it's true or false? Do we have enough information to make that fucking choice?
Yeah, not at all.
No, it's absurd. What he's saying right now is stupid. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Positions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Yeah, this is wonderful.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like this film. It's so good.
I'll watch this.
He tries to assassinate her with less than 120-second clips, and she eviscerates him.
To
Then
date,
after
the
that,
state's
she spanks him.
prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where it's just
documents.
show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with it.
We all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is, as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
there's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because
they're all related to this case.
Your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic, that
many,
you decide that it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you said.
We should discuss the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, you're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Who does he think he is to tell us whether or not he's okay with what we say?
The state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and get into it. I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler.
You just got hired as a Domino's beta tester. Just order some pizza and you'll get paid $5 towards next week's order.
Make this one simple change when filling out your FAFSA to cut your EFC and SAI in half.
Did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. As the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun, the FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever? This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying, sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense.
Just a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course.
Go ahead.
She just said, and he just said, and then he makes up some type of nonsense, right? It's like, oh, if it was the case, she said, this is a campus where there's a million cameras. So he had to drive past tens of thousands of cameras during all of this and walk past, right? All over the place. But where's the picture of his license plate? The car with his license plate, like anything. There's no license plate readers. No cops drove by that had license plate readers. They're pulling over everybody who has an expired registration, but there's no record of anything. It's just some weird ass blurry images. And now this kid's being so. Tell me how it's not possible if it's an autistic kid, right? For their significant other to convince them, like, we really have to do this now. I'm going to do it. You're going to help me. But whichever one of us gets caught, and or like, whatever, right? Like, it could be a setup. It could be an agreement between them.
Yep.
Like, seriously. Like, so you don't get to just put somebody in the gas chamber.
Right.
Under these circumstances. This is like Andrew's approaching it like, I don't like the way you talk, lady, and the things you say on your show, I don't like it. And she's like, this is a death penalty case. And he's like, so what? That's what's happening right now.
10th man, I don't think he's ever going to shake your hand.
Right.
I'll force him to shake my hand. That's how they like it over there. That's what he wanted us to do. You want to force him to do it.
I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who...
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44.
Don't have YouTube.
Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun...
They not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's
right, like 911.
All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, This is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours
Who
have
says?
to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now. Yeah?
No.
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
No.
Well, when he
no.
said flood the zone, that was really telling into like what he's trying to do.
But no. Who is he? An external person to the situation to tell her what she should say about her best friends on Alive. Who is
Hold it down. I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, Cynthia and I can argue about this. Tell me, Cynthia, is it his place?
No, of course it's not. But he's coming with that. I have the right to question you. I have the right to question why you're coming up with these theories, which he's doing. She is answering them. He's not liking her answer.
Okay, but like she already said, I notice she doesn't repeat herself much on this because that just makes you look weak, right?
Right. It allows your opponent to control you and lead you.
Yeah. I'm sorry that you don't like me, but that's not really my concern. We're here to talk about the evidence of the case. And now he starts coming with a bunch of out of context clips about Erica Kirk, and then she laughs at him. Good.
Because it's like she says, the internet's going to clock what you're doing. And that's what she's laughing at. And it's absolutely true. Like you're a desperate man. That's why I don't like desperate people, because they do desperate things. And he's in a desperate situation right now. And it does not have to be that way. It did not have to be that way.
She tried to disarm him multiple times. Like, hey, can we just make this like an actual discussion?
Yes.
Like she tried to pull it back over and over, right?
She even tells him, you're going to get embarrassed. Like she's warning.
He's trying to provoke her into snapping her finger and moving her fucking head around.
Right, but he's severely underestimating the relationship that she had with Charlie Kirk and the time that they spent training together. That is invaluable. That can never be taught. I mean, it can never be just taken for granted. And he severely underestimates that. And I don't understand how. Especially when he has a team. Fire your team, Andrew.
No, it's more simple. See, everybody always wants to have some type of magical thinking. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just saying, like, I get what you're saying, but pride cometh before the fall.
True. So
that's it. That's what we're seeing here, right? Dusty tried to correct them. I tried to correct them. Sarah tried to correct them. Numerous people tried to correct him and say, well, can we take it down? Like, you're at an 11 out of 10. Can we take it down to a 6? I'll go 8, right? But can we not go right over the edge into lunacy? Good.
What's pissing me off is how people are like, oh, I'm starting to feel empathy for Andrew. I feel so bad. He got wrecked. No, you don't feel bad for Andrew. Andrew pulled $300,000 out of his boo-boo and decided to make this happen. If he chose not to be prepared for it, again, in case you're just joining, Andrew has an earpiece in his ear. If he didn't even tell his team to be smart enough, and when I'm in a jam and I shake my hand, that's code for help me out. He wasn't even smart enough to do that. Instead, he banked on his charisma, which that was horrible. He banked on his ability to intimidate people. That was a bad bet. And
in her own home.
Right. And he thought he could do that.
Sorry about that.
Bizarre.
No, you're fine. We're having a great powwow.
Oh, awesome.
You get a gay woman and a Karen going, or a gay man, whatever.
Yeah, you're not a woman.
Whatever you are.
Yeah,
not a woman.
And a Mexican lady going. You don't know what you came up against.
No, an HR representative. I don't care what people think about that shit. There is, like, when you step into this type of realm, there are rules that need to be followed. And if you and your team are not wise enough to even understand them, I didn't even talk about body language. This is the type, we talk about it all the time. We should bring back public shaming. This is what this is, and it's needed. A check. Keep going, Beth. We're doing good. We're doing good.
What are we trying to do?
It's rough, Beth.
Oh
She's
no,
trying to
we're
see how
doing
much.
just fine. I was just getting an idea of where we were at.
Well, we're making good time. You can speed it back up now because they're not going.
For
Yeah,
real.
they were.
Also,
They're not.
if they start fighting again, I'll pause, rewind, and turn it.
Break
We'll take an
before we
ad
come
break.
back, and then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies
thinking
that have
about
been
to take a
conjectured by
break.
Candace
That was
Owens
the other thing.
in regards to this case in the
Of course, he
trial.
needs a break.
We'll take a 3.5 minute break, and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light therapy lately. But what's even more compelling are the stories from people who say it completely changed their lives.
Skip with your
One
arrow
is a
keys.
woman named Tatiana. She sat across
trying.
from
It's not
Perfect,
doing
folks.
it.
We'll take a 3.5.
Okay.
It wasn't doing it. Okay, I was trying.
No. See,
Owens.
Cynthia,
That's the sound of an
when I
American
say
working
I
hard
feel
at work.
bad for
Want to be a part
Andrew,
of it?
I don't feel
Listen up.
bad for him like,
Hello.
oh no, poor Andrew.
Okay,
I
so we're
mean,
officially back. Andrew, before we
I
go
get
into the
that
other issues you want to talk
feeling
about.
in my stomach where it's queasy and it's like, oh,
Right. Okay.
You mean secondhand embarrassment?
So,
yeah,
you
he's
don't.
getting beaten up by a girl.
No, you don't need to have secondhand embarrassment. This dumbass
No.
walked into it. He walked
No.
into it. People told him, don't go in there. And he said, ha ha ha, I know what I'm doing. And walked in there and got manhandled by Candace Owens.
I know. But listen, one time, this actually reminds me, this is going to be horrible. I shouldn't say this, but okay. So this reminds me of when I was in junior high school one time.
Yeah.
And there was this special ed kid, lady, young, and she got into a fight with a black girl.
She got her handed to her.
No. So I'm like, oh no, I can't watch this black girl beat up this person with Down syndrome. I can't do it. Right? So I jumped up and I got in between them. And she goes, who do you think you are? All that in a bag of chips? I go, yeah, and a chocolate bar. Walk away. You're not beating up the Down syndrome kid. Right? And everything was fine. That's what Pat David should have done here.
Well, I think everyone actually, and so you got to remember.
I'm just saying that's a true story.
Listen,
I thought it'd be funny.
listen, hear me out. Joe Rogan and this guy, all of them, they have had one-on-one conversations with Andrew, right? They've never really gotten too close to him actually debating. This is like the first time that they're like really seeing it up front in their face. And I think that, guys, especially when it comes down to like the boys club, they want to come in, and it's always funny when they do it, especially when the teenage boys do it. They got to put up that big show for the boys. And, and they're all, yes, they're dapping and all that shit. And it's funny, but I get it. It's like a tribal thing. So I don't think that they really have seen this up front. And I mean, I think everyone also assumed that Andrew would do better prep for this. Hello, Sophia Daisy. Thank you so much for coming and listening in. Not sure if you've seen the whole debate or not. I think we're getting close to where I woke up and will finally be watching something I've already seen before. Got a hell of a debate here. Adam Ska Lib Destroyer. So I see a Spurgeon out in my chat. Maybe I'll let you come up here and fight with every 10th man when we're done with the debate, though. Because I get the feeling you're probably from Andrew and Rachel's circle, or, at least the Crucible crew. And that's okay. You're very welcome here. I was hanging out in that chat for well over 2 years. I even have a Crucible hoodie. I don't think anybody knows that about me. I love it too. It's nice and soft. But the crucible is coming apart at the seams. It really is. Andrew is a very
pride cometh before the fall.
Yes, pride does come.
You don't. Come on, have a little bit of humility.
He's not the same. Andrew is not the same guy that I first started listening to several years ago. He's really not. And,
Cynthia, I'm all right with the fact that you lick sniz, but you have to explain yourself. Go ahead.
What's bad is, Charlie wasn't even. So, Charlie is probably one of my favorite examples to use because she wasn't actually saying anything negative towards Rachel. She really wasn't.
No.
She was saying your ideology, Christian ethics, Orthodox Christianity, by their own freaking historical standards,
yes,
would condemn Rachel. Meanwhile, Charlie and her ideology accept her with open arms and will do anything to help her out. Yeah. And Andrew done lost his fucking mind is what happened.
Yeah, because you can't even reference. But now he can do what he's about to do, though.
He can reference you and your family and all that.
No, he's about to bring up clips to try to say that she was saying things that she didn't even say. Right? She never said that Kirk's widow, I always forget everybody's name, was Erica. Complicit. Erica was complicit in the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. She was talking about something else, and she's going to explain it. But Andrew, I don't know if he's unprepared or just full of crap, but he literally comes in now with like 4 or 5 or 6 clips completely out of context, and she has to spend, and that's when she loses her mind, right after that, because she's like, hold on a second. Because she gave them the opportunity. That's what I tried to tell Grid yesterday and Glenn. They did not provide any of this to her to be prepared for it. Or you want to know something? She probably would have just said, no, thank you. Do you understand? They tried to hoodwink her, and it was a big mistake.
Wait, didn't provide any of what to her?
These clips or anything.
Oh.
They said, from what I understand, they just said, hey, we want to discuss the case, blah, 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 blah. Because she'll tell you here during this, right? Is that this is not what this was supposed to be. And that right there is where he broke the contract as far as I'm concerned. And that's what he does.
Well, now I'm gonna give him this one thing. And that is before the debates, when Rachel was talking a bunch of shit or whatever, Candace covered the 3 baby daddy video. You know that,
nice.
Right? You haven't seen it?
No, that's funny though.
Oh my god!
Yes, of course I have my notes on it.
It's the funniest thing I've ever fucking seen. I gotta pull it up right now because she really does. She actually had quite the exchange with Rachel.
Oh, she talked to Rachel?
She called her trash.
Over Twitter or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Rachel, you know how Rachel goes off on social media.
Well, that's why I was trying to tell you earlier when that guy was up here to play the Rachel orangutan video. That's actually a silverback. Dusty's. Remember? But it's too late now. The moment's lost.
I'm actually not sure what video you're talking about.
His new one with Jordan Peterson. Well, yes, in the orangutan community, you'll often see the females become very aggressive and fight for dominance. And then he shows Rachel screaming at those girls.
Oh, yeah.
See, right there, that's why people usually end up attacking me, and then I get to stop them. It's because I'll laugh at them like I just did there. Like if somebody starts screaming at me like that, I'm gonna be rolling on the floor laughing.
I was
all hands up in the air and shit.
Here we go. Hang on. I'm going to pause this for a minute. You got to see this because this killed me now. It's a different creator that's covering it, but I don't give a shit.
How long is it?
It's not long. It's not
Good.
long at all.
Let's do it.
We're only watching a tiny portion, and it's Candace's back and forth with Rachel on social media. Oh wait, is this the right one?
Are we trash? Yes. Oh.
Yeah, that's where Dusty got it from. Was she called her trash? She called Rachel trash.
They are trash. Let's be completely honest here.
Actually, I found Candace covering. Candace is doing it, so that makes it even better.
Normal, moral human being would ever do.
Let me find where Here we go.
300K lying around for conversation. I mean, not with that smoking habit in today's economy, right? And given the fact that Turning Point USA has raised $40 million in one night off of Charlie's blood, literally encasing his bloody microphone at a fundraiser event so that his grieving widow could be captured by the camera standing next to it, I think 500K feels more appropriate. They want to invest in you. You're their guy. Tell them that's what it costs. It's 500K between old friends, right? Also, my second counter offer position point that I'd like you to meet is I'm 7 months pregnant. So if you fancy the debate as a part of laws and allow you to search as long as you want, like I said, 2A point here, you're not going to be chain smoking around me, tough guy. Okay. So you're just going to have to bring yourself and leave your cigs at home. And this is actually, I would say, the most important part for me. This is what has to happen. Third part here. Either Blake Neff or Andrew that they are sending you. No worming. They're boosting beats. I got to tell you, and they've now arrived at people who are just
he wants them to claim him.
Are not.
I know. That's what I was talking about the other day. Yeah, but they don't think this.
Here's Andrew Wilson, who I'm not kidding. Turning Point USA, seeing a.
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe. And
that's what I told you about this
with you. I will never be able to.
Yeah, but you didn't
convince you of my worldview.
You didn't talk about her having an exchange with Rachel because of her playing this.
Right.
Watch.
I know. But the reason is not which should be
So wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
under
you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a dyke. Don't talk about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby.
What did I just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry, I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to?
Do the women that you try to?
Your hatred against?
Do the women that you try to?
Them that they shouldn't.
You know, Charlie. Did I bring?
Women? Do they know?
Charlie, did I bring your family?
5 years older?
Did I bring any of your family into?
Stupid.
Did I say anything about your family being stupid, Charlie? It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because you are not a traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional man.
Let's go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing, which is immoral.
You probably should have bleeped out a little bit more in that clip. I don't even know what some of those words mean, but that's him in a nutshell.
Sniz. Kind of she doesn't know what sniz is either.
And tries to denigrate people. And again, just to give you guys the proof here, Andrew Kovach claims they did pay him, but only to come and teach their students how to debate. Here's his tweet. He wrote,
come on up and we'll explain what sniz is to you, Candace.
Debate training for our students and campus debate team. He's not, quote unquote, being paid, but seeing how much they seem to hate that idea, maybe we should see if we can work something out. LOL. Oh, LOL. Great. I think we should work something out. I do. And Blake Neff sharing clips of him on the Joe Rogan show. Does a great job on Joe Rogan dissecting several of the conspiracy theories around Charlie's death and answering Rogan's questions about them. Worth the watch. Okay. So yeah, that's my counteroffer. I want Turning Point USA on record.
Right one I better
to recap, saying that you are representing them in this debate. You know, but this, they're not going to shirk responsibility and pretend like, oh, we just paid a one time. Yeah.
This is the video I was telling Dusty about, I think.
We want him to debate on our behalf. You will also have.
I think this is where she has an exchange with Rachel.
Yeah, that's what I was telling all you guys about.
But you told me you didn't know, you didn't hear about her going back and forth with Rachel.
I forgot. I thought that was. I just forgot.
Wilson. Oops. Well, let's see if she reads them. I think she does.
Or else I didn't see this part because it was on Jimmy Dore. Maybe.
All right. Rachel Wilson posts, laugh out loud, no smoking, 2 laughing emotions. Typical woman nonsense. I'm surprised she hasn't Me Too'd anyone yet.
Oh, sorry. No, because Dusty showed this. He showed this tweet on his show. Yeah.
And then Candace replied with this. Yeah, who clutches their pearls about smoking? Zoomer soy boys, maybe? Or the type of women who report everything to HR? Candace says, okay, guess I'm a Zoomer soy boy who reports everything to HR then, because your husband will not be permitted to chain smoke around me. Not sure what kind of middle school peer pressure tactics these are, but I'm a 37-year-old adult mother of 5, and it's not going to work.
Pause.
It gets better.
Can you? It's like, and they just wear their dirty shoes and put them up on your white fucking sofa and shit. Fuck your couch. I used to have that on my show. Fuck your couch. You know why? You know why? Because you shouldn't give them ninjas money. It's so trash.
Oh God. All right.
A few months ago, we launched one of our biggest features ever, the ability to use your own voice to make music on.
Now, Mr. Wilson, my counterback, 500K is fine. I'll crowdfund it. $1 million, actually, so I get 500K as well. Travel there is fine on neutral ground. Can't be her studio. Travel there is fine on neutral ground. Can't be her studio. That's a ridiculous ask. I suggest Michael Knowles moderate. We probably both trust him. If not, I am open to somebody else. Debate has to be 3.5 hours long with cross-examinations. She can go first. I'm going to turn this music way the fuck down. She can go first and examine my views of mine on the Kirk assassination, as long as I get an hour for cross-examination. So wait a second. Wasn't he giving her shit when she was trying to ask him about his views? And he said, no, you can't ask me any questions. That shit's coming up. I understand she's pregnant, so if she needs a break after an hour and a half to walk around, that's fine for 500K. 3.5 hours is plenty reasonable. Lastly, the only stipulation I can't agree to is the TPUSA claim manager thing. That is just requesting we both lie. I don't work for TPUSA and never have. I did contract work. I did one contract work. I would represent myself. This would be like me asking her to claim she is representing Tyler Robinson. She is representing herself. Come on. There's one more from Rachel, and I want it. Lastly, I won't be smoking indoors. Deal? Okay. So the rich, tough guy who had 300K to burn now only wants to do... What the fuck? Come on. 300K to burn, now only wants to do it if he can make 500K? Absolutely not. Here's my final offer. I'll accept your initial 300, but I want it in person in my studio. To overcome your suspicion that my team of 3 will be working against you, you can bring your own team of 3 to sit in the control room with them and assist live fact checks. They will only be used to fact check because you proved on Joe Rogan that you'll lie and accuse people of working with the left and laundering money.
See?
If you don't have an actual point. I didn't know that one. I'm gonna have to look that up. What happened on Joe Rogan?
That's not what I'm talking about. You see, I don't know about that. I'm talking about the fact that she brings this up later, that like their teams were there for fact checking and shit, not for the espionage they tried.
Can I get clarification? It's Friday, so you mean next week, like would next Friday work? Second, the topic itself, all claims made by yourself about the case pertaining to Tyler Robinson and Charlie's assassination are on the table, and we get at least an hour to cross-examine the other many claims. The rest of the format I can give a proposal on, including opening statements and rebuttals if you want. Third, 3.5 hours, correct? I can bring my own people, blah, blah, blah. So yes, next Friday should work. Where's the last one with Rachel? Come on. Do we have an agreement? Stop. Whoa, wait. Stop adding. Son of a bitch. Fucking clicking the wrong shit. Claims you've made as well. Okay, that's the one that I just read. Stop adding these stupid last-minute addendums. You lose by default if you use an ad hominem attack. Stop being so soft. The public will decide who the winner and loser is, and you don't get to direct them in that judgment with some obscure fine print clause. I've literally never heard of a person trying to negotiate an automatic win clause. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Hang on. Okay.
What do you mean?
I gotta go back. Then we agree. Shit. I went too fast. Then we have an agreement. All right. This debate isn't specific to just the evidence against Robinson by the state. That's improper framing. It's also a debate also about your claims regarding this case and Kirk's assassination. Do you agree? You also need to support claims you have made as well. If so, then I agree to terms. Also, no personal attacks, no ad homs.
Which he does right off the get.
This is Andrew.
I know.
If one is made, that person loses by default. Enforcement by the moderator. Do we have terms? And that's when she goes on and says, stop adding these stupid last minute addendums. You lose by default. If you use an ad hominem attack, stop being so soft. The public will decide the winner and loser.
Right.
I like her. Andrew says, this isn't fair at all. I am just agreeing anyways, because that's what I'm used to. However, I will walk into the lion's den as always. Oh, Andrew, you poor man. This isn't fair at all.
We have to agree to rules.
This is Candace now. This isn't fair at all. Laugh out loud. How can we further accommodate you, Andrew? I traveled to Los Angeles, surrounded myself with 20 feminists for a debate via Jubilee. I did not get to set terms or bring in my own team for live fact checks, and yet I managed to get through it with less whining than you right now. I have never once described it as unfair or as a lion's den. I literally traveled with one person. You are debating just one person. We are allowing you to bring a rapper-sized entourage plus your own camera and agreed to the moderator that you selected. And that's all very true. I didn't know about this alliance. I didn't. Would you like us to provide lunch? How can we make this debate more cushiony for you so you don't pretend it's somehow unfair at the outset?
Well, they already won't let him smoke.
Oh.
Out of line.
It doesn't have the fucking. She literally called Rachel trash. Like she it was fucking great.
I would take whatever cup, like if you know me, right? And I like Candace. I wouldn't be disrespectful, but like if it was someone I didn't like if I went to Andrew's house and he said I couldn't smoke in there, I would just light up a cigarette and use the ashtray, whatever cup I was using. Just be like, "What up, ninja?"
I wouldn't. I would just step outside.
No, be Arnold Schwarzenegger. I smoke where I want. That's what I do. I smoke where I say it just like Arnold. I smoke where I want. Not some soy boy like you.
Oh, hang on. Nope, you don't need me. Okay.
Yeah,
This was the guy where I first saw it. I'm wondering if this has the one. It's missing that the one that she had up is missing my favorite tweet. It had me in tears, and it's where I think it's where Dusty got that whole "Are we trash?" I think it's where he got it from.
Play Dusty's thing.
Well, Dusty doesn't show the messages.
Oh.
Guys, I'm reading to you guys. I knew you couldn't see it. I was just reading it.
Readers adding context. No. Here we go.
So funny. Yeah, so there you have it. And then Candace actually responds. She goes,
"Oh, here we go. This is fucking great. Let me turn it up. I'm gonna let him read this one. This gets funny.
Are you sober right now?"
This is Candace.
Oh my gosh. I love it. I just love it. You know, you have no idea. I just love it. Candace says, "Are you sober right now? My exact counter offer was that he wanted to do the debate in person. He would need to come to me because I'm 7 months pregnant and therefore would not be allowed to chain smoke. Then you started a trashy little public meltdown about him not being able to chain smoke. Everyone else seems capable of following this debate counter. You're all over the place. Are you sober right now?" is so insulting. Yeah. "Are you good? Do you need someone to pick you up?" That was one. "Are you sober right now?" That's two. I love it. I love it. I'm going to be saying that to people now. I have to.
There we go.
She's not sober because if she is, she has severe language comprehension skills. And Candace says, "I'm hoping she can try on some of that patriarchy she reps in her username. Would it be too much to ask her to shut up and let her husband negotiate his own business affairs?" Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness.
Same thing I said.
You know?
And then Rachel
and she has to, because this is the persona that they've built up. So Rachel just responds. She says, "You're right, Candace. Have a good night." Because Andrew was like, "Stop. What are you doing? You're already messed up." Oh my God, stop. Blowing smoke in the kids' faces.
Remember when I used to do the impression of learning how to smoke like a man?
Yes. Oh God. Are you drunk?
All right, let's get this done before the fucking stream's too long to even record anymore.
Oh yeah, for real. Okay, where did it go?
And we sped it up now, so we should gain some ground.
Where the fuck is it?
Thank you for being here, Cynthia. I don't think you know how much I appreciate it personally.
Thank you. Well, we need to get back on track. You are the worst.
We are doing it right now. Right now.
I did make
right now. Yep.
So
we're going
back on track.
There it is. Took me a second to find it. I'm sorry. I thought the exchange with Rachel was funny. I'm sorry.
Okay, we forgive you.
You're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless. right? So
this is so telling. So
yeah,
and I
as
want to
long as
make
they're not
it
loaded.
like,
If they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no.
Pause.
But as long as they're not loaded.
Cynthia, do it.
Like he is basically telling you, hey, I've got a set of questions from TPU that they have asked me to ask you, and I'm about to ask you. Please answer them. They're not set up questions, but you should really answer them.
Oh yeah,
and then tries to tell her how to answer them. I just want a quick yes or no. I just want a quick yes or no to all my questions.
This sounds
wait. Remember, TPUSA didn't send him. He doesn't.
Sure, she didn't.
Right, but this is also
except for he had messages from their security that he's refusing to release, and the other stuff that he doesn't release. Good.
Exactly.
This is basically like, hey, we're just having a conversation here in the interrogation room. I'm your friend. You can count on me. I'm just here trying to help you. Now we're running this investigation, and I have some questions for you. This is exactly what this is.
Right.
To make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer.
This is what happens to a working man's legs
What
when he
do you
wears
mean by
one pair
loaded
of compression
question?
socks every shift for 30 days straight.
setup.
Day one,
It's
he
a setup.
pulls on a pair of hollow
So
socks.
is he saying
So
if there's a
here's-
setup, you should still answer them, but not just with yes or no, but longer?
He's
or
he's saying none of them are a setup. We're not trying to set you up. So don't think that they're loaded. That, they're not coming with any attitude or bad intentions.
As soon as somebody tells me that is exactly what I start thinking.
You don't tell me how to answer shit. Go ahead with your questions. I'll answer them how I want. That's what she says too.
Yeah, if you're telling me, hey, I'm going to ask you some questions, I'm not recording, I automatically think you're recording.
I promise.
Right.
Don't mind the microphone under the table.
What's those
Do you know
red
the
lights?
cops have to tell you if they're a cop? Go
Right.
ahead, ask me if I'm a cop.
Are you a cop?
No.
And it's not against
Questions that I have.
Go ahead.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Okay, let's use a word that
He's now said this is a meta conversation. The debate is now over. They're now having a conversation. This is important because later it's a debate again. And he doesn't, you don't get to pick and choose when you're doing that.
Yep, exactly.
You don't understand. He's a man. He sets the rules.
Yep. And if you didn't know that he changed the rules, well, that's because you're a retarded woman.
The whole entire internet's going to clack him, and it's going to be curious to see, are people going to support this and agree with this, or is he going to realize perhaps a lot of people don't agree with this type of behavior, and he perhaps makes some adjustments or not? But he got an ass whooping, and now is he going to do it again or not?
No, he's the new lol cow. Watch.
that you're saying.
The definition of the panel.
Right. So this part to me feels like a bit
am
of
I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
wanted to depose
questions.
me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're like,
part-
I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to answer
And if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
get it.
just so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about
actually,
trans and dentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually,
You can say
just,
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
If your energy here is going to be like,
I'd rather keep looking like an asshole and repeating myself rather than switch up my
I
strategy.
don't like your answer. Answer how I want, or
Right,
you
and
lose.
I'm gonna bully you. I'm gonna bully you until you do, because I'm an honest debater and I know this subject in and out.
Beth, explain yourself now.
You're muted, Beth.
Yeah, sorry, my kid's running to the store, so
explain yourself. Yes or no?
I was born.
Yes or no?
This is a political tactic that he's using. I can't believe he doesn't even have sense enough to abort mission. He somehow thinks that the internet's not going to clock it. Is bizarre to me.
Sit down and have a real conversation like a human being, and everybody will be like, "Oh, look, he's a human being, and he's just asking questions."
He asked some really good questions because he knew the ins and outs of the case. That didn't happen.
Just saying.
It would have been respected.
All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Yep.
You're my dad, and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say. You're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy. Dad.
No, as far as you know.
Yeah,
We
she
can't say that
lets
for
me know.
certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
Like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
no, it's not a
This
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your-
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
Let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about
agreed.
He's not even
let's talk about
letting her
Foreign
finish.
Legion.
He's being
Was the
so
Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
AI agents. Well, hey, don't be scared. Here's how Monday.com makes agents clear.
This
is
insane how he treats her on this subject matter.
Yes.
Yes. Idiot.
No, pause. So once again, now he is going to go on further to explain that threats of any type of violence are relevant to his clout chasing, right? Like she's saying there was, as far as I was concerned, there was a threat. The DOJ didn't even investigate it. And now this guy wants to tell her, well, come on, man. You're just another one of those fake domestic violence women.
No, he wants to say, show me proof that you did that. And he's wanting her to express what her proof is. Her proof is I went to the authorities that you're supposed to go to when you receive this type of threat. He's like, no, but what's your proof? He's trying to get her on something. Like he wants her to disclose her source. Oh, well, my proof is so and so told me. But you're going up against Candace Owens. You really think she's not clever enough to see that coming? Fire your team, Andrew.
As a journalist, she would be besmirched to release any type of sources.
Do not forget, all women are retarded, according to
Fire your team, Andrew. Somebody should say,
hold it down for 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Somebody.
Cynthia,
I can't.
Can you imagine me just telling you got to answer me yes or no, and then
I
start trying
wouldn't
to?
do it. I would laugh at you. I can't believe that he thinks that these tactics, that these elementary tactics, are not going to be seen by someone such as Candace Owens, who holds millions of viewers, who holds the attention of a president of another country that is to suing her. In the midst of taking care of his country, he's decided I should pick on Candace Owens. You don't think that the tactics you use in this elementary that you run around and do to everybody? Well, you learned today, son, that's not going to work. And she's right. The internet will clock you. I don't know why everybody loves Andrew. I don't know why everybody keeps trying to
got it.
Oh, don't be so hard. Oh, I feel bad. He's really a good guy. Let's not forget this is the same guy that did that shit to Sarah. He did it because he was, and Sarah got him in check because he don't talk like that no more. He definitely doesn't talk like that no more. And so
I'm back. Sorry.
Another way he needs to get his little hand slapped by a woman. Maybe it's time he realized not all women are retarded.
I haven't seen that lawsuit of his dropped yet.
Nope, it sure hasn't. But it's changed his attitude. And if nothing else, you keep
I don't
going,
think so.
Sarah. It has, because when he was over there at Speakeasies and he popped up and I was on the line and I asked him, he even said, hey, I have to be careful of the things I say now because I understand the influence it might have. Yeah, because you were running your mouth too damn much and you got caught with the lawsuit. You don't think Candace Owens is that on a level 1,000 times higher than that and understood that way back in the day? And you thought that these elementary tactics, I'm going to ask you some questions like you're decomposing her, like she doesn't see you coming a mile away. Fire your team. Fire that person that's talking to you in that earpiece of yours because they led you astray, sir.
It's got to be that Jake the Snake guy, right?
Somebody led him astray.
No way.
It's not. It's
Jake would be the one looking stuff up for him.
Think it's Rob?
Those
if anybody, it would be Rob or Mr. E.
Those idiots behind the scene weren't even watching the debate and understanding how to counter her moves. They were so busy trying to decide, don't forget we got this to go against her. Let's hurry and pull
All
it
right,
up.
let's do it. Now that Beth's back, let's do this.
Yeah.
Yep, let's go.
Positive evidence.
It was
There's
told to me by
this
somebody
twitch
who was
right
high
there.
up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds, and I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
well,
I just want to make sure I got
What's up?
Are you talking to us, 10th
I
man?
can hear you. Oh, hold on.
Put
We
yourself
can hear
on
you.
mute. Okay.
He is muted.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a risk. I'm going to send copy. All right. Where's Discord? All right. Do we wait for him or just play?
Play, girl.
Go. I've already seen it. Just go.
Yeah.
Got it.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly
I'm not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me?
We can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
He answered the question before she even answered it, before she even asked it. Yes, I can pull up the clips. That is his team in the background saying, I have the clips. It's like he doesn't even have enough self-control. He's not in control in this debate to restrain. He's just like a petty little girl in his feelings. Fire your team, Andrew. They failed you.
You want to know the funny thing? And why I keep agreeing with you on that is because literally a couple months ago, and I can't remember what the situation was, but I was talking to Dusty or something. Yeah, maybe I texted him. I can't remember what we were going on. We very rarely message or anything. And I was like, oh, I could have handled this situation so much better. I don't even remember what he did. It might have been the text. I don't remember. And he's like, you are right. Because like, I don't know what's happening, but this is bad.
This is fire. Yes, this is horrible. And the fact that nobody sat down and talked to you, and if you don't have anybody around you that you would listen to, fire
Beth
your
told you.
team.
No, that's the problem is he would have fired everybody that was a good advisor. I'm telling that because she told you there is zero room for any dissension in the crucible.
Correct. None of them are actually advising him.
That's
okay. They give some suggestions, but he is in charge. He makes the calls on everything.
He surrounds himself with yes men. Let's get her done.
Yeah.
People are itching for an open panel. My phone's blowing up.
And I'm gonna make a claim, and that's that he's constantly if he hears a good idea, He'll tell you no and then pretend it's his later.
Yeah, it's his.
I know.
He did that with Dusty.
They always do.
He's done it to me twice now.
I believe it.
It's
So
their
you believe that Israel's involved
He
in the
stole
death
my
penalty?
brothers as an incest thing.
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Right.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel?
What
killed
is
Charlie
positive evidence?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive.
Something that doesn't exist in law.
Okay, that's what I thought. Like, I don't understand why he's bringing up this term positive evidence.
Because
it seems
once
like another
again,
tactic to pull at people's like, oh, it's not positive. Like he's misleading.
He's saying any evidence. Essentially, what he's actually asking is, do you have any evidence to support your claim? So positive evidence would be evidence that supports what she's saying. He just didn't want to use so many words.
but that is not how the justice system works.
I know.
So that's why
But
they're having a miscommunication.
We're not talking about the justice system. He's asking her if there's any evidence that supports what she says, not anything in a criminal or legal sense.
But he's asking now about
she does support. She does that. Yeah.
But
the evidence. I mean, the evidence could be something like, Netanyahu's niece sent me a text message.
No, she says right now. She says that it's very odd for Netanyahu to have gone on a campaign saying, "I didn't kill him."
Right. So
almost like you're gloating. Almost like you're gloating.
We did blame him for that too.
So, but he's just using the word positive evidence to put a spin on it, in my opinion. Like,
it's literally when he's asking it, he's asking positive evidence equals evidence that will support the claims that you are making, rather than saying all those words. He's just asking, do you have any
But he doesn't have, I get that, but he doesn't even have the same positive evidence to support his claim. And it's just,
we haven't even heard his claim yet, because
earlier when he was saying that the video of the car, the stairwell, and it was to be blurry. Like, it's insane to me that he's like accusing her of that when it's not even a standard he himself holds himself to.
Right.
And his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him. Nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and I already.
Why is Amazon paying me to upload Word docs? Give me 30 seconds and I'll show you exactly how this works. So here's how this actually works. Amazon has a platform called Kindle Direct.
Explain this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after, coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots, and this is how it happens. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like positive evidence would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences.
What we've said is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli.
They participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Oh, here we go.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's not what she said.
Evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think their involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via who? My guess is Pierre.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
Erica, I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm. Again,
this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that, right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
A claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim,
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to think,
do you have
but you're making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if you have
what's your issue?
positive
What is your issue with this statement? I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes,
that's not what
that if you have full confidence. If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late.
That's not what she said,
right?
though.
With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm tell you something.
Let me finish.
That's
if it
not
was the
what
case
she
I
said.
I have full confidence. I'm going.
What she said was, I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm going to put that out there with full confidence. She's confident in what she's saying. She's not saying she's fully confident in what she's seen to make her believe that. She's just confident that something, enough doubt has been introduced. But
she's saying that they're involved. Involved does not mean that they did it. Somebody can be involved in something, like, for instance, I knew that so-and-so was going to steal that candy bar, but I had no part in it whatsoever.
Right.
But
And
I
she's
knew
saying,
about it, so therefore I'm involved.
And I can confidently say that. And he's making it sound like he's trying to twist the way she's saying it.
Right, but she's telling him what her evidence is. That there was foreign lead. She has sources that believe this stuff. So let's pretend it's not true. Does he have any evidence that it's not?
No.
Okay, then what? Then how is his claim more than hers?
Right, that's what they keep. They're at a stalemate. That's what they keep going. But he keeps trying to push her. But he's trying.
But does he have a source that says that that's not true?
No. Well, no, he doesn't.
Oh, okay.
And that's the thing. Like, he's trying to be like, no, that's not true. But he doesn't. he looks at evidence, the same type of evidence, and he believes it to be true. So that it doesn't, but she can't have her opinion because it's opposite of his. But the way he's quoting what she said is
it's disingenuous.
Well, for sure that. And what did she say here in a few minutes? She said something about,
I told you he's
you lost the substance of the debate, and this is why
he's gonna do everything that he can to discredit her and her character. And he's gonna take any route that he can to do it too. What is this? Oh,
it don't work.
Sorry. Okay. You ready for me to press play? Well, before I do, I just got some interesting. I didn't know. Apparently, Easy's got hit.
What?
Speakeasy.
What?
His stream got hit. Violating YouTube community guidelines.
What stream?
That's going to happen with a lot of people.
All right, press play. Where is it? There's the play button.
That Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have
confidence
to think when you think.
But if you would, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work. Right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
Like his overwhelming evidence?
Oh, I'm picking up on some tells with him watching, being able to see this much of him, because usually when he's on Crucible, it's like, mid chest and up. You don't see what he's doing with his hands very much and stuff.
So
I'm picking up some tells.
Oh yeah, his head twitch. And if Easy's video just got struck for being at Fatty's Flows playing it too, why would his not been struck?
I don't know.
I'm investigating this. Go ahead, push play.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed to think
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate.
It's
not pertinent because our
these
debate
are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind that you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Here's why I think that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
These transforming glasses automatically
adjust
to what
so far,
all glasses have
I understand,
but this
he asked
fixed
Andrew
it.
a couple of questions.
Of course. So there's good reason to doubt.
It's nothing compared to what he's asking her, because his were really easy. He structured his answers in a way that he's got plenty of wiggle room to end it really fast. There's not a whole lot for her to dig into, right? But he's got a whole lot to dig into on her, and boy, he's taken full advantage of it.
Right. And he's not really here talking about the debate he paid $300,000 to talk about.
Yeah, this is not. This did not turn out the way that I think he expected and hoped it would. Wow.
Conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government, like you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government, you get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
Ask you, well,
this
that's
is my
not what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say it. If
I'm not
allowed
trying to regulate
say
anything.
it.
I'm asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say,
defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever it is that you guys have prepared.
I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
Did that same higher up tell you that he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No, Candace, just out of curiosity, when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes,
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, "Here's what I heard from somebody"?
And I have this information,
Sure.
and of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information as possible.
Can I ask a question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case because so if they
right away in Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay.
That seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not.
I think those are two different things. That's more something I totally different claims. Why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the source.
They probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on.
Once again, that's what I was saying is
discredit.
She doesn't even care about the fact that her life might have been threatened. Well, then it must not have been credible. Go fuck yourself. So just remember, in the future, for this clip, anything ever happens with him, there's no reason any law enforcement or anything should look into it because it's just whether or not it's credible, right?
Right.
Don't make no sense. So is this how they handled the Kirk thing too? That he's here to defend? Explain it.
Was that rhetorical, or are you actually looking for?
No. I mean, do whatever you want. Go ahead. I'm just saying it's ridiculous.
It is, but I'm not quite sure how to even respond to that because this is pretty much like for the par with people. I mean,
go ahead.
I genuinely did. What do you mean? All right, what are you looking for from me? I thought you were asking a rhetorical question there.
I was kind of, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
No, it don't matter. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUS and had a relationship with Charlie? No, her relationship. This isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
Then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they if they didn't come get the information? more of the information because it was a long file.
Yeah. This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source
because
of the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question, and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
It was they were saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
Let me
government.
ask one question. Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is,
imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say?
Sorry, yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I
go ahead. My bad.
That's the same tactic that Easy used on me the other day. Well, someone just told me the same thing, opposite thing of what you're saying. That is another tactic that they use.
Right, but in this where Candace, she's incensed at this point. But the correct response at this point is, yeah, but I didn't pay you to come here to do that. You paid me here to do this. So I'm giving you the answers. You asked for the answers. You don't get to tell me how to answer. You don't get to tell me how to think. You believe what you want. I'll believe what I want. And we'll see who's right in the end. That's how things work.
And he can't accept it. He doesn't accept it. But he wants $300,000 to tell her. It's wild.
That's weird.
Of course.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Beth.
All right. It all makes sense to me, you know. I've watched The Crucible.
Drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see. People go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that is not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now.
Well,
how would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
What I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You can not watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just
no.
Like,
well, I mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence?
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
No, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
So I
Andrew Colbert should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm.
Oh my God, that was it. Inferences are allowed again. He didn't want to let her make any inferences at the start of this debate. Not a single fucking one about why dude's a patsy. But now here he is making inferences.
Yes, because he's daddy cuckable.
Rules
And
for thee.
you know very well there's only two choices. You can thank Santa, or you can bang Dusty.
And on that
Get your
note,
cuckable mug tonight.
yes, the cuckable mugs are back on sale again at the Powder Dusty.
No, say, do you not get it?
My happy ass over there and get a link and drop it in the chat for you guys.
Like this guy made his bones off of his attitude, but he can't back it up. When it comes to a street fight, he cowers and goes, but what about the rules? And it's like, nah, bitch, ain't no rules here. Catch me outside. How about that?
Witchy, you can get in here, right? Just come in.
Yeah, she has keys.
I'm sorry, honey. I thought you would realize you're welcome on any time.
Oh no, Sasquatch is back.
Yeah, that guy's back.
That guy. Sasquatch, this has been so fun.
Yeah, I had other commitments. I'm back.
No, we had some other random people come up. A really nice imbibed lady. She may have had a couple alcoholic beverages. Another guy that says he's a crime scene investigator or something. Oh no, but she was pretty though. Yes.
I'm sorry, Witchy. Here, Witchy, look at your Discord, hon.
This is being tent stream. Is she taking shots at you, Tent?
Who?
Witchy?
No. When would she?
She says yes. Yes, but I was trying to be respectful of this being a 10th stream.
Well, it kind of was. I started it off, and I said 10th man said he wanted to talk to me, and now I guess we're going to go ahead and cover yesterday's debate. So because 10th kicked it off, so I think that's what she was saying.
Yeah, but we're just not going to have random cuckable people coming up here spouting off for 3 hours. We can't do that right now.
We're almost done. Like we've been up.
I know. And then they can come up. I'm sure Beth will give them an hour or something.
No, all I was saying is it was a closed panel that 10th specifically requested.
Not for you, dear. Not for regular people. We just can't have the fucking riffraff that we don't even know these people coming up here ruining shit. Going on for 3 fucking hours. It's not you. You have some candor and couth.
You must have not been here. I said certain channel member or channel hosts and creators are allowed of it. I automatically assumed you would know. You're always welcome, honey.
Oh, I've had the craziest day. I've been kind of in and out, but no, I only wanted to say that what a lot of people are missing here, everybody's looking for one of them to prove something or this to be a clear winner debate kind of thing. But the fact of the matter is this is contrived marketing on the highest level. Everybody's talking about it. Every fucking panel since it happened has been watching it and talking about it, and it will go on for days. Did you people say, oh, it's not about grifting. I went while it was on yesterday and I hopped around a bunch of panels I've never been to before that are supporters and haters of both sides. I went to over 20 panels that were streaming it and breaking in super chats everywhere. All their supporters are raking in super chats over this. They're still doing it right now.
Yeah.
Right now, while you guys are discussing it, so are at least 7 other panels that I've seen.
I get you, but don't forget that I watched on X after October 7th. people do the exact same thing.
Right. I'm just
Right?
saying, recognize that neither one of them brought any material to actually prove anything. It was a mudslinging thing from the start. That's how it was planned as. They hyped it up by making it a $300,000 buy-in, like it's a big prize fight. Like,
yeah, but you're not blaming Candace for that, are you?
No, I think Candace participated in it. She's one of the. Candace is TPUSA from the start. She's one of them. She's contrived opposition, and
Not
it's
really.
beautiful because it works.
No, because once
I watch her.
I know, but once she, after October 7th, everybody turned against her.
That's contrived opposition. Somebody's got to say it out loud, and it's better if it's somebody we can control than somebody we can't. And
I would like.
You're not.
Yeah, I would like that to be true. So you just think that this lady's capitalizing on her best friends unalive?
They all are. If he hadn't been unalive, they'd still be capitalizing on his fucking words. They capitalize everything. They're capitalists. They aren't right wing. They aren't gun lovers or Christians or conservatives first. They are capitalists first. All of them. Their religion, their faith, everything is capitalism. They love capitalism and profit more than they love anything else, including their children.
I don't think Candace is one of the bad ones. I mean, I've been wrong before, but
I don't know that it's bad. Look at the lifestyle that they lead compared to the lifestyle that I lead, and I didn't fall into that.
yeah, but she didn't make her bones off of this. She's got a long history of journalism and stuff. Like, I've been watching her for a very long time. It's not like this is.
Yeah, she's literally the perfect contrived opposition in this situation, and I'm not saying Erica's a good person either. Like,
right.
You don't walk away from your kids when your husband dies to go run an enterprise that the men can handle and hand you royalties from while you raise his children in his real legacy. That was Candace's one huge mic drop to be his business is not his legacy, his children are. Anyway, pues play. I just wanted to point out the marketing genius.
I can't discount your bread and circuses theory. So
marketing genius. Somebody paid for this marketing and they ruined it. It's like you go in and say,
no, you're missing
it.
You're missing what she's saying. She's saying that Candace is not only complicit in this, but this entire thing is scripted because it's bread and circuses.
Correct.
Like Rome.
It's the Colosseum. It's the prize fights. I mean,
right.
$300,000.
Buddy's Julius Caesar.
Right. But, and somebody from our sector, because he is Panelverse, had an opportunity to step into that arena. They paid $300,000 to step into that arena. And this is what they did with that opportunity.
It's perfect. It's perfect, Candace. Listen, it's perfect because nobody won. Nothing was proven, but both sides can walk away because there were a few mic drop moments on each side. Both sides can walk away claiming a victory when nothing was ever proven. Neither side proved a goddamn thing this whole time. All it was preconceived mudslinging about things they've said in the past, or wives, husbands, family members have said in the past, because the whole soldier thing and sniper thing came from the wife, right?
That's crazy.
All of this shit was already out there. It was a moment to bring it out, but in a huge venue, and it will be talked about for weeks, and people will get residual. And it's not just about Candace and Andrew making money. Like OG says this all the time: a rising tide raises all ships. You've got the lovers and haters of both of these people who are going to nickel and dime off of this for weeks. This was great marketing for the panel. It totally makes it so clear how capitalistic the entire thing is.
Hey, I got the biggest dono I've ever received since I started my channel. So that was like amazing.
So if you watched Candace's chats like I did, there were $500 and $800 donos coming out the wazoo. If you went into or the whatever who was streaming it, if you went into there's a couple people out there who really rag on Candace, and you go in their chats, they were raking in super chats. Like it was so profitable for fucking everybody.
Stop it. Bad dog. I swear to God, my dog is being a pain in the butt tonight.
Oh,
Knock it
bro. Mine locked up on each other this morning, and one
Do I
got a
need
hold to
to
the
do
other
now?
one's paw.
All right, let's come on. We'll talk about our dogs after this. Let's get this done. Sorry, but fuck, man. We're at 8 hours.
Doing the code word. I was using the code word to get him to lay down and hide.
Oh, well, someone donate to this goddamn show so Beth will do more shows.
I'm doing more shows.
Talking about Andrew Colbert, his position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR. I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
He sure did try to get her in a legal pickle.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Okay,
So
what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation.
Let me ask him questions about the Sayre lawsuit like this.
Of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is
$100 million.
This is actually kind of
his organization had grown to, I think,
gloss over it
per year. If you want
But what was your team wants to play video? If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play of
the moderator.
Candace that it's impossible to not believe.
I said this.
I know.
You did a way better job moderating this than this motherfucker. He inserted.
I know, because I ask questions of both people, and if I'm going to be there, I'm going to be probative.
You did, but what he does is even over the top for what you did. Like, I didn't think you should have been asking questions. That's not what a moderator does.
Yeah, but that was at the end. That was at the end.
This guy goes over and above that. It interrupts them constantly. If it starts getting too close to what the narrative's not supposed to be, he cuts them off and changes the subject. This is why I say it's contrived marketing, because you've got a moderator here who is not moderating. He is directing the conversation.
Yes.
So something happened.
There were agreed upon subjects that shouldn't be brought up. Like
hold on.
pushing her on lawsuits.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Beth,
let me move a couple tabs around. I'm going to show you something real quick. It's going to be very, very, very fast.
What is it?
God.
Where the fuck is it?
Last time you said that, it was an hour.
What
I'm
is
just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
So Andrew was on Dragon Fest, and Dusty. Rachel made a comment about Dusty, and Dusty responded, and
he didn't hop up.
Oh, it's good.
Did Dusty release a short or something? Or?
I've got two pictures. Where is it? Is this it?
Cynthia.
Yes.
Are we trash?
Are we trash? What does that mean?
Where the fuck is it? What'd you do with it? Damn it!
I mean, I'm PWG,
It's from-
but I don't think that's what you're asking.
No, it's Dusty's video, and it's a clip from Family Guy. Well, over the smoking thing, right? And Stewie asks Brian the dog off Family Guy. He's like, "Are we trash?" Brian goes, "Yes," and then Stewie goes, "Oh."
I'm not crazy. It is an announcement.
That's these people. Trash.
Okie dokie. Real quick, this will take 2 seconds. It's actually pretty funny. So we're going to show it real fast because
That's why that fucking fuckho called me biblical curses, so I say she's a dude.
Ooh.
Randall Wilson, this dude's wife.
This one right
this dude's
here.
husband. This dude's husband.
Rachel says, ignore
Randall.
Dusty. He lives for tiny amounts of internet attention. Starve the troll.
Ugh.
And Dusty sent in a super chat. Rachel, let me know when you're ready to debate your covert feminism. You have my email address. Kissy face. And look at Andrew. Look at him. I think he's having a mini stroke.
My
That
enemies.
is something Andrew needs to work on. His body language.
His team should be
He
fired.
looked defeated almost the entire fucking debate.
Oh, yes.
Okay, but if he had... Sorry.
I was agreeing and saying we've been saying that this whole debate.
If he had have approached this, Witchy, I don't know if you were here during when I said this, but if he had have approached it like two people having a conversation, kind of like how Abby Normal or wherever that person, no, it wasn't Abby Normal, but the debate I hosted or moderated, right? Like if you had have approached it like that, where it's just like two people that have differing opinions and they're talking about it, like that, even that came off much more appealing to the crowd than this. Like you can't just come into a woman's house. You pardon?
He read off an opening. He started.
I know, but I'm saying
at the very beginning with I didn't prep for this at all. I'm just going to listen to my earpiece all night. Attitude.
Right.
But to come into a woman's house with this type of tiny dick energy is odd.
And mad and publicly shaming a pregnant woman for not wanting people to smoke around her while she's pregnant in the home where her children live. I smoke tent and I don't fucking smoke in my house.
Not around kids. No.
Right.
Do it.
Okie dokie, let's go.
We're almost done. Thank God.
For sure.
Play that video.
I'll just ask
and so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because
those two thoughts actually don't even follow.
Have you ever wondered why it's so hard to change? I mean, the good news is
it totally does.
How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that
May, yet she's confident in the results?
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna play stupid.
Yes, like he did when she was saying, I can say this with full confidence. She's confident in what she's saying, which means that she has critically thought about it and she has drawn her own conclusion. And he's saying, no, that's not the conclusion you should have drawn. I'm here to tell you, you thought wrong. Start thinking right.
Right.
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay. So what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come into debate. So now you're chopping it up.
What does complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? This is why I did not engage in any Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips, it's not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made the arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about. We can find that,
I'm sure. In the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I. Hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building a home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman.
You're invited to join Phoenix Energy's next webinar, where you can drill deeper into our bond offerings. We currently offer 2 investment
throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's, listen, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest offender. So do you still think she's
not her biggest offender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
It's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry.
Sorry to interrupt, but so I want to real quick. I want to address this comment. That statement pretty much dooms Andrew to being Boit. Yes, it does.
When he just went, I think all women are retarded.
He's still digging.
He's sitting across from a woman who has at least 20, 25, 30 points of IQ on him, at least.
But worse than that, he's sitting here holding water for Erica Kirk, talking about clout of, I hugged Erica Kirk like that's some kind of achievement, and then saying women are retarded when both Erica Kirk and Candace Owens' net worth at least double his, not counting their husbands, their own personal net worth. And I suspect that Rachel Wilson's net worth is higher than his too. I don't know. But I know for a fact Candace is higher, and definitely Erica's is.
This gets even worse because he's still digging. He has sent Jake to, I believe it's called Project Constitution. It's a group of guys on YouTube, pretty big YouTube streamers actually, and he will be trolling them about Andrew's military service.
Hilarious.
Something like that whole stolen valor thing, dude. Yeah, I'd let that go. I wouldn't troll on it. I would never mention it again. But nah, apparently you want to send Jake in. Poor Jake. Ay.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions,
do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded that. It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming out that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use,
Yes.
Right there is part of my point that I came up about. If you know there's going to be possibly the most viewed debate, they have looked at this from every angle about how this is going to carry forward and how to make it so that both sides walk away with their supporters saying they won, even though nobody fucking won anything or proved anything. Like, and that statement there, well, if you knew that the biggest debate, like, they have looked at this from a marketing standpoint more than anything.
No, I disagree. So you're calling into question whether or not when this was all first fresh, new. And Candace said, I don't even know who this guy, I never heard of him before. You think that she was lying? I don't think so. I think that these people do what they always do, and the odd time that one of us get a little bit of notoriety as a truth seeker, like they did to Alex Jones, everyone can say, oh, he's paid opposition. Yeah, everybody's paid opposition. I get it. But you could, am I paid opposition?
Oh my gosh.
You wish you were.
Right.
That's what I mean. So like, I've known so many auditors and stuff, and so like to say everybody's the bad guy, it's easy, right? What I see is a woman who calls shit out, and she gained a little bit of notoriety, and they're trying to assassinate her with words first, and whatever happens next, don't be surprised.
How many artists music artists were like running through the streets and screaming they're trying to kill me and all kinds of crazy shit, and everybody thought they were just crazy?
Right. And see what I'm saying is like, so, and I'm the guy who says Diddy and his parties and the blah 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 and all that stuff was that all the government was okay with what he was doing, but then he refused to keep doing whatever they said, so then they put him on trial, and then he learned his lesson, and now from now on he'll do what he's told. Get it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't think Candace is that.
Corey Feldman came forward about this shit like in the 80s. And Corey Feldman was one of the first to say, I spent so many nights at Michael Jackson's house and nothing like that ever happened to me. However, this guy, and that guy did do things to me. Why don't you go get them? And they never even investigated those people.
That's right.
Yes, sir. He did a full expose. In fact, if you go back, I think it's 96 or 97, there's an interview with Macaulay Culkin, and he's explaining the whole thing about how he'd spend the night with Michael Jackson, and where everybody would sleep and how everything would go. They clipped a handful of pieces out of that to make Mike look really, really sick. And then you look at the entire interview, and Macaulay Culkin's explaining, you realize that his bedroom is 2 stories and 3,000 square foot, has a bed the size of an Olympic swimming pool, and no one even has to see each other unless they choose to. There are 2 on-staff nurses. There are 4 on-staff security. There are 3 on-staff orderlies, and a literal sock hop that rolls around on skates to get everybody snacks that anybody wants.
And an amusement park out back.
With you. Yeah, and a train that'll take you to the amusement park out back with the
But let me say one thing real quick and never forget that Bill Cosby wasn't let out of jail because he was innocent. He was let out of jail because the prosecutors violated a piece of paper, like an agreement, right, that they wouldn't prosecute if he admitted to his crimes. So because of that, they had to let him out of jail for judicial misconduct, essentially.
Right, a technicality.
So he did what he was accused of. He gets off because of a technicality, yet Michael Jackson's run through the ringer for years. And that's what Candace tried to say at the beginning here, right? Is we got questions.
Right. And it's easy enough to just take the narrative and run with it, which is what's been done with the Charlie Kirk thing is that there's no investigation. It's just
that they got questions about the spouse or whatever and the agreement that they can't prosecute the spouse no matter what they say, right? So it's the same thing as with Bill Cosby, but he did the crime. So the spouse can do the crime, put this guy through the judicial system, good to go.
Right, because as Trump made very clear, he said it on more than one occasion in different arenas, the first lie wins. You push the narrative, you got to get out there ahead of it, make the first claim, and they spend the rest of the time trying to disprove your claim rather than actually ever investigating the truth.
I claim that he is complicit by going out there and antagonizing crazy people to do crazy things and then go, nope, everybody else's fault.
But that's what I'm saying, though, is that's the whole point, is you go out there and do the crazy things because then people are so focused on disproving the crazy things that they don't actually focus on the issues that can be resolved.
That's what he wants. He likes it. I don't think Candace does. I don't think Candace does.
I think that Candace has learned how to capitalize on it. That's not the same thing. And
I didn't watch her laugh while she read Charlie Kirk's medical examiner report, but I did see him laugh.
Okay, but now you're getting into the good and evil that I don't really buy into, so you'll win on that.
So what, you just say they're both evil?
Yes. I think capitalists are evil. If you not evil, because I'm only using that word because you used it, and evil is a conversational term. I don't necessarily believe anybody's evil. I think capitalism is evil, an ideology, and I think they are ideologically following something evil. Capitalism is about getting something for nothing, getting one over on the next guy. That is not good morals to me.
I just disagree. Because I know her whole story through.
That's not the point of this. So play the video.
Yeah.
Playing.
Definitely take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica.
Have you ever been critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you...
These transforming glasses automatically adjust to what you're looking at. All glasses have this tiny flaw, but we fixed it.
Let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminists. Well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense.
Pause.
Yep. Sorry, I didn't hear anybody say pause. My bad.
Did Andrew just claim he's a Christian ethicist?
Yes. He's been saying that for a long time. A long time.
He thinks his behavior is arguing with red pillars and Christian ethics.
All of it, yeah. Although he won't even argue Christianity because he doesn't think that he is
qualified.
Yeah, qualified, knows enough, etc. So.
Do it.
Okay.
why she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and they
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children. Now, for you though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like the
didn't-
pot calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
She's not qualified
there's always
to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like I'm still just as critical of feminism inside TPUS.
Timestamp is 2/17/49.
Okay, all right. We're nowhere near the earpiece yet. Just checking.
Oh Lord.
As I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going on 9:30. So I'll give it 30 minutes longer, but then I'm gonna have to shut down. I've got stuff I have got to go do.
Okay.
Iris is gonna be home on Monday, and
did 10th leave us?
10th.
Wow. Okay.
But I'll tell you what, before I shut down, I'll bring up. I told you about the rabbit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring the rabbit in. I'll show you
Oh,
the
okay.
bunny.
Well, I
He's
mean,
so
it's
cute.
10 who wanted to review this, right?
Yeah, I did too, because I missed the
Okay.
first half.
I mean, because you could stop here and pick it up later with 10th when he's able to come back and do your rabbit thing and still get off by a decent
I'm
time.
not
is
worried
what I
about
was
it.
trying to
Or
say.
we could still stop here and check out the timestamps that Cynthia wants to. And then I
Yeah,
can
that would
always
be
come
good
back
too,
to
I'm
it.
just
if she
going to
has a
show his
timestamp.
earpiece.
That's okay. So I said I'm at
So-
2:18:01. Beautiful.
10 says he's backstage. He says, I'm dropped somehow. I'm here, you fucking nerds.
Oh, well, I was going to say we.
Oh, shit.
I
Sorry.
have no idea what happened.
So the other
I'm
thing,
so sorry.
the other the topics that do come out is where he's going to talk about the text messages he talked about. He's going to be asked about the 7 charges. He still wants to go over
Yep.
the.
We did the 7 charges, so we can skip that part. So just let it play. We already watched 10 minutes of this. Don't forget.
Well,
Yeah.
10th.
Or
It's
whatever.
like 9:30.
All right.
I'm gonna
Well, then shut it down. We can continue it next time.
Wait,
Do you
wait.
want me
I'm gonna
to-
shut down.
wait, do you want me
Stop
to
for a
open
minute.
the
I'm gonna
laptop?
shut down in like 30 minutes.
You want me to
And
open
so
the
I was
laptop,
thinking,
Beth? And
How
then
much is
you
left?
go do what you need to do, and I can handle
Yeah.
the stream.
yeah, well, I like hanging out with you guys too. But yeah, you could do that actually.
Well, I mean, you
I
could
forgot-
still be on the panel and listen if you want, but you could do your things and not.
Yeah, you could be on your phone.
Yeah, let's
sitting
do
at the
that.
Computer.
Can we
Then you
do
can
that?
pause only when we need to, really need to. We can, the rest of us. can
Well,
get
no.
through this.
Witchy can get on her laptop. She has
She can't
keys.
pause the video unless
She
she's
has
sharing.
keys. She can.
Yeah, I can
get-
if I
she
just
can-
take over sharing the video at the timestamp.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If you share the video, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm
Yeah.
sorry you sat in the back.
Yeah, no,
I'm
go
not.
ahead.
Okay, you took my keys too.
And while I get set up, and then once I get it set up, I'll get the timestamp we're at, and I'll share.
Yeah, that'd be
Sounds
awesome,
good.
Richie. Get this
That was
done.
the whole point of me getting keys, wasn't it, Beth?
Yes, it is.
So just go, Witchy, go.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Because I do still want to listen. Like I've been
Yeah.
sitting here like bummed. It's like, man, I gotta do shit, but I
Girl,
don't want to fucking leave.
I made
That's why we
dinner.
help each other.
I just cleaned my bathroom.
Oh, see, my laptop fried, and now I'm on an actual desktop, so I literally can't do anything. I am stuck in one
Yeah,
spot.
but it's better now, right?
This computer is way better. Like,
Yeah.
holy shit, so much better. Oh, fuck. So I'm making a video. I'm making 2 videos that will probably end up being heavily circulated. And they're going to be I think they're going to be hilarious. I'm mostly done with the first one. I'm just getting all of the clips I'm using in order and putting it together. And, oh my god, dude. I make myself laugh sometimes. I hope everybody else thinks it's as funny as I do. If not, that's gonna be really fucking sad. I'll give you this hint. They're both easy videos.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus is right.
Well, they can't be funny because all women are retarded, so.
No, we're not.
Oh.
But then again, retarded people are funny. So, you know. You guys all know Kenny.
Wait till I'm done with the third one. Here, I'll press play.
On planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with the what seems to be a majority opinion.
Pause. God damn it. Here, I'll get you the link for. I went through Candace's channel.
Yeah.
Yo, fucking make yourself small. There we go. I'll pop it into the back chat.
You know, you can just right click on the video, right? On the and grab the link, and you can also
every time I've tried, like, you mean like, oh.
Yeah, and you can copy it with timestamp as well, so it goes right from where you are. It starts there. See it?
Oh, I see it. Okay, hang on. Witchy, use the second one. That should go straight to where I'm at. Tenth, you taught me something. Thank you.
That's what I do.
I didn't know about the right click and shit. Now you're at text, Cynthia. Y'all quiet.
Yeah.
I just don't think everybody's willing to sell their soul for money.
Not everybody.
So I have it there. I'll bring it up once you move yours down.
Okay, here.
I'm not.
I'll go boop. And I'll hand it over. No, that's not the right one, is it?
And delivering
It's a
before you
finish. Commercial. Commercial. I forgot
that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms.
Down in the bottom.
Still, how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
on the YouTube tab.
How it's complicit.
Your team is asking
like where you would pause it.
If we want
Pause the video.
to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready,
Click on the video in the center. It should pause it.
Yeah.
There you go. So down at the bottom, if you bring your arrow across
causing
the
that
bottom
30-6 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past,
Pause
it
the
accidentally,
video.
because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck.
Andrew was right.
And
there you go.
Ruined everything.
That's
It ruined everything.
Pause
It was
the
problematic.
video.
It's the reason.
What were we looking for her to do? Never mind. Never mind. You got it. I'm an asshole. Sorry.
All right.
I think I did it. I hit the full screen thing on.
Yeah, you got it now.
The tab.
You got it now. Now you're perfect.
Got the layout right. I think finally. I think I did it.
Yes,
I'm not a
you're
professional, but I'm learning.
You're doing great. Hey, I have a bunch of layouts in there, and it's funny that it went to that one. Alaska.
So press play.
You go for it. Sorry.
Push play.
Push play.
Hold on. When my grandson comes to visit on the weekend, he'll press play.
If you can't see the play button down across the bottom,
Just click on Candace's face and it'll play.
Or if you move, that's what I was gonna say. If you put your cursor, your arrow at the across the bottom of the video.
Hashtag give OG back me give back the key.
Hang on. If you put your arrow across the what happened? Oh, something. She fell out.
Oh, I made her mad.
Nope, her laptop went gay.
Is it 51%? Give up the hashtag. Give up the keys.
Don't worry, my grandson will be here in a few days and we can continue the stream, everyone.
Muzzle.
All right.
I'm sitting there eating almonds.
That was funny. This whole thing is funny.
What are you saying, Cynthia? Your mic cut off.
Nothing. Should we end it and just wait till another day? Because it has been 8 hours.
Yeah.
Or
I
finish it tomorrow.
Everybody go over to Dusty's.
Is Dusty live?
Last I checked, things are popping off of you.
All right, let's go do that.
That Frank guy went over there after he left here too.
He sure did.
They're at Fatty's, but
they're at Fatty's. They're not on Dusty's.
Yeah. They're at Fatty's. Speakeasy.
No, fuck that.
Everybody's there.
He's streaming.
Yeah.
Nope.
All righty. Well, tomorrow I have church. I get out of church at noon.
Okay.
After that, I'm free.
Sounds good. And I need to do lots more streaming. So I got to finish this one and I got to finish Rachel's feminism debate. So we'll do both of those tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Thank you for the love today. D9, fucking, you have no idea. You're awesome. I really, truly appreciate you. I hope everyone has a wonderful night and we'll see you tomorrow.